Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1476 Profitable Deal. Ves did not exhibit any surprise when he found out the Dark Mercenaries sent a mech designer to evaluate his work. Of course, the mech designer in the employ of the Night Zephyrs was only an apprentice mech designer, and probably not a good one at that. Most mech designers who worked for shady outfits tended to be the losers of their profession. The difference in status was so evident that the representative showed a lot of deference to Ves. There was no way the man dared to act presumptuous against a bona fide journeyman. Ves smiled under the helmet of his shadow attire. Showing respect for higher-ranking mech designers was one of the many norms that the MTA hammered into their heads. It was so pervasive that even pirate designers respected the same norms without asking any questions. In order to ensure that there wouldn't be any problems, Ves adopted another form of pressure as well. He switched up his spiritual mask and adopted a more confident and assertive posture than his normal self. His cues, his aura and his demeanor all made him appear imposing. Despite his shadow attire, his superiority towards an apprentice could not be denied. "What do you think of my design, Santo?" he asked as he stood behind the apprentice. Santo nervously studied the design schematics projected from the terminal. For some reason, he didn't don any disguises, which made his lack of confidence all the more apparent. If Santo was the best mech expert in the employ of the Night Zephyrs, then they should have sent a seasoned mech officer along. Ves figured that the Dark Mercenary Corps hadn't fully thought it through how badly the rank disparity among mech designers mattered within their profession. Even if journeymen didn't enjoy the same amount of renown as expert pilots, high-ranking mech designers still commanded a lot of respect from the lower ranks. Still, even if Santo unconsciously deferred to Ves, he still had a job to do. He did not let his admiration and apprehension towards Ves halt his obligation to determine whether the modification plans for the Spire Helix made the right improvements. "These changes are ingenious," Santo said in an astonishing fashion. "There is much to go through. Would you be willing to guide me through the design choices you've made? It would help me evaluate your Spire Helix Annihilator design faster." "It would be my pleasure," Ves replied. Though he kept his words brief and his tone fairly restrained, he walked up to the projection and briefly explained the alterations he made to the design from top to bottom. Ves adopted a teacher's stance as he pointed out his decisions, highlighting some of his more brilliant innovations without giving too much away. He refrained from explaining his solutions completely, wanting to leave Santo with plenty of mysteries as the Night Zephyr's resident mech designer attempted to puzzle out the Annihilator design with his own comprehension. Teaching was akin to indoctrination. By letting Ves take the lead in guiding Santo's perspective towards the Annihilator design, he was essentially able to warp the apprentice mech designer's opinion into a more favorable direction. By overemphasizing the best aspects about his work, Ves managed to distract Santo's attention away from the less attractive portions of his Annihilator design. It was actually a very simple approach, but it worked like a charm due to all of the pressure he exerted. It seemed as if he couldn't help bring out his devil tongue in situations where it offered him an advantage. Ves even got the sense that he was shifting closer and closer to the likes of Calabast, Leland, and other manipulative spies. He quickly shook his head underneath the helmet and got back to narrating his design choices. Half an hour was enough to complete his guided tour to Santo. The apprentice had become further and further enthralled with the Annihilator design. "Wow!" he breathed while he studied the comparisons between the base model and the variant. "While it's a shame that your modified version is somewhat less resilient against damage, the increase in firepower and mobility is substantial. Considering our upcoming deployment, the low-gravity environment will amplify the gains in speed, allowing us to get in and get out as fast as possible." This was very relevant for the Night Zephyrs. The use of taboo weapons would doubtlessly attract attention. The longer the Night Zephyrs lingered, the larger the chance that they might get caught. In order to minimize the risk of unwelcome surprises, the doomed crawlers had to land on the planet and sneak up into attack range as fast as possible. Trading away a bit of mass and armor in favor of speeding them up was a welcome adaptation. Of course, the loss of armor and structural integrity was quite serious. However, Santo paid less mind to it at the moment. Perhaps he might get his wits together later. But as Ves continued to engage the apprentice in conversation, the man had no opportunity to think for himself. "Does the Annihilator design meet the needs of the Night Zephyrs?" Ves asked, pressuring Santo to come to a quick conclusion. "I have a good feeling about it, but..." "But?" Ves subtly loomed closer to Santo. "Nothing. Your Annihilator design is a great adaptation. I would have never been able to fit all of those big weapon systems into the Doom Crawler without incurring severe performance hits." What Ves found peculiar about Santo was that while he showed a lot of deference to a high-ranking mech designer, he barely showed any notice towards the taboo weapons on the Annihilator design. Along with the apprentice's relative youth, Ves figured that Santo must have originated from the Nixian Gap but had learned his craft from a respectable, orthodox mech designer. This gave Ves an idea. "Say, you are quite talented for your age. Who is your teacher?" "I've been mentored by the Light's End. Have you heard of her? She's a renowned journeyman of the Nixian Gap." "Interesting moniker. What's her specialty?" "As her name suggests, she's really good with laser weapon systems. Pirates love her work because her laser rifles are reliable, easy to maintain, and not that costly to make or buy." Santo babbled a bit about the Light's End. Though she didn't match the renown of someone like the Skull Architect, she still managed to find her footing in the Nixian Gap. A small chime from his comm suddenly interrupted his spiel. My apologies, Rosigma, but I'm on a tight schedule as well. Since your Annihilator design is in order, we can move ahead with taking away the Doom Crawlers and transform them along the lines of your modification plan." "Sounds like you are in a big hurry to overhaul the Doom Crawlers." "We have a limited window of opportunity to perform our mission. Sneaking 80 active Doom Crawlers onto a pirate planet is harder than it sounds." Santo did not say anything further. Obviously, his respect for Ves did not reach the point where he was willing to spill his outfit's core secrets. That was fine. Ves gained a better glimpse of what Finley's faction and the Night Zephyrs planned to do with the modified Doom Crawlers. At the very least, someone other than Finley corroborated the claim that they intended to employ the weapons of mass destruction against pirates. At least that seemed to be true. Due to his tight schedule, Santo left quickly afterwards, but not before loading up all of the relevant design files and modification plans onto a secure data chip. The commission called for drawing up a modification for existing Spire helixes. That meant that Ves didn't just have to design a variant, but also provide a step-by-step instruction manual to change the base model into the updated variant. Otherwise, Santo or the mech technicians had to puzzle out the steps themselves, which they were liable to screw up. Finley and his bodyguards arrived an hour later. It seemed the mysterious young nobleman had been preoccupied with other matters before he was able to visit the rented mech workshop. "The man sent by the dark mercenaries agreed to my modification plan," Ves stated simply. He had the sense that Finley regarded the unknown mech designer he knew as Rosigma in a different light. "You are surprisingly efficient. I thought it would take a week or 2 weeks for you to come up with a way to integrate the new weapon systems onto the Spire helixes." "A slight effort," Ves replied mildly. "I merely drew up a plan. It is up to your men to do the heavy lifting. Dumb labor is one of the most abundant resources in the galaxy. We have more than enough mech technicians to get the job done. VS understood Finley's point. It wasn't hard for an organization with lots of money and influence to hire a bunch of mech technicians willing to do anything for a fat paycheck. Unlike mech designers, the MTA imposed much less demands on mech technicians to adhere to its values and principles. It didn't matter too much anyway. Am I eligible to receive my reward now? VS slightly pressed. Ever since he packed off Santo, he became impatient to receive what Finley had promised to him. The sample of Sintra Umbra along with item number 1255 plagued his thoughts numerous times throughout the last few days. Since you have abided by your end of the agreement, I will naturally release your rewards under your care. Finley responded with an easy tone. Let us head to the warehouse right now. They exited the workshop and moved over to a nearby warehouse. They entered an apportioned lot where two different containers rested on the floor. Here they are. You can inspect them if you wish. Don't mind if I do. VS approached the smaller container and opened it up. He scanned its contents with a spare multiscanner he filched from the workshop and confirmed the sample of Sintra Umbra was authentic. Not a single milligram of Sintra Umbra was missing. As for the larger container, VS only briefly opened its container and subjected its contents to a cursory scan. It wasn't even needed, as the indescribable presence along with the active spirituality hidden within already confirmed the huge object's authenticity. There was no way anyone would be able to fool VS with an imitation of the ancient sarcophagus. Both items are sound and match the description set in the contract. You can take them away at your leisure. Are we good now? We're good. That was it. The deal they struck a couple of days ago ended on a quick and sudden note. In exchange for just 4 days of his time, VS effortlessly obtained 2 expensive objects valued at around 30 billion bright credits. If VS ignored the disturbing implications of running roughshod over the Big Two's prohibitions against taboo weaponry, then this was one of the most lucrative deals he had ever engaged in. It still surprised him that Finley would even abide by the terms of such a costly agreement. Before you celebrate, don't forget you still owe us 215 million furthles, Finley mentioned. I remember. I've already exchanged the necessary currency. Surprisingly, Finley waved his hand to VS. Forget it. 215 million furlongs is chump change for us. I've already brought up your earlier proposal to my superiors. Depending on your performance, I can exercise my discretion, which I have just done. You can keep the remainder of the money you owe us. Consider it a favor. That was even more welcome news. Oh, thank you. In exchange, let's keep in touch. I'm sure you're busy with your own business right now. Every journeyman is busy all the time. However, if you ever require anything from the Sentinel Kingdom or the Nixian Gap, we'd appreciate it if you approached us first. Evidently, Finley rated Rho Sigma very highly. This was exactly what VS had aimed for in these last few days. Chapter 1477 Shadow Address. Finley offered VS a means to contact him, or the factions standing behind him. Of course, he didn't exchange comm addresses or anything else that could be traced back to his real identity. Instead, Finley passed a so-called shadow address to VS. This was a unique identifying code that VS could use to send a message to Finley via the Shadow Courier network. People made use of shadow addresses in case they didn't want their real identities to be associated with their shady dealings. For example, if a Sentinel noble requested the shipment of a batch of nuclear missiles, then he wouldn't tell the seller to ship the batch to Lady Miralix of House Laterna at Felixia I or something. Instead, Lady Miralix would pass on her anonymous shadow address, which only signified specific locations of delivery and such. The point of a shadow address was to provide a form of identity protection that was so thorough that not even the shadow couriers themselves knew the real names of the people hiding behind the addresses. While Finley possessed a shadow address, Ves did not. His dealings with the shadow couriers only dealt with his real identity so far, which was a vulnerability that Ves had to remedy as soon as possible.
Is there a way to acquire a shadow address here? Certainly. The shadow couriers operate an entire branch in the marketplace. I can give you directions if you require. Let me accompany you so that I can add your shadow address to our list.
They all moved out of the warehouse, but not before Ves arranged his new possessions. He moved his pea-stones, the sample of Sintra Umbra, item number 613 and item number 1255 to a different warehouse lot. He'd arrange their shipment out of the marketplace later. After that, they moved to the Shadow Courier branch where Ves registered a new shadow address for his Rho Sigma persona. Registering a shadow address was a lot more complicated than Ves thought, but for now he only registered virtual means of getting in touch with him. If anyone wanted to ship physical goods to his shadow address, then the shadow couriers would have to contact him first through virtual means in order to set a specific drop-off location. Once Finley registered Rho Sigma's new shadow address, he quickly bid Ves farewell.
I'd love to stick around, but we are quickly moving into action now that you have delivered the most crucial piece of the puzzle. It's a pleasure working with you. If we ever need comparable services, we know where to go now. Don't hesitate to contact us as well if you require anything comparable to what you've obtained today.
I will. Now that they knew how to contact each other, Finley departed the Shadow Courier branch. Ves watched the disguised noble go, a bit surprised at how well everything went. He always expected something to go wrong along the way. The deal he concluded with Finley not only involved an incredible amount of money, but also dealt with something that would surely attract the ire of the MTA if abused. If Ves was in Finley's shoes, he would find some way to silence anyone involved if possible. However, the reality was much different. Finley and his superiors never attempted to screw Ves over. Perhaps the value of an unscrupulous but competent journeyman was higher than expected. Though Ves only came up with his Rho Sigma identity recently, it held a lot of promise. So long as no one, including the shadow couriers, knew the true person behind this cover identity, Ves might be able to profit from it further in the future. It was a lot more secure and anonymous than his faked Rabbit Clearwater identity he crudely forged in the past.
A shadow address is a lot more secure.
He still had to be careful, though. Ves figured it was best to get back to Calabas to flesh out this idea further. If he attempted to go at it alone, he was liable to leak his true identity along the way. Ves could help but cast some more suspicions towards the shadow couriers. Their network encompassed the entire Komodo Star sector and beyond. They provided reliable and discreet courier services underneath the noses of the authorities. Ves could hardly fathom how the shadow couriers managed to survive without getting uprooted. Did they manage to bribe an MTA counselor or something? Or did the Big Two have a more direct hand in their running? What if the Five Scrolls Compact were behind the shadow couriers? More unanswered questions plagued his mind. Due to his increasing doubts over the shadow couriers, his enthusiasm of working with them deflated a bit. While he acknowledged that he could benefit a lot from making use of them, he should never grow too dependent on their services. He was sure that Calabas would agree with this sentiment.
Let's go, he told Nita.
Both of them exited the branch soon after and diverted back to the warehouse where they stored their goods.
We're done here. I got what I came for. Now we need to leave with our goods.
That's not as simple as it sounds. Nita spoke.
Smuggling these goods out of the marketplace and off-planet will require a lot of effort. That's what smugglers are here for, right? We just have to make sure our cargo doesn't get stolen. Though his mother had already left, Ves still harbored a lot of fears that someone might steal his exceedingly expensive goods from his possession. Perhaps the circle of Moto might not pull off anything by themselves, but the same wasn't necessarily true for the guests. People from all walks of life visited the temporary marketplace. Numerous pirate leaders and unscrupulous mercenary leaders frequented the site. Who knew if any of them tried to figure out where the goods auctioned for incredible sums had gone, and when they would be shipped to other locations. Intercepting valuable cargo shipments was one of the most prevalent activities committed by pirates. Though it mainly happened out in the middle of deep space, Ves could not discount the possibility that a group of pirates might be plotting to trail behind his cargo shipment and attack them along the way in the middle of an isolated tunnel. Let's find a secure and reliable way to ship my goods from this site. Ves spoke. Due to Finley's favor, I have an excess of furtals. I might as well spend deeply in order to ensure a guaranteed delivery. Fortunately, Ves wasn't the only person who worried about this problem. The Circle of Moto operated an expansive in-house smuggling operation that offered absolute assurances for a price. Ves didn't worry about the price. With so much excess furtals left, Ves paid for one of the more extensive delivery services without any hesitation. Though he had to cough up more than 50 million furtals just to transport some goods, it was worth it due to the effective insurance he gained. When it came to goods with a total value that exceeded 30 billion bright credits, then paying some protection fees was not a bad idea. No pirates will come and hijack my shipment, right? Ves asked the Circle representative as they signed the shipping contract. The representative offered a reassuring smile to Ves. Have no fear, sir. We have never failed to ship any goods out under these terms. Pirates know better than to touch anything that belongs to our circle. You have made the right decision. If anything happens, we will compensate you for your losses. Sounds good. Ves suspected that the circle was running a racket in the smuggling business. He wouldn't be surprised to learn that they were in cahoots with the very pirates who intercepted the shipping runs from the marketplace to the surface. Once he completed the latest arrangements, Ves was finally free. I've completed all of the goals I aimed to achieve here except for one. Do you think they sell food here? The hulking suit of Nita shifted. They sell everything here. Doubtlessly there must be a venue here where you can. Even after paying for the expensive shipment, I still have a lot of furtals left. Let's see if I can spend the remainder on something useful. The two trawled the outer marketplace for interesting goods and other opportunities. Ves focused mainly on finding Gerald Spice and the source behind this unique product. Unfortunately, Ves found no trace of Gerald Spice in the marketplace. Only a couple of food stalls and restaurants added spicy Nick's dogs to their menus, but only half of them used authentic Gerald Spice. As for the chefs who followed the authentic recipe for spicy Nick's dogs, they only held a few bags of Gerald Spice at most. Where do you get your Gerald Spice? Ves interrogated one of the street chefs, applying a bit of spiritual pressure along the way. I'm my boss. I don't own this food stall. I'm just a worker. Ves grunted in disgust and left. I think you will have better luck if you approach the circle directly. Nita spoke as she matched his pace. They might even be the main distributors of Gerald Spice in civilized space. Forget about it. In any case, I have enough to last me a while, and I can always obtain more through my newly forged connections with Finley. The Nixian Gap hid countless secrets, and Ves only scratched the surface of its depth. From all of the activity he heard so far, he no longer viewed the Nixian Gap as a large area of anomalous space.
It was actually akin to an entirely different star sector or star region in itself.
What do you think about this?
Ves swept the calm but busy streets of the underground marketplace.
It is thriving. Strange, don't you think? The Sentinel Kingdom should have been on top of this site in days. Instead, the Circle of Mota is merely continuing to bring Sentinels and pirates together. The lawful and lawless powers of the galaxy aren't so much different from each other, sir. Light and shadow are interdependent. I would even argue that this is one of the adaptations of our race that has helped us conquer the galaxy. We abide by the rules when they benefit us, but break them when they become a hindrance. That's remarkably insightful of you. Did you come up with that on your own?
No.
My former organization taught me that, in order to fulfill our missions, we should be prepared to go through any lengths. I see. Do you think the Circle adopts the same values as your former organization? Not quite. They were not as mercantile. The Circle is more preoccupied with commerce and trade. I can't ascertain any specific agenda from their activities. Just because you can't see anything does not necessarily mean that the Circle is unmoving. Everyone has an agenda. But let's not talk about this anymore. It's not a good idea to cast doubt on the Circle while we're in the middle of one of their protected sites.
Though Ves spent the remainder of his day trying to find out anything about Gerald Spice, he failed abjectly. While it was disappointing for him to miss out his last opportunity to dig out more information about this specialty product from the Nixian Gap, he didn't want to linger around forever. Ves and Nita left the marketplace through the same way they had entered. They boarded a shielded shuttle operated by a middleman that presumably entered a maze of tunnels. After shuffling through several different shuttles, they finally emerged back onto the surface of Hisneck 8. Once there, the two snuck their way back to their current hotel and ditched their shadow attire along the way. In order to leave no traces behind, Ves rented a dilapidated workshop from a shady organization and personally destroyed their disguise materials by burning them in the hottest oven on hand. Only then did he feel safe enough to return to his hotel and depart Hisneck 8 afterwards in the proper way. Chapter 1478 Truncated. After he returned to the hotel, he lingered at Hisneck 8 for a few more days. He occasionally and deliberately showed up in public for various reasons in order to reinforce his alibi. In particular, he visited the offices or residences of various journeyman mech designers who worked at one of the many universities and research institutions on the planet. The impromptu exchanges he conducted didn't yield much fruit to Ves. Regardless of his gains or lack thereof, Ves already achieved his goal by acting in a way that did not invite suspicion. If Ves immediately left Hisneck 8 after departing from the Circle of Mota's underground marketplace, then someone might be able to form a connection between Rho Sigma to Ves Larkinson. Therefore, even if Ves wanted to leave the planet as soon as possible in order to study his newly obtained goods, he restrained his urges and acted as if he still had a lot of time on his hands. Those were some of the slowest days of his life. He exhibited much less enthusiasm for the exchanges he conducted, and he often glanced at the clock projected by his comm to see how little time had passed. Fortunately, now that Ves had returned to the surface, he enjoyed the company of both Lucky and Gavin. While his cat playfully tugged at his pride of dusk while demanding hugs and exotics, Gavin began to distract him by describing their next destination. As you know, our next destination is the Hertog Dominion. While it's not as close to the frontier as the Tomaris Federation, the crisis at the border has started to affect it as well. That caused Ves to pause in eating his lunch sandwich. Have the Sandman raids reached as far as the Hertog Dominion? Already? Only half a dozen Sandmen fleets have crashed into their border systems so far. While these attacks don't constitute a threat to a proper state, the citizens of the Hertog Dominion are not used to fighting aliens,
There is a considerable amount of panic and unrest among its citizens. Everyone is fearing the worst. Markets are destabilized while the rulers are doing their best to mobilize their forces. Ves could imagine how his original plans for the Hertog Dominion might fall through due to all of the recent changes. The escalating Sandman incursions became an increasingly greater threat to the Komodo Star sector. If it's already that bad in the Hertog Dominion, what about our destination after that? Is the Tom-Eris Federation still holding together? Gavin sighed. Tom-Eris has fully mobilized into a war footing. Sandman fleets are passing through the gaps in the border like maggots trying to burrow into the apple that represents human space. The intensity and frequency of all of the fighting has matched the level of the Bright Visual Wars. In fact, many analysts think that the worst is yet to come. Ves sat up straighter from his chair when he heard this news. What? That's ridiculous. What is the CFA doing? Are you still taking their time in sending reinforcements? That's the thing. While the CFA has diverted some of their smaller squadrons and flotillas to reinforce the hotspots, the Sandmen are assaulting a broad front that spills across the entire length of the border. Their forces are being stretched thin and way too many Sandmen fleets are getting through. Mancroft and many of the other states in the vicinity are barely hanging on with the assistance of the CFA. This sounded incredibly serious. The Sandman incursion might even have the potential to threaten the Bright Republic. How is home? Fine, thankfully. The Sandmen appear to divert most of their fleets in the direction of the Tom-Eris Federation. That's also why their situation is the most dire. The other states in the vicinity of the border can easily deal with the fleets that have fanned out from the center of their direction. As Gavin described a few more details about the recent incursions, he also announced a piece of unwelcome news. Due to the crisis at Tom-Eris, all of the appointments you've made there are called off. None of the journeymen who work there can free themselves up to conduct an exchange with you. Many of them are assisting their military in hidden research bases and the like. Others have packed up their bags and left the state as fast as possible. Ves wasn't surprised to hear about the former, but the latter did take him aback. Mech designers actually fled? What about their duty? They aren't brighters like you, boss. Those who live closer to the borders of the frontier are a lot more self-serving than you think. I don't blame them. If I was in their shoes, I would try and make off as well, damn whatever assets that's left behind. The idea disgusted him a bit. It was one thing to depart from a state to seek better opportunities, but to do so while their home was under an existential threat was dishonorable. Even if Ves slowly cared less and less about the Bright Republic lately, he still felt compelled to defend his home state in its time of need. This was because he was a Brighter. I take it that traveling to the Tom-Eris Federation at all is a bad idea. Yeah. No matter how you put it, spending your vacation in the middle of a Sandman-infested war theater is not the wisest choice. I think you should consider scrapping your plans short. We've already started running behind schedule anyway. We've lingered too long in the Sentinel Kingdom. Ves sighed. He knew what was behind the Sandman incursions that was plaguing the Tom-Eris Federation and the other states at the border. The true mastermind behind this incomprehensible push was not an entity that he wanted to spar with right now. There was no way a single human like him could ever obtain the upper hand in a direct confrontation against Sigrind. Agreed. He spoke. Please clear my schedule of anything related to the Tom-Eris Federation. As much as I sympathize with their difficulties, I don't want to be press-ganged into another war. This was unlikely to occur. Perhaps he might be in trouble if he was just a low-ranking mech designer, but as a journeyman he enjoyed greater protection. Still, the point was that a foreign journeyman like him had no business visiting an active war zone unless he was part of some delegation to assist the state. There were probably rules in place that regulated these kinds of things. Ves resumed eating and spoke between his bites. I'm still visiting the Hertog Dominion, though. I don't want to get pulled into any wars, but I want to check their situation to see how they cope with the Sandmen. Do you think that is still possible?
Both Gavin and Nita looked at each other. His bodyguard couldn't remain still anymore.
I highly advise you to cancel your plans for the Hertog Dominion, sir. While the Sandman threat hasn't reached the level where we need to be concerned, the situation might grow worse by the time we have reached the state. In addition, it's not just the Sandmen we have to be on guard against. The Dominion itself. The Hertog Dominion is not exactly known for its stability and rule of law. Gavin continued. It's like a downgraded version of the Sentinel Kingdom. It has a tyrannical government, but without the strength to back up their iron rule. From what I've read, the society there has always been unstable beneath the surface. That doesn't concern us, right? As long as we keep our noses out of local politics, we are just guests.
Gavin shook his head.
You're right, but who knows what will happen now that the Sandmen are thrown in the mix? What I'm trying to say is that all of the risk factors have grown since you have made the initial decision to travel through the Hertog Dominion. Already, half of the journeymen you've made an appointment with have rescinded their invitations. Same as the mech designers from Tomaris, they're too busy to bother with you, boss.
Eventually, Ves gave in to the advice of his staff and decided to truncate his visit to the Hertog Dominion. He'd only stay there long enough to make some visits he still thought worthwhile before linking up with Gloriana, who awaited his arrival there.
My meeting with Gloriana is still in place, right? Yes, though she also sent a message to you that it's fine if you want to relocate your meeting to another place.
Ves grimaced.
No thanks. I won't be visiting this part of the Star Sector anytime soon, so I want to take the opportunity to experience one more culture.
While he did indeed wish to broaden his horizons by experiencing what life was like in the Hertog Dominion, he still harbored another goal. He wanted to investigate the Sandmen invading human space. While Ves was too afraid to confront Sigrin directly, it should still be okay to study the remains of the sentient AI's sacrificial goons. How did Sigrin manipulate the Sandmen into committing a suicidal invasion against humanity? What compelled the Sandmen to throw away their lives for a futile opportunity to root themselves in civilized space? More importantly, Ves began to harbor some more ideas about the Sandmen, especially their leader caste. In order to test some of the assumptions he made, he wanted to get in touch with one of the Sandman leaders, or their remains if he couldn't get close to a living specimen. Not even Gavin or Nita dissuaded him from this course of action. If he didn't perform an investigation in person, he wouldn't feel relieved about the threat posed by the Sandmen. Perhaps Ves merely wanted to do something to atone for unleashing Sigrin to the galaxy.
We're almost done here, he spoke. It's time to return to the fleet and leave the Sentinel Kingdom.
Ves stayed on the planet for one more day before he left. He and his group calmly boarded a transit vehicle from the spaceport and reached a space station. From there, they booked another transit back to the orbit of Synac 12, where they headed towards one of the floating dry docks. Crinden welcomed Ves at the huge facility.
Welcome back, sir.
Ves stared up at the Barracuda nestled in between the clamps. Though most of the overhaul took place inside the Corvette, her surface had been brushed up as well. Some of the dust and corrosion and damage from micro-impacts had been smoothed out. Along with a fresh layer of coating, his ship looked as good as new.
Did you encounter any major issues during the overhaul?
Ves asked his Kinner bondsman.
There are always issues,
Crinden responded and handed over a data pad to Ves.
You can study which of the changes have gone through and which one we haven't managed to perform due to various reasons.
The Barracuda is a second-class ship. I'd be surprised if you didn't encounter any setbacks. The security expert began to explain what he accomplished. In short, most of the communication and internal sensor systems were more robust against external intrusions. In addition, by replacing parts that originated from the Friday Coalition with identical parts from the Hexadric hegemony, the ship should no longer be easily accessible by any parties from the former state. Even Hexers will encounter some difficulty in intruding into your ship's network with the new countermeasures I've implemented. Crinden confidently grinned. While any hacker can gain access to systems that are connected in a network, there is no way they can ever intrude in a system that is air-gapped. I've replaced many components that used to communicate with each other wirelessly with less sophisticated wired components. I've also introduced many breaks and other barriers in between the wires in order to close off systems that you truly don't want anyone to access. This includes practically every monitoring and communication system in your stateroom. Finally, I can enjoy some true privacy. The days of Gloriana or her AIs secretly snooping in on him while he worked or slept were finally over. Chapter 1479 Processing Gains. The Barracuda, overhauled to become more secure than ever, joined up with the battle criers before transitioning into FTL. Their visit to the Sentinel Kingdom came at an end. Departing the Sentinel Kingdom and traveling all the way to the Hertog Dominion took a bit less than 2 months of travel. The Barracuda could manage faster, but the slowest ships of the battle criers wouldn't be able to catch up in that case. Ves didn't mind. He obtained an incredible amount of valuable materials, and needed time to study them and process them into useful applications. First, he obtained 4 additional P-stones, thereby bringing his total collection to 6. With so many P-stones, he could begin to perform comparisons and study what they had in common. If he was lucky, he might gather enough clues to deduce the reason why they gained their spiritual attraction properties. Second, he obtained a second F-stone. Ves had high hopes for it, because the first F-stone possessed the remarkable property of charging his spirituality with an additional offensive attribute. Third, he won item number 613 from the Circle of Moda's auction. The rose gold rock was a completely new type of spiritually reactive exotic. Ves couldn't wait to figure out its effects. Fourth, he obtained a sample of unprocessed Sintra Umbra after completing Finley's commission. Since Ves valued his privacy and secrets very highly, processing this high-grade exotic into a cloth before weaving it in a variety of useful articles of clothing was vitally important. Fifth, the grandest prize of all was item number 1255, otherwise known as the ancient sarcophagus. Its value was undeniable. Finley coughed out the equivalent of 20 billion bright credits to win this red crystal-like growth that enveloped the body of an unknown humanoid alien from the same auction. Too expensive! That's enough to fund the development and fabrication of an expert mech. It's enough to cover the cost of founding a large mercenary corps. Ves could have put that sum of money to a lot of good uses. If he truly spent this much money on a single strange object, he would have beat himself up for days. Fortunately, someone else paid for it all. Finley and his mysterious noble faction bankrolled the entire sum, thereby saving Ves the trouble. The only payment he had to make was to form a modification plan that turned regular doom crawlers into engines of mass destruction. Though Ves frequently worried about how his work would be used, he couldn't do anything about it anyway. I've already made my decision and done the deed. It's too late to soothe my conscience, he muttered. Ves decided to keep his eye on the news in the region regardless. He wanted to know if the Spire Helix Annihilators ever showed up. If Finley spoke the truth, the Annihilators would only be put to use in the Nixian Gap, and only once. There should be no reason for them to be put to use in civilized space. For some reason, Ves was rather skeptical of Finley's claims. Now that he thought about it, going through so much trouble to upgrade 80 doom crawlers, only to employ them in a single attack did not make sense. Even if Sentinel nobles were wealthier than usual, Finley's hesitance in spending so much furtals during the auction showed his hesitation at throwing around these kinds of sums. A normal person or organization would never invest upwards of 50 or 60 billion bright credits just to form a bunch of single-use weapons. Ves grimaced even deeper. It's out of my hands. One of the realities of being a mech designer was that he had no control over how his customers used or misused his products. His mechs could be used for noble purposes, such as fighting pirates or guarding vital trade convoys. They could also be used for abominable ends, such as massacring civilians or engaging in piracy. Though Ves tried his best to ignore the latter, it still happened from time to time. It's not my fault! This was the stance he leaned towards. Ves was just a mech designer. Why should he be responsible in the first place? No mech was inherently sinful upon creation. Even a mech armed with nuclear weapons could be put to good use by exterminating pirates and hostile aliens. Ves took a deep breath and cleared his mind. He refused to let the potential misuses of his Spire Helix Annihilator design stop him from improving himself. The rewards he earned from his commission was more than enough to shut up his conscience. Instead of imagining all of the awful ways his Doom Crawler variant could be put to use, he instead diverted his attention to something more pleasant. He had a lot of new materials to study and process. I can do a lot of work in 2 months. In fact, Ves doubted he'd be able to complete all of the work he could do on his ship by the time the fleet reached the Hertog Dominion. He had to set priorities and tackle the tasks that provided him with immediate boosts. Anything that required longer-term study or work to draw out their benefits could be left for later. I can't forget about fabricating a new ultra-compact battery to replenish my second shield generator, he muttered while scratching his chin. I've already gathered the materials, but I've never set aside enough time. He couldn't help it. He only had so much time at his disposal. The warnings given by his fellow mech designers came to the fore. Just because he could do almost anything as a mech designer, didn't mean it was a good idea for him to spread his time so much. He should focus first and foremost on his core profession. From this perspective, Ves shouldn't necessarily be wasting his time on fabricating personal equipment such as another ultra-compact battery. The only reason why he didn't object to doing so in this case was because scaled-up ultra-compact batteries also appeared in high-end mechs. As much as Ves wanted to dive into studying the ancient sarcophagus, he believed it wouldn't be so easy to make some gains in this instance. Though he hadn't been subject to any danger lately, he still prioritized enhancing his own safety whenever it was convenient. He'd already been subject to a few assassinations in his life, and he did not wish to be underprepared when someone else decided to throw a bunch of men to end his life. God damn it, I still haven't gotten to the bottom of that last assassination attempt back in the Chuko Republic, he grumbled. Though he tasked Gavin to investigate the incident and keep an eye on the Chuko Republic, so far they never found a clue why someone wanted to dispatch some rifleman mechs to shoot down his shuttle. Speaking of the Chuko Republic, the state is pretty much done for by now. Despite the great efforts of its president, the latest news that came out all painted a bleak picture. Its 3 major provinces had already started to succumb to external pressure. The Redwell province in particular tried its best to retain its sovereignty, but too many White Wellers wanted the Hinson Protectorate to annex the province and turn a new leaf. Of course, none of this mattered to Ves. He had no stake in the ultimate fate of Chuko. The Komodo Star sector never sat still. New states frequently emerged while others succumbed to the aggression of their neighbors. No matter where humanity had settled, conflict constantly took place. This makes it all the more important for me to empower myself. Though Ves deeply wanted to start spending his available time by studying item number 613 and item number 1255, he only spent enough time to determine that they weren't leaking energy or decaying in any way. As long as they remained inert, he was in no hurry to study them immediately.
This is good. I can take care of more immediate business.
Ves started to spend an entire week in the Barracuda's workshop and lab compartment. He made good use of the high-quality, miniaturized equipment there to process his materials and fabricate the subcomponents of his new ultra-compact battery. Since he already did it once, he spent remarkably little time in cobbling up a new battery. He only slightly revised the battery design he dredged up from his memory in order to incorporate several new insights and innovations. However, the low-quality materials heavily restrained the parameters of his new ultra-compact battery. As he finally put the last pieces into place, he studied his new creation carefully.
It works, but that's it, he sighed. There's nothing new other than a bit more energy capacity.
One of his regrets was that his new ultra-compact battery was non-rechargeable. If he wanted to make a rechargeable version, then he needed to get his hands on higher quality materials.
Meow.
Lucky, who had been napping comfortably atop a lab machine, suddenly woke up and floated down to the workbench where the new ultra-compact battery rested. The cat curiously pawed the battery before eyeing it like a potential snack. Ves quickly swiped the battery.
Don't get any ideas, Lucky.
Meow. After batting aside his cat's attempt to eat his battery, Ves retrieved his second shield generator from the vault and replaced its spent battery with the one he just fabricated.
Here. If you want to munch on something, eat this instead.
Though Lucky did not act particularly enthused when Ves threw the almost spent battery to him, the cat did not refuse the offering. After licking the surface of the worn battery a few times, the cat meowed contentedly and began to nibble at his new prize like it was a delicacy.
Careful! There's still some charge left inside.
Meow. Lucky threw a disdainful look at Ves before resuming his eating. He'd eaten plenty of batteries before. He ate an entire CFA shuttle, which possessed much more powerful batteries. Though Ves still remained a bit disturbed, he wasn't willing to halt his work. He only badgered Lucky into moving into a shielded chamber in the lab while he ate. If some unfortunate discharge occurred, at least it wouldn't strike his sensitive lab equipment. Ves briefly tested his second shield generator and ascertained that it had no problems in drawing power from its new battery. He now possessed 2 working shield generators. He felt inordinately well protected as he wore it under his clothes like another belt.
What do you think, Nita?
He asked his silent but trustworthy bodyguard. She had been the only person he allowed inside his workshop while he worked.
Do you think it's a good idea for me to wear 2 shield generators at once? I don't require one, sir. Your life matters more than mine. She spoke. That's true. They can buy valuable time for you if a mech ever targets you. Carrying 2 shield generators instead of 1 effectively doubles your window of protection. Even if you can buy just 10 more seconds, that's enough time for you to run for cover and engage your stealth measures. That's also true.
He felt better about his selfish decision to wear both shield generators on his body at once. Since his bodyguard approved, he shouldn't feel guilty about depriving Nita or Gavin of the protection of his spare shield generator.
If I get my hands on a 3rd shield generator, I'll assign it to you, he promised. You've been very helpful for me so far. Keeping you alive directly increases my chances of survival.
Nita frowned in disapproval.
Sir, don't spend too much on my account. I'm replaceable. You're not. If I am unable to discharge my duties anymore, you can easily buy a replacement from the Kinner tribe.
Her words astounded Ves. The Kinners indoctrinated their tribesmen far too well. No matter how much Ves encouraged Nita to think of herself as a person, she continually treated herself as a commodity, no different from a slave. It would take a lot more effort for him to disabuse his bodyguard of the notion that she was a human product. In truth, a part of Ves actually liked it. No matter how perverse the Kinners raised their own kind, they were undeniably useful. Chapter 1480 Privacy Regained. As Ves began to process his sample of Sintra umbra, it became clear why people regarded it as a high-grade exotic. Ves couldn't glean anything from scanning the sample of Sintra umbra. Not even his Vulcani multiscanner could ascertain anything from its internal structure. At most, it captured a few unimportant details that his naked eye could already determine by themselves. Its effects are passive and constantly active. Not only that, but the sensor blocking effect was very strong in its most concentrated form. If Ves built an entire vault made out of Sintra umbra, then he would have created a panic room that was strong enough to escape the detection from nearly any scanners except those that incorporated first-class technology and materials. The sample he gained was not enough to create something so luxurious. Fortunately, Sintra umbra was fairly easy to work with. Drawing on a couple of techniques from his knowledge base, he processed the raw material into malleable and flexible fibers. While the fibers he made were rather thin and fragile, Ves threaded them together into strings with the help of a machine. Once he finished this step, he weaved the threads into cloth. Though he screwed up a few times and wasted a portion of the valuable materials, at the end of his labor he produced enough cloth to form various articles of clothing. Still, I can't create an entire ensemble of clothing with this much cloth, he muttered as he stared at the natural black cloth that seemed to suck in the light. After performing some calculations, he eventually came up with a plan to optimize his available Sintra umbra cloth as much as possible. 1 underlayer vac-suit. 1 pair of underwear. 1 form-fitting cover that matches the dimensions of a shield generator. Ves could only manage to divide his available cloth in making 3 products. The latter 2 didn't take up a lot of cloth, but the underlayer vac-suit he wanted to make would use up most of his materials. In truth, he contemplated fashioning a cloak that would complement his Pride of Dusk outfit. However, after some thought, his overcoat already functioned as a sufficient outer layer. Adding a cloak on top of that would look far too pretentious. The main advantage of an underlayer vac-suit is that I can wear it in almost every instance, while a cloak is only really suited when I'm outdoors. Wearing a billowing and stylish cloak might look cool, but it would get in the way if he ever spent his time in a lab, workshop, or manufacturing facility. Having made his choice, Ves began to fashion the cloth into 3 new products. While he wasn't a tailor by any means, he took some crash courses on the subject and let his workshop machines do most of the work on his behalf. Ves had no pretensions that he could match the craftsmanship of a trained and experienced tailor like the old man who made his Pride of Dusk ensemble. Not everything needs to be special, he muttered as he supervised one of the machines that was in the process of sewing together different pieces of cloth. Sometimes, just obtaining something that does the job is enough. In any case, he soon completed the products. Both the smaller articles were made of pure Sintra umbra. As for the larger article, Ves made use of one of his own spare vac-suits and merely added an extra layer on top of it. This allowed him to retain some of its more advanced functions while still benefiting from whole-body sensor shielding. Once he slipped in his new underwear and vac-suit before donning his regular clothes, he hardly felt its presence. However, when he pointed his Vulcani and some of the other scanners in his lab at himself, he collected much less data than before. At the very least, no one was able to ascertain any details about his internal organs. The only exception was his head and hands when his vac-suit was in its dormant state. Only when he commanded it to unfold and cover up his head and the rest of his body into an airtight seal did he manage to defeat most scanners. The less sophisticated scanners detected nothing. It was as if he simply wasn't there. However, the more discerning ones at least identified the presence of a man-shaped anomaly in his place. It couldn't be helped as his very presence displaced the air, blocked radiation and other signals, and exerted weight on the ground. This meant that the utility of his Sintra Umbra vaxxit couldn't be used as a replacement for a genuine infiltrator suit. True stealth systems are always active systems. They perform many tricks to mitigate as many loopholes as possible. Still, even if his Sintra Umbra vaxxit could only play an assisting role as best if he ever wanted to escape pursuit, they still performed their primary function. Nothing could look inside his body anymore. His vaxxit perfectly covered the unusual Jutland organ and the nearly undetectable energy that circulated inside his chest. It also hid the changes sparked by his gene treatments and attribute candy consumption. In fact, the slight padding of his Sintra Umbra vaxxit also did wonders in hiding his exact body contours. This would help him defeat any means of matching his exact body's shape when he didn't want to be tracked while out in public. No matter what, wearing this vaxxit is very useful. There's almost no reason for me to leave it in the closet. If someone wanted to scan him because he wanted to get past a secure checkpoint or something, he could easily bear with the inconvenience of removing his Sintra Umbra vaxxit. The point was that others were only allowed to scan him if he allowed them to. Without his consent or knowledge, no one could gain any meaningful data of what was inside his vaxxit. Ves smirked. That counts double for Gloriana. The reason why he fashioned some of his valuable Sintra Umbra into a pair of underwear was because he wanted some extra insurance. If Gloriana ever attempted to scan him with a high-powered scanner, then his augmented underwear at least served as an unanticipated surprise. He grinned. This is the first time I truly feel I've regained my privacy now. To be fair, his stateroom and his lab compartments were already pretty secure. The overhauls planned by Crinden and him prioritized disconnecting as many unnecessary monitoring systems from them as possible. Along with the implementations of controls that manually disconnected various cables to isolate a compartment completely from the ship, no one should ever be able to hijack a sensor feed in the affected area no matter what kind of backdoors they used. Unfortunately, the overhaul stopped short from extending this protection to the rest of the ship. The Barracuda was simply too interconnected and automated for that to happen. This was why Ves had no problem with wearing his Sintra Umbra vaxxit inside his ship. In fact, he should probably get used to wearing it all the time. Fortunately, it doesn't take much time or effort to clean. I can just dump it into a washing machine while I shower. Though Ves spent an inordinate amount of time and effort on something that most people simply didn't bother with, he truly valued this new addition. Once he became satisfied with his new Sintra Umbra vaxxit and underwear, he turned his attention to the third product he made. He took the sleeve and carefully wrapped it around his second shield generator. After that, he wore it underneath his clothes. By now, it should be public knowledge that I'm always wearing a shield generator. Even if someone attempted to use a powerful scanner to confirm this, there's no way that anyone will be able to detect my second shield generator. Ves really liked what he did. Considering his adventurous life so far, people were bound to send hitmen after him. For some reason, people really didn't like him and wanted him dead. He truly didn't know why. I haven't done anything to merit this treatment. I'm just a mech designer, he lamented. In any case, after an entire week of crafting, his new gear significantly increased his sense of security. To protect himself, he always emphasized stealth and protection measures. While he was no slouch in terms of firepower with the Amistendera, he preferred to leave the fighting to his guards and his mech escorts. Once Ves finished basking in the glow of his new additions, he rubbed his hands and exited to the lab and headed to the vault compartment. Nita and Lucky both followed after him like ceremonial bodyguards. Once they entered the vault, Ves gazed at the locked containers that held his new prizes. Where should I begin? Lucky approached one of the lockboxes strewn on a table and sat on it as if it was his throne. His tail swished back and forth in anticipation. Meow meow. Are you serious? Don't you know how rare and valuable they are? Aren't you happy with your current diet? Meow. Ves sighed in defeat. Yeah, I remember. I did promise to surrender a peace stone to you if I get more samples. Currently, he possessed 6 peace stones. Each of them expanded his excess spiritual energy storage capacity, which was very important to sustain his long-term spiritual activities. They also served as adequate containers of spiritual entities, saving him from giving up a portion of his own mind to host a potentially uncooperative guest. God damn it! He hated the thought of giving up any peace stone. However, when he faced the hopeful expression of his cat, he couldn't muster up an argument to defer his promise. Okay. Just pick one. Meow. Lucky already inspected each of the 6 peace stones and made his choice. Surprisingly, Lucky wanted to gobble up the very first peace stone that Ves had obtained. What made the first peace stone different from the other ones was that Zygra's surviving spirituality spent some time in it. Was this the reason why Lucky preferred it over the other peace stones? Do you want to become a tiger or something? Meow. Come on. Don't pick my first peace stone. Pick one of the newer ones instead. His first peace stone was the most memorable one in his collection. Despite its unremarkable appearance, Ves possessed an emotional attachment to it. He really didn't want to lose the first spiritually reactive exotic he obtained in his life. After a bit of haranguing, Ves managed to get his grumpy cat to settle with his second peace stone. Zygra's spirituality spent a brief moment of time inside, so there might be some traces left of the crowned cat's presence. Meow! This is the best you're going to get. I'm not changing my mind. Though Lucky meowed a few more times, he eventually got over the refusal and began to dive into the lockbox after Ves opened it up. Just like with the spent battery, Lucky slowly nibbled at the bronze-green metallic peace stone like it was a gourmet meal. Is it yummy, Lucky? Meow. Hopefully, you'll grow stronger then. Though Ves dearly wanted to hoard his peace stones, he didn't object to sharing a sample to Lucky if he got something in return. If Lucky managed to assimilate the properties of the peace stone, then he was willing to reduce his collection. As Ves observed Lucky getting lost in his own reality, he found it rather fascinating that Lucky, Zygra, and the Devil Tiger all shared something in common. All 3 of you are gluttonous cats. As Lucky ignored his words, Ves simply shook his head and turned away. You better produce a gem for this. You've been freeloading from me for a long time. Though Lucky never explained why he stopped producing gems, Ves already formed his own answer. Lucky was no longer able to produce low-value gems with minor effects. Eating cheap and low-grade exotics only served to sate his appetite and nothing else. If Ves wanted to put his gem cat to good use, then he needed to feed his pet a diet of higher-value exotics. Though the price was high, the rewards were high as well. If Ves could obtain another batch of gems comparable to the likes of the Ardent Wish or the Sin of Altrium, he'd be able to empower his most important custom mechs. More importantly than that, each use of a high-value gem represented an increased chance of crafting another masterwork mech. Masterwork! He clenched his fist. Even if I can't take credit for my first attempt, now that I know I'm capable of reaching this height, I can definitely repeat this feat. Chapter 1481 Expanding Collection. Before Ves attended the Circle of Moda's auction, he only discovered 2 spiritually reactive exotics. He dubbed them P-stones and F-stones. He deliberately named them in this boring and undescriptive fashion in order to obscure their true purpose. Even if a cultist of the 5 Scrolls Compact heard mention of a P-stone, the crazy fellow would probably dismiss it as a stupid name for a random exotic. Naturally, adopting these bland names also made it difficult for VS to communicate their value and applications to others, but that wasn't a problem to VS. So far, only Lucky knew the most outside of VS himself, but that was slowly changing. He'd been dipping his toes into expanding his circle of trust by letting Nita watch over him as he worked. Even if he didn't speak out and explain about spirituality, she probably picked up some clues about the remarkable nature of the materials he prized so highly. Now that VS finished some of his tasks, he eagerly directed his attention to the 2 unusual items he and Finley won from the auction. "I'd better start with something easy," he muttered as he decided to leave item number 1255 aside for later. "Besides, the equipment I have on hand in this lab is too small to accommodate an object of this size." The ancient sarcophagus was clearly the most powerful and impressive object he obtained from the hisneck system. However, VS harbored a heavy amount of caution over the seemingly dormant object. A crystal coffin that imprisoned an unknown humanoid alien being ought to be an artificial product rather than a product of nature. Whatever alien produced this crystal growth might have slipped all kinds of traps and safeguards into its structure. I can't treat it carelessly lest I break it or something. Another reason why VS wanted to leave it for later was because of the unsettling amount of spiritual activity he sensed from within. Could it be the remnant spirituality of the dead alien being? A cosmic spiritual hitchhiker who randomly latched on to the coffin? A formless collection of wild spiritual energy that sprouted from the environment where the ancient sarcophagus used to rest? VS had no clue, and that scared him. Sometimes, he even entertained fears that he might have unwittingly invited a powerful spiritual predator aboard his ship. Fortunately, nothing unusual had happened while item number 1255 had been brought aboard the Barracuda. None of the crew or his staff acquired a different personality, and no one suffered any nightmares. VS even occasionally swept his spiritual senses over every individual he came across. He detected no spiritual contamination or anything of that nature. That still didn't make him feel relieved, though. The more he observed item number 1255, the more he feared its presence. This is a good thing, VS tried to convince himself. If it isn't so powerful, it's not worth 20 billion bright credits. Rather than keep reinforcing his fears, VS decided to ignore the ancient sarcophagus entirely in favor of something smaller and more manageable. Item number 613 consisted of an unknown exotic that reacted to his spiritual probes in a different fashion from his existing P-stones and F-stones. This means it's likely to be a third type of spiritually reactive exotics. This was good news if it turned out to be true. VS eagerly grabbed the container holding item number 613 and practically ran from the vault and returned to his lab. There, he began to subject the exotic through a whole host of scans and probes. While his Vulcan eye and his miniaturized lab equipment didn't yield as much data as he wanted, he still managed to record a decent amount of energetic activity that confirmed that it was a powerful exotic. Interesting. VS mulled over the readings he interpreted. The P-stones I obtained barely contain any activity, though I've never studied them when they are filled with spiritual energy. The F-stone I've acquired is decently energetic to begin with, but it also starts off with a full charge. In comparison, item number 613 exhibited moderate activity, which suggested that it was a completely new medium-grade exotic. No wonder the Circle of Nita decided to put it up for auction. If not for its completely unknown applications, A lot more wealthy material researchers would have loved to uncover its secrets.
Well, it's all mine now.
Though Ves subjected item number 613 to various scans, he had merely been studying the strange exotic with technological means. He withheld employing his spiritual senses until after he covered the basics. If his spiritual probes ever elicited some kind of reaction or transformation, then he wanted to make sure he possessed the original parameters to compare the changes.
Well, it's finally time.
He smiled. He made sure to take numerous precautions. He placed item number 613 in a protective chamber, and made sure to wear protective lab equipment. While he didn't suspect that the rose gold exotic was some kind of bomb, it was better to be safe than sorry. Once he finished triple-checking all of the sensors and safeguards, he began to concentrate his mind and rouse his spiritual senses. He maintained his distance at first. He switched on his spiritual vision and began to observe item number 613 without disturbing it in any fashion. He spotted no sign that the exotic contained any spiritual energy. It didn't glow in his spiritual vision or throw up any unusual phenomena that signified the presence of a spiritual entity. That did not mean that he was wrong about item number 613. The P-stones didn't appear unusual either in his spiritual vision because they didn't normally contain anything.
Looks like I have to take a risk and probe it deeper.
Just looking at it from afar didn't cut it. He needed to touch it and pry it open in order to figure out its spiritually reactive properties, and from there, its applications. He extended his spiritual senses, which took on a faint real form due to the infusion of his spiritual energy, and began to extend it towards the exotic. Enough time had passed since his mother's visit for his spiritual energy reserves to return to its peak. Ves had already begun to siphon bits of his excess spiritual energy into one of his 5 P-stones. Ves was curious how much excess spiritual energy a P-stone could store. He wondered whether their capacity differed in relation to their mass, volume, density, material composition, or other variables. This reminded him that he should come up with a measurement for spiritual energy. For now, he already apportioned his spiritual energy by how much he replenished in a standard day. In any case, he turned his attention back to item number 613. Before, he only briefly brushed his senses towards the object. Now, he was about to perform a deeper examination.
Here goes!
He extended a small spiritual probe and attempted to push it through the surface of the rose gold exotic. He failed.
So my initial probe back then was right. Item number 613 is capable of acting as a barrier.
One common attribute about spiritual energy was that it passed through nearly any material as if it didn't exist. It was as if spirituality occupied a different physical phase from every other material object. Just like how many types of signals and other forms of radiation effortlessly pass through solid walls or human bodies, spirituality seemed to be able to go wherever it wanted.
It can probably sink in the center of a planet if it can last that long.
Though Ves always observed this kind of behavior, he never assumed it was universally true. Exceptions always existed, but he never imagined encountering one in the flesh today. His interest towards item number 613 increased as Ves employed more and more of his spirituality against the solid rock. He wanted to see if he could break the barrier and sink his spiritual projections beneath the surface. He became more and more reckless as he continually empowered his spiritual projections. He pumped them so full of energy that his reserves in his mind started to decrease at an alarming rate. Even then, he never managed to budge the defenses erected by item number 613. Though he hadn't conducted a full range of tests yet, he tentatively formulated a couple of preliminary assumptions. First, he guessed that the entire composition of item number 613 possessed this spiritual blocking effect. If he cut the rock in two, both halves would still exhibit the same behavior, even along the surface of the cut. Second, the strength of this blocking effect is proportional to the mass or volume of the object. The larger the exotic, the more strength he needed to exert to break through the barrier. In order to test these assumptions, he needed to get physical, because what he was doing now yielded no new information. Even when he deployed nearly all of his free-floating spiritual energy, he hadn't managed to make a single dent in item number 613's defenses. It's strong. At least in this quantity, it's more than enough to block intrusions at my level of strength. Ves wondered whether a more powerful entity such as Kalankso was able to smash it through using sheer brute force. I should focus on the tests that I can perform. He began to activate some lab equipment and attempted to cut a sliver of rock from the surface of item number 613. While the exotic was exceptionally resilient against spiritual energy, its material resilience was relatively mundane. Its toughness is no different from that of an average space rock. Ves mused as he didn't encounter any difficulties in obtaining his slice. If the exotic was as tough as compressed alloy, then Ves would have a lot more trouble trying to cut a precise piece out of the exotic. The portion he sliced off resembled a very tiny rectangular tile. One side was uneven as it bore the natural texture of item number 613's exterior. The other side was as smooth and straight as the cutting implement had sheared it off the main body. It's exactly 10 grams. He didn't dare cut off a greater piece for fear of damaging item number 613's integrity. In order to reassure himself, he began to repeat his earlier experiments and attempted to push his spiritual projections through the surface of the exotic, paying special attention to the abnormally smooth surface of the cut. It's the same. Practically nothing changed. Slicing 10 grams off an object that weighed many kilograms did not affect the exotic's ability to block spiritual energy in any significant way. This increased his interest towards the rectangular sample he cut off. Was it as strong as the main body, or was it as weak as the diminutive size suggested? Let's see. Ves began to probe it carefully with his spiritual energy. It managed to block his weak attempts at punching through. So it still works even when cut out of the main body. That was a relief to him. He didn't relish trying to make use of item number 613 in its natural space rock form. In order to make best use of this material, he wanted to process and mold it into a more fitting form. Emboldened by his initial attempts, Ves employed more and more of his spiritual strength. However, just as he was about to ramp up, his spirituality finally pushed through the resistance and began to sink into the object. In fact, after employing a tiny bit more strength, his spirituality began to pass through the rectangular sample with only a minor amount of resistance. It's like pushing my finger through a surface of water. As long as he employed enough strength, he no longer felt the resistance. This result disappointed him a bit, though he already expected that something like this would happen. His hopes of creating a micrometer-thick wall to form a barrier that blocked any spiritual intrusions were dashed. Well, at least this exotic behaves according to logic and common sense. Ves performed some additional experiments. He cut additional specimens from the surface of item number 613. They differed from the first piece by their volume or mass. Once he performed a raft of probes on all of the pieces, he confidently concluded that the strength of the spiritual blocking effect was proportional to its mass. The heavier, the stronger. Ves knew for sure now that he discovered a third type of spiritually reactive exotics. I'm not sure if it's only my energy it's capable of blocking, but for now I've ascertained enough to bestow it a name. Seeing that its main effect was to block spiritual energy, he decided to stick to his current naming scheme and dubbed it the B-Stone. Welcome to my collection, B-Stone. Chapter 1482, Sparking New Insights. Item number 613, which Ves dubbed the B-Stone, exhibited simple properties. It blocked spiritual energy. The higher the mass, the more effective the blocking strength. Ves could easily pierce a sheet of B-Stone as thin as a fingernail with a spiritual jab. However, layering several sheets of B-Stone on top of each other increased the blocking strength, as if they were a single whole. This made working with B-Stones a lot more convenient. He continually cut more and more rectangular sheets from the B-Stone, and kept layering them against each other. He kept doing this until his full-strength spiritual probe could no longer pierce through the material.
It's kind of strange.
Ves scratched his chin.
My spiritual energy loses a bit of force and energy if the B-Stone isn't thick enough, but it's still able to go through. However, the moment I add in just a single sheet, the B-Stone turns into a solid wall. I can't even get past the front door anymore.
Against weak opponents, a decent layer of B-Stone offered total protection against spiritual intrusions. Even if Ves faced a powerful entity as strong as Kalankso, the B-Stone still weakened and sapped the strength of any powerful spiritual attacks.
B-Stone is really easy to use.
Ves liked its straightforwardness. Compared to the abstruse mechanics of P-Stones, or the unfathomable source of charged energy in F-Stones, a B-Stone simply functioned as a shielding material against a specific type of energy. As an engineer, Ves appreciated the simple rules behind the B-Stone's spiritual blocking phenomenon. Because of its regular and predictable properties, Ves could make precise calculations on how much B-Stone he needed to design and fabricate a particular application. He began to record the parameters of the B-Stone for the rest of the day. He took a specific quantity of spiritual energy and tested how much B-Stone was required to block that specific amount. All of this sounded like boring work, but Ves never lost his interest. The more he became familiar with B-Stones, the more he gained a feel of its workings. At the end of the day, Ves recorded all of the parameters in his personal database. Of course, Ves did not stupidly describe the spiritual blocking phenomenon in a way that hinted at the existence of either spirituality or psionics. Crinden's frequent warnings always reminded him that no electronic system or database was truly secure. It was better to start with the assumption that his records would always be accessed by a hacker, infiltrator, or spy. For that reason, Ves merely typed up a bunch of gibberish that he had mentally encoded with his own form of encryption. His highly capable mind was easily capable of emulating the functions of a computer to this extent as long as the encryption wasn't too complex. Of course, even if a genius was still able to decrypt his gibberish records, they would only be able to obtain a bunch of random code words and numbers that meant nothing to the wrong person. Only a high-ranking mech designer who specialized in the same direction of research as Ves would be able to infer that the data described a material that hindered the passage of spiritual energy.
I won't say a mech designer like that doesn't exist, he cautioned himself. Exceptions always exist. The galactic mech community is humongous and incredibly varied.
Even so, the chances of encountering another mech designer who specialized in spirituality was very low. At the very least, Ves believed he wouldn't encounter any of them in this corner of the galaxy. Now that Ves recorded all of the properties of his B-Stone, he stopped his investigations and took back the B-Stone from the scanning machines. After continually cutting samples from item number 613, it now featured lots of rectangular cutoffs on its surface. He had practically skinned its surface in order to obtain enough sheets to block his spiritual probes. What he had accomplished today not only increased his familiarity with a new type of spiritually reactive material, but also advanced his understanding of the nature of spirituality.
However, I'm still limited by my own strength, he idly complained.
His spirituality attribute had grown since he advanced to journeyman, but the quantity of free-floating spiritual energy in his mind was still too weak. With his design seed hogging most of his spirituality, the leftovers only enabled him to exert a small proportion of his strength in areas unrelated to mech design. This also made it hard for him to imagine whether he even needed the protection afforded by B-stones. This was a very valid question, as so far Ves had only witnessed spiritual energy being used to empower one's own abilities. In other words, it was like a fuel that enabled a spiritually strong entity to perform special abilities that bent or broke the rules of reality. However, if someone dumps a bucket of fuel over me and ignites it in some way, it can still be deadly. Nonetheless, Ves believed it was a bit far-fetched for him to utilize B-stones as protection against direct spiritual attacks. Not even Kalanxo utilized her formidable spirituality in such a fashion. After a bit of thinking, Ves came up with a number of possible applications. First, he could utilize B-stones to form a prison for uncooperative spiritual entities. The problem here is that P-stones already serve this function. That did not mean that B-stones became redundant. The suction force exerted by P-stones was not omnipotent. Unlike B-stones, the effect of P-stones couldn't be strengthened by layering them against each other. Ves had already cut off a tiny slice of P-stone during his previous experimentations in order to test that assumption. Each P-stone formed a completely new nucleus. They were self-contained entities that didn't combine their forces with other P-stones in the vicinity. This meant that even if he pressed 100 identical P-stones together, he'd only form a collection of 100 smaller cells instead of one huge chamber. In fact, when he attempted to melt the small sample of P-stone he cut off from one of the primary P-stones, it lost its effect. P-stones lose their properties when subject to heavy processing. All of this probably didn't matter if Ves only used his P-stones as spiritual energy batteries. However, if Ves captured a very strong spiritual entity one day, his P-stones might not be strong enough to keep something powerful contained in place. This was where B-stones could come in. Since it was easy to work with and retained its properties no matter how much Ves beat it up, he could easily shape the B-stone into a barrier around an P-stone. It's like building prison walls around the main prison building. It's a second line of defense. As long as Ves possessed a sufficient quantity of B-stones, he could potentially imprison the most powerful spiritual entities in the galaxy. Even ace pilot-like entities like Kalanxo would have no choice but to stay put if Ves built a cell out of B-stones that was many meters thick. Perhaps even god pilots or comparable entities can be isolated in this fashion. The only downside was that B-stones only blocked spirituality and did nothing else. P-stones still played a role in imprisoning spiritual entities because they formed an adequate substitute of physical bodies. Without the sheltering function provided by P-stones, spiritual entities would slowly degrade because they lacked the nurturing of a real home. The best home was a physical body, but now that Ves thought about it, he never thought about the fact that his designs and mechs also served as adequate homes. Ves believed this was mostly due to bleeding his spirituality over his mechs and mech designs. Because he subliminally invested his spiritual energy into his works, they gained the ability to shelter and maybe even nurture any spiritual entities that resided in their spiritual shells. In fact, Ves even suspected for a very long time that his design spirits benefited more if his mechs grew more popular. The more mech pilots a design spirit connected with, the more symbiotic relationship it formed. Each proper relationship is mutually beneficial. Both the mech pilot and the mech derive benefits from their bond, Ves observed. This was one of the core assumptions of his design philosophy, after all. If Ves extended this line of reasoning, then forming more relationships meant that a design spirit harvested more benefits. Of course, Ves assumed that low-ranking mech pilots only provided minimal benefits. A bond with an expert candidate or expert pilot was probably 1,000,000,000 or 1,000,000,000,000 times stronger. VS grinned. It's interesting how discovering new materials can elicit so many new insights. He observed many different phenomena related to spirituality, but he never paid attention to some of his more peculiar observations. Only when prompted by different stimuli did he begin to look back at his old observations and realize that something exceptional was happening right under his nose. Each new phenomena he came in touch with expanded his grasp on spirituality. With a greater amount of context, his old observations began to fit into place like pieces in a puzzle. If I've already managed to obtain these gains from just 3 exotics that are relevant to my specialty, then what about 6? What about 12? He could scarcely imagine what kind of brainstorms would ensue if he came in touch with so many different kinds of spiritually reactive exotics. One of the reasons why mech designers spent so much money and effort on certain exotics was to initiate brainstorms that substantially advanced their understanding in their own fields. He basked in the new insights he just formed, each of which illuminated another facet of spirituality and spiritual engineering. Once he came off his high, he turned his attention back to the present and stared at the chunk of B-stone. He wondered whether he should preserve it in its current form or make use of it immediately. This is my only sample so far, but unlike P-stones, I've already figured out what I needed to learn. There's no use keeping it in storage. However, VS couldn't come up with an immediate application. What do I need? Maybe he should make use of it to form a barrier against hostile spiritual intrusions and invasions. He already attacked or intruded upon several spiritual entities in the imaginary realm. While he always got away with his attempts, he might provoke a powerful existence into chasing him back to his body. That would be really bad if the entity he provoked was strong. VS looked at his B-stone with a dubious expression. It had enough mass to form a thick helmet with plenty of material to spare. A helmet won't offer protection in every direction. Even if I make the entire faceplate solid, it will still have a huge hole to accommodate my neck. Unfortunately, the amount of B-stone he possessed fell short of forming an entire suit of protective armor. He'd have to spread out his B-stone so much that its layer of protection could easily be pierced by someone of his strength. Eventually, he decided to make a protective container out of his available B-stone. He processed the raw B-stone through various machines and hand tools and quickly crafted most of its mass into a fairly thick lockbox with a purely mechanical door and locking mechanism. VS also drew upon the stores of other strong materials stored on the Barracuda and added some much-needed physical reinforcement to the contraption. While it wouldn't save the lockbox against being flattened by the foot of a mech, it was more than sufficient to survive someone shooting at it with infantry weapons. The B-stone lockbox looked thicker than other lockboxes. Despite its size and lack of functions, it was the only container in his possession that blocked and isolated spirituality in both directions. He proceeded to test it by placing one of his P-stones inside. The P-stone contained a decent charge of excess spiritual energy which VS could easily detect with his spiritual senses. However, once he closed the lockbox, he no longer felt any trace of the P-stone's spiritual activity. He attempted to project his spirituality through the lockbox and sensed the P-stone that was stored inside. He failed. It works! Not only did he form a container that could potentially assist him in imprisoning powerful spiritual entities, he could also store sensitive materials inside. Anyone who possessed the power to detect spiritually active materials would not be able to peek what VS had stored inside. To be honest, VS had another reason to make use of his B-stone to craft a lockbox. He wanted to shield his valuable treasures against the only person who stole from him on a regular basis. His mother. Ha ha! He laughed as he rubbed his cheek against the surface of his new lockbox.
With you around, my mother won't have any clue.
Chapter 1483 Still Human. Investigating and processing his soul beastone took far less time than he thought. With the fleet still more than a month away from reaching the Hertog Dominion, VS had a lot of time on his hands. To be honest, VS was afraid of tackling the most valuable object he gained from his visit to the Synnax system. The more his thoughts strayed towards the ancient sarcophagus, the more he became apprehensive about what he might encounter in his investigations. The strange, red crystalline coffin loomed heavily in his heart. Strangely enough, his intuition didn't issue anything more than a vague and ambiguous hint, but his instincts, and some of his other impulses exhibited an increasing amount of fear.
What the hell is going on?
VS shook his head. He suddenly realized that his creeping sense of fear towards item number 1255 might not be a natural phenomenon. Instead, he began to suspect that some kind of external influence artificially increased his apprehension towards the ancient sarcophagus.
Is it indoctrinating me? Is there something alive inside?
VS occasionally entertained the idea that the alien body that rested inside might not be dead. Even after eons had passed, the red crystal surrounding the body might have been able to preserve or even nurture the lingering spirituality that remained after the death of the alien individual inside.
This coffin was found in some kind of temple in an alien ruin, VS recalled. Whoever is buried inside must be an esteemed individual in their civilization.
It was akin to the crystal builder leader corpse he retrieved a long time ago. The most formidable individuals of their races always possessed something special that helped them stay in charge. What kind of powers did the alien individual locked inside the ancient sarcophagus possess? How much of that remained after the alien's death? Had it mutated somehow after the passage of eons of times? The most frustrating part about this situation was that VS didn't have any proof to substantiate his guesses. He could work his overactive imagination all he wanted, but all he got in return was pure speculation.
The only way I can resolve my doubts is to tackle the bull by the horns. I can't delay this investigation any further. Otherwise, I'll grow too afraid to even begin my investigation.
Despite his urgency, VS did not immediately pull out the ancient sarcophagus from his vault. He wanted to enter into his most optimal state before he started his examination. He looked at the spiritual lockbox he just fashioned. The peastone inside only contained a few days' worth of excess spiritual energy.
That's not enough. I need to build up a larger reserve.
To VS, spiritual energy was akin to the supplies of a mech regiment. When mechs deployed in battle, they used up a varying amount of fuel, energy, and ammunition. They also sustained damage to their structure. If the mech regiment brought an abundant supply train, then they could easily replenish what the mechs had expended, allowing it to return into battle after a round of servicing. However, a mech regiment that brought an insufficient quantity of supplies quickly lost battle effectiveness. With continuing attrition, mechs returned from battle with low energy levels, serious battle damage, and no ammunition. If these deficiencies couldn't be remedied, then that was the end. VS believed that this analogy might be relevant to this situation. If the ancient sarcophagus held some kind of hostile spiritual entity, then VS may be forced into a spiritual battle of some sorts. His experiences and confrontations against spiritual entities taught him that attrition still applied in this type of conflict. His attempts to disturb Zygra's presence in the imaginary realm from suppressing Vesca's to its breaking point could have gone a lot better if he wasn't so hesitant about expending his scarce spiritual energy.
It's really hard to fight with limited supplies, he muttered. I'll stand a better chance if I accumulate a deeper reserve.
He planned to wait a few days to store more excess spiritual energy into his peastones. Not too much, though. If he delayed for too long, The fear he held towards the ancient sarcophagus would become rooted in his mind.
I'll see how far I can go before I have to make a move.
Until then, Ves had plenty of tasks to occupy his time with. This seemed like a good time to investigate the supposed gift his parents left behind for his recent birthday. Ves retrieved a tiny box from the vault and opened it up. A pair of carbon black rings rested inside. Both of them were small enough to wrap around a finger with plenty of room to spare. Neither of them fit him in their current state, but that wasn't a big deal. His mother already suggested to him that he should use it as the base of a more sophisticated pair of rings. Wedding rings. He frowned at the rings. Despite their plain appearance, there must be a reason why his father and mother chose these rings in particular.
My parents didn't wear any strange rings if I recall.
When Ves inspected the rings with his spiritual senses, he didn't pick up anything peculiar at first. However, the more he probed it with his spirituality, the more he started to feel something strange about the rings.
There's something inside one of the rings.
As Ves probed deeper, he finally discovered that it held a minuscule mote of spiritual energy. As soon as his spiritual projection touched it, a stream of data suddenly occupied his attention. Seconds later, his attention cleared up. His eyes widened due to what he experienced. His mother implanted another spiritual message into an object. As soon as his spirituality came in touch with it, the message transmitted straight to his mind.
How is she doing this? More importantly, can I do this as well?
This was the second time he encountered a spiritual method of communication. This time, he didn't hear his mother's voice. Instead, the information his mother left behind implanted directly into his mind. In fact, the method shared several similarities with how the system imparted knowledge to him after he exchanged his DP for a skill. His impression of his mother, as some kind of spiritual sorceress, only increased. The more she revealed her abilities, the more Ves felt as if his own progress in this field was trivial in comparison.
There's no point comparing myself to her, he whispered to himself. I should focus on my own advancement instead of looking enviously at the accomplishments of others.
Mech designers were already taught to avoid comparing themselves to others. The existence of seniors, masters, and star designers meant there were lots of people who clearly surpassed the vast majority in their profession.
Besides, I'm still young.
That caused him to wonder about his mother's age. Was her record even accurate? What if her spirit was younger than her body? The suggestion that his mother might be a centuries-old hag who hopped from body to body as if she donned new clothes sent a chill through his spine. The beginnings of an existential crisis threatened to take over his mind.
Some secrets are best left in the dark.
He shoved his mind of all superfluous thoughts and focused his attention back to the plain, black pair of wedding rings. The message his mother imparted him only revealed a few scarce details. First, the material used to make the wedding ring was actually a high-grade exotic that his parents came across in the Nyxian Gap. They obtained it at great cost and somehow managed to process the material into a pair of ring bases. The reason why the ring bases didn't elicit any reactions to his probes at first was because they were somewhat similar to pea stones.
They aren't special by themselves. They're akin to containers.
Different from pea stones, they possessed an extra property, one that justified forming them into wedding rings. Frankly, the implications of the message disturbed Ves a bit. He could choose not to make use of the rings, but that would be discarding a powerful tool.
There's a lot of potential in their use, but the price I need to pay is not something I can ignore.
Ves was very surprised that his mother unearthed something so powerful. The Nyxian Gap was a treasure trove of spiritually reactive exotics. Whatever material the wedding rings were made of turned out to be the fourth spiritually reactive exotic he came across. It was also the one with the most powerful effects that he discovered up to now. He closed the box and placed it back in the vault. For now, it was way too early for Ves to commit to their use. Once he followed the instruction of his mother's message, he would pass a point of no return. Wearing the rings is literally a lifelong commitment. I have to be absolutely sure I chose the right person to spend the rest of my life with. If I screw this up, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Both he and his partner would have to pay a big price to activate the rings. When Ves thought about proposing to someone like Gloriana, the spike of fear he felt exceeded his apprehension towards the ancient sarcophagus. He could handle the latter, but he wasn't necessarily sure that he could handle his current girlfriend. I'd better keep these rings buried as deeply as possible. I don't want Gloriana to get in touch with them before I am ready to make a choice. For now, thoughts of tying the knot with Gloriana was way too premature. Despite her overpowering enthusiasm for him, they barely knew each other. Ves needed much more time to see if he could form a healthy relationship with the Hexer. Even if I can't, I might not have a choice. Any relationship they might form would be dysfunctional, to say the least. Both of them were simply too weird to act normal. From this perspective, we fit together pretty well. The point was that if their relationship turned out to be less than ideal, Ves may still consider tying himself together to Gloriana. This was because he might decide to take advantage of the practical benefits she brought into the relationship. Her talent as a mech designer and her identity as a scion from a prominent Hexer dynasty extended a lot of protection. Leeching off his girlfriend's wealth also assisted him in obtaining stuff he couldn't obtain on his own. The pure asthmas that Gloriana arranged for him without an excessive price was one good example. At most, I'll treat her as my sugar mommy. Ves wasn't satisfied with that, though. Though he loved his work more than anything, he still wanted to share his passion with a like-minded partner. A purely transactional relationship where both mech designers only came together in order to borrow from each other's design philosophies was not unheard of. Yet Ves scrunched his face at the thought of entering into a loveless union. I'm still human. If his relationship with Gloriana turned out to be too dysfunctional or one-sided, then Ves should seek to disentangle himself from her. No matter how obsessed she was with him, he didn't want to waste his chances to experience genuine love. Of course, rejecting someone like Gloriana was easier said than done. He'd have to make her detest him in order to get rid of her entanglement, but Ves had no idea how he could do that. With her intelligence and determination, she'd easily see through his attempts to lower her opinion of him. Even if he was the ugliest man in the galaxy, her obsession with him would still be strong because of the potential benefits she stood to gain if they started working together. For this reason, it would be better if he found some way to make his relationship with Gloriana work. Chapter 1484 Good News. Ves spent a few days catching up to his paperwork. He also diverted some time to talk with Gavin, Nita, Crinden, Commander Cinnabar, and his subordinates back home. Nothing unusual happened during the time he conducted his research, so he didn't hear anything new. His subordinates only passed on routine information to him, which he quickly shoved to the back of his mind. Both the LMC and the fleet were stable. Only the environment experienced some shifts. The escalating Sandman invasion kept exerting more and more pressure. The border states bore the brunt of the assaults so far, and were so egregious that the CFA finally came into action. Good news, boss, Gavin announced one day. The CFA finally got their act together and are done with mobilizing a war fleet. Do you know where the war fleet is heading? They're dispatching their warships straight into the deep frontier. They're going to attack and wipe out all of the core settlements of the Sandmen. By the time the war fleet is done with razing all of the Sandmen settlements, their civilization will be completely wiped out.
The CFA has promised to stamp out the Sandman Emperor and any other high caste members of their race. A CFA warship was very formidable. Multiple modern battleships and numerous other capital ships formed the nucleus of a huge fleet that was capable of wiping out an entire civilization in a matter of months or years. The number of escort ships that accompanied a typical CFA war fleet numbered in the hundreds. There was no doubt about the CFA's determination to shatter the Sandman civilization. They were no longer willing to tolerate the presence of this hostile alien race along the border of human space. However, details mattered. Something about Gavin's wording didn't sit straight with Ves. He narrowed his eyes. Benny, the CFA is only dispatching a single war fleet, right? Right. And they're sending it straight into the frontier in order to uproot the foundation of the Sandman Empire, right? Right. What about the scattered Sandman fleets that are crashing into the border states like locusts? Has the CFA sent any reinforcements to bolster the defenses of the states in the war theater? I guess that's a no. Gavin stopped smiling. According to the news I've gathered, the CFA left the job of defending interior to the MTA. It's a matter of jurisdiction, you see. The CFA defended humanity beyond its borders while the MTA defended humanity from within. This summed up the essence of their power-sharing deal. What does the MTA have to say? I don't know. Then find out. Gavin quickly activated his comm and browsed the galactic net. After a bit of searching, his face started to fall. The MTA's Komodo branch just published out a new statement. You won't like it, boss. Just tell me. The MTAs say that they are unable to commit an organized response to the current alien incursion into human space. The most they can do is to activate some of the garrison forces they've stationed at the star systems under threat to defend the local planets. Ves frowned. Is that all? Yes. The rest of their statement is filled with a lot of bureaucratic language, but they're essentially telling the states that they're already strong enough to resist the Sandman threat on their own. It isn't worth the effort for the MTA to mobilize their compliance department on a massive scale to wipe out the Sandmen fleets that are wreaking havoc in human space. The callousness of this message astounded the both of them. While the CFA at least mobilized an entire war fleet, all the MTA was willing to do was to activate the defense forces that were already stationed in the threatened regions. What the hell are they thinking? Ves burst out. The Tamaris Federation and the other border states are practically drowning in Sandmen. Maybe. They really don't have the forces at hand to mop up all of the scattered Sandmen fleets that have infiltrated human space. That was a very realistic possibility. Ves already witnessed numerous instances where the CFA failed to discharge their responsibilities. Their absence was keenly felt by many powers of the Komodo star sectors. Regardless of how many people disparaged the MTA for failing to match the CFA's commitment, the association didn't budge. Gavin summed up the reality of the situation. No one can force the MTA to commit more forces to our star sector's defense. Whatever their reasons, we have no choice but to accept their excuses. The only saving grace about the MTA's inaction is that they aren't wrong. So far, the Sandmen fleets have opted to scatter and raid many different star systems. If they combined their forces into greater numbers, then they could have easily overrun the core systems of the Tamaris Federation by now. The invading Sandmen exhibited no coherent strategy. Each individual Sandman admiral commanded their retainers by themselves. This had led to the occurrence of lots of smaller battles and skirmishes. The only times when a major battle broke out was if multiple Sandmen fleets independently invaded the same star system at the same time. As long as these kinds of coincidences didn't happen too often, the local mech forces were still able to defeat the Sandmen fleets on their own strength.
However, the problem here was that there were way too many star systems under attack, and too few forces to defend them all. Even if the Tamaris Federation and all the other states had conscripted every local mercenary corps and private outfit to help out in the defense, many small and unimportant rural planets were left without any adequate defenses. The locals who lived there were left to fend for themselves, and the Sandmen were never merciful towards human life. Attracted by the power generators and other energy sources of human settlements, the Sandmen descended upon them like a tsunami of sand, devouring everything in their way. Ves and Gavin both browsed the galactic net and read the analyses of the local publications. The Rimward Star Herald immediately published an article that painted a bleak picture for the near future. According to the Herald, the situation will grow worse before it gets better, Ves described as his eyes kept skimming over other articles. The CFA war fleet will scatter some of its forces once they reach the space occupied by the Sandman race. They'll quickly wipe out all the Sandman settlements and colonies in the deep frontier, thereby cutting off the flow of invaders pouring into human space. I see. So we only have to hold out for a couple of years before the Sandmen fleets that are already en route exhaust themselves? Yes. Without their empire, the only Sandmen that exist are the ones in space who are led by Sandman admirals. These admirals aren't very smart or inventive by human standards. They only know how to follow their instructions, even if they don't make any sense due to new developments. So basically we need to weather the storm for a couple of years, is that right? Right. Ves started to frown. However, the problem is that the current intensity of Sandman attacks is very high. It's doubtful whether the Tamaris Federation can hold out for more than a year. If the first line of border states fall, the second line of border states will come under threat. When the second line falls, the third line will face the brunt of the attacks. That means the Bright Republic will come under threat. Gavin glowered. Depending on how you look at it, our state is in the third line or fourth line of defense. If the Sandmen fleets punch through the Coman Federation, our star systems will come under assault. Both of them shared grim looks with each other. This was because they realized very clearly that the Bright Republic was not in a good shape right now. Almost 2 years had passed since the Bright Republic concluded their latest war against the Vesia Kingdom. The state was still recovering from the aftermath of this intensive conflict. Ves wondered if Senator Tovar and Prince Colchester received advance warning of this invasion. He shook his head. The Sandmen were very distant, and hadn't made any major movements during the time of the peace treaty signing. Ves processed the news he read and put what he learned into context. The war ended early, but that doesn't mean the damage is light. We can still put up a fight if we have to, but I don't think we'll fare any better than the Tamaris Federation if we face the same intensity of Sandmen attacks. For now, it doesn't seem as if the main thrust of the Sandman invasion is directed at the Bright Republic, but who knows if this will change. It depends on how quickly the CFA can smash the Sandman Empire, Gavin emphasized. The faster they cut off the flow of invaders, the fewer Sandman fleets we have to deal with. It's pretty crazy when you think about how many Sandmen are committed to these attacks. They're probably hollowing out their empire at this very moment. By the time the CFA war fleet reaches Sandman territory, I bet they'll only be bombarding a bunch of empty nests. If the entire Sandman civilization truly migrated their entire race into human space, then the CFA's response was pointed in the wrong direction. They should have sent their war fleet to the border states instead. Those goddamn territorial elitists! Ves cursed. He knew enough about the CFA that they looked down on space peasants and disdained the impoverished star sectors of the galactic rim. The MTA was supposed to be different and stand up for the common people because they were far more willing to hire locals. Yet the factional strife within their ranks left the supporters of the galactic rim on the back foot. In the end, the supposed protectors of humanity were far too lofty to be relied upon by locals. They had greater concerns to deal with, and were barely willing to direct their attention to threats they considered minor. It was easy to guess why their responses had been so lackadaisical. The Big Two was so mighty that the Sandman race represented a nuisance at best. VS believed that the MTA and CFA had long been preoccupied with more important matters. Whether that justified their relative inaction remained to be seen. He turned to Nita, who quietly stood guard all this while. "What do you think about the Big Two's actions?" She shrugged. "I'm not too familiar with them. It sounds like you know more about them than me, sir. I highly suggest you drop your plans to return to the Bright Republic and relocate somewhere deeper into the interior of the Star Sector. Visiting your girlfriend's home would be ideal." "No way." "We can't," Gavin echoed his boss. "The Bright Republic is our home. We have a duty to defend our state." That caused VS to send a questioning glance at his assistant. "If I recall, the Mech Corps drafted me to support the war effort. You, on the other hand, remained at the LMC. If anyone is about to do their duty, it's me, not you. I've got the medals to prove my worth. I am still doing my part by assisting you in doing your work. Don't discount my contribution." Yeah, whatever you say, Benny." Even if the both of them were committed to assisting the Bright Republic in this sudden conflict, neither of them liked it. The recent war had left a lot of scars behind. Even a civilian like Gavin who escaped the brutality of the fighting had been affected by all of the recent suffering. "You know, since we're fighting a common enemy this time, is it possible that we'll fight alongside the Visians?" VS mused. Gavin looked scandalized. "There are archenemies. There's no way a Brighter Mech Division and a Visian Mech Legion will ever tolerate each other's presence. There's too much bad blood between us to keep ourselves in check." "I'm not so sure about that. Old hatreds won't last in the face of a greater threat." Chapter 1485 Preoccupied. The prospect of a Sandman invasion sweeping through half the star sectors weighed heavily on the people aboard the Barracuda. VS already encountered the Sandmen in battle during his Vandal days. While he did not rate their intelligence and reasoning abilities very highly, their peculiar racial abilities turned them into very formidable foes. Fortunately, the Sandmen were nowhere close to matching the strength of any of the 7 apex races. From a galactic perspective, they were a bunch of space vermin that humanity could squash like a bug any time they wanted. The only problem here was that the Big Two discounted them so much that they barely lifted their fingers to address this crisis. While it was true that the Sandmen could be defeated by the local mech forces of the Komodo Star Sector, the aliens threatened to overrun a lot of states before they finally ran out of steam. Practically all of the states in the vicinity of the frontier pleaded for more assistance. Yet the Big Two refused to take further action. In their eyes, the Komodo Star Sector was more than capable enough to fend off the Sandmen by themselves. That might be true, but only if the entire Star Sector collectively takes action, Captain Sylvestra opined when VS visited the bridge. If the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony both commit a fourth of their mech militaries to the defense effort, the line will definitely hold. They'll never do it. Any reinforcement fleet they send out to the border with the frontier is one less fleet they can rely on to attack or defend their neighboring rival. VS immediately guessed. The rivalry between the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony was as intense as the hatred between the Bright Republic and the Visia Kingdom. The only difference was that the two states hadn't fought a formal war yet since the opening of the Komodo Star Sector. The reason for that was that the firepower at their disposal was so destructive that the fighting would be incredibly ruinous. Both sides bided their time, kept accumulating their strength for the inevitable war that decided the fate of their star sector. The winner of their titanic clash would gain complete dominance over the Komodo Star Sector as its sole second-rate state. The loser faced complete dissolution and exile as all of their territories and most of their fixed assets fell in enemy hands. No one dared to bet which side was destined to win. Both second-rate states hid a lot of cards up their sleeves. The mechs they showcased in public or revealed glimpses of only represented a portion of their might. Still, even if they only exhibited a portion of their unfathomable depth, even a little bit of assistance could turn the battle at the border states around.
I've recently came across a rumor about that, sir. According to the gossip that I have heard, the two second-rate states have already reached out to the border states of the first and second lines of defense.
VS looked skeptical.
Are the Friday men and Hexers offering their assistance? They are, but only a limited amount of forces. They have offered to dispatch some of their second-class mercenary corps to assist in the defense effort at their charge. That's not enough. They ought to dispatch their military mech regiments to blunt the invasion. I haven't heard any word about that. The second-rate states have kept all of their military forces in place. They're only willing to contract their more dispensable and weaker mercenary corps to the border.
Neither of them understood the relative inaction of the second-rate states. Dispatching the dregs of their mech community against the Sandman was hardly the commitment that VS found acceptable. The foremost powers of their star sector should have exhibited more leadership during this sudden crisis.
The second-rate states were never under threat to begin with.
VS rubbed his chin as he formulated some guesses.
If the Sandmen race overrun the Bright Republic and all the other states, they'll never be able to breach the defensive lines of the coalition and the hegemony.
For this reason, either states exhibited a lot of urgency towards this threat. While they could doubtlessly earn a lot of goodwill from the rest of the star sector if they selflessly deployed their premier mech divisions to the border, no amount of goodwill was worth decreasing their defenses against their hated rival.
Your girlfriend is a dynastic hexer, right? Maybe you should ask her for the inside story. I'm sure she's willing to explain the situation to you since your home state is in the invasion path of the Sandmen. I'll try, but I'm doubtful whether she's aware of the inside story. She isn't affiliated with the military as far as I know.
The two chatted some more, but they gained little else. The lack of information hindered their attempts to figure out the bigger picture. All they could agree on was that they couldn't count on the Big Two or the regional second-rate states to bail out the border states. Aside from some token assistance, the states facing the brunt of the Sandman invasion were on their own. When VS exited the bridge of the Barracuda and walked back to his stateroom, Nita shared her own thoughts on the matter.
The Big Two are concerned with greater threats. They have never prioritized individual lives. Even if the Sandmen ruin half of our star sector, it doesn't affect the total strength of humanity at all. Eventually, the Sandmen will exhaust themselves and go extinct. What has been lost can easily be rebuilt in a century. I know that.
VS sighed.
They're powerful, but their strength comes at a price. I think one of the reasons why they have reduced their presence in this region lately is because it's not economical for them to intervene.
A first-class mech might be able to defeat hundreds of third-class mechs in battle, but it costs vastly more to make and to deploy them in action.
As for the second-rate states, you're right that they are guarding against the greater threat, sir. To the Friday Coalition, the Hexadric hegemony is a far greater danger to them than the entire Sandmen Empire. They don't gain anything of importance if they commit their military forces to the border states. The appreciation of the third-rate states they've assisted is of little consequence in their struggle for dominance against their rival.
VS described the brutal truth.
Even if every third-rate state in the star sector hates their guts, as long as they defeat their archenemy, everyone else has no choice but to fall in line.
The staring contest between the Hexers and the Friday men lasted for centuries. Neither side had made a move. VS did not expect this pattern to change. Launching an attack against their rival in the middle of a large-scale Sandman invasion was extremely unwise. Yet even if the two second-rate states kept all of their military forces on standby and in peak condition, either of them were charitable enough to bail the border states out. Not if it affected their readiness against the greater threat. Even in the face of a common foe, humanity still can't let go of their grudges against their own kind. Infighting is a poison that has brought our race to the brink of extinguishing ourselves. The Age of Mechs is practically defined by internal struggles. That was a remarkably insightful opinion from Nita. It's true that we have stopped addressing external alien threats. Ves agreed. That has given races like the Sandmen enough breathing room to become serious nuisances. Since the end of the Age of Conquest, humanity stopped conquering new territory. Aside from sporadic cleanups, their race needed a lot of time to recover from the ravages of the previous age. The question was whether they spent enough time at peace. Just as humanity rebuilt their forces and repaired their society, so did the defeated aliens who had been displaced from their old territories. A centuries-long stalemate between the human race and the alien races in the galaxy was never supposed to last forever. One day, the greatest conflict of the entire galaxy threatened to begin anew, forcing the Big Two to exert all of their strength to fight against the true threats they had been guarding against all this time. With such humongous concerns weighing on their minds, minor incidents such as the Sandman invasion barely merited their attention. Once he reached his stateroom, Ves sat behind his desk and began to rearrange his thoughts. The remainder of his truncated tour through the star sector no longer served to expand his horizons. Instead, Ves planned to dedicate the rest of his time away from home towards studying and preparing against the Sandman threat. Since the Hertog Dominion was close enough to the frontier to begin getting targeted by the Sandmen, Ves planned to learn as much as possible. He wanted to study how the Sandmen fleets attacked and how the defenders were best able to repel the raids and invasions. Since this migrationary invasion was so massive that it might take years before the Sandmen exhausted their invasion forces, Ves believed he could take advantage of it by designing the right mechs. As a mech designer, the best way I can contribute to this conflict is to design mechs that are tailor-made to resist the Sandmen. From his own experiences with this perplexing race, Ves knew that only a limited set of configurations stood a chance against them in battle. The most annoying part about fighting this perplexing race was that melee mechs were almost always completely ineffective against them. The Sandmen basically fought by animating their own bodies into huge amalgamations of sand-like particles that lacked a solid structure. They were similar to smart metal and asthmas in that fashion. However, a number of traits of the Sandmen race gave them a distinctive edge. Their ability to absorb energy and engulf entire mechs in sand meant that any melee mech would be committing suicide if they attempted to hit a Sandman amalgamation with a sword. Even if a melee mech managed to land a blow, it hardly mattered as only a negligible proportion of individual Sandmen broke. Dispatching melee mechs against this formless threat is no different from putting the machines through a massive grinder, he declared with certainty. The near-total irrelevance of melee mechs in battles against Sandmen practically rendered half of the mech forces of every state helpless. The most a state could do was to station their useless melee mechs at various strategic facilities and sites to guard against human malcontents. The best way to resist the Sandmen was to deploy ranged mechs in battle. However, the damage type mattered a lot. Kinetic weapons such as ballistic rifles and ballistic cannons fared the best. Kinetic and explosive weapons generally transferred a lot of energy in a dispersed manner against Sandman targets. Just like smart metal, a collection of Sandmen was individually weak. As long as every single animated grain of sand or other substance received at least some damage, ballistic weapons could kill a lot of Sandmen with every shot they fired. The same didn't apply to laser weapons. Though effective against most human threats, the performance of laser weapons had been very lackluster so far. All of the news reports from the border states described many instances where Sandman vessels absorbed hundreds of laser beams and still remained aloft. In fact, firing laser weapons at the Sandmen partially charged their energy reserves. Though the Sandmen weren't able to withstand extreme heat, the problem was that laser beams were generally thin and very bad at dispersing their energy.
It's like poking a lot of hot needles through someone's skin. Though it hurts a lot, the actual damage dealt to the body is hardly impressive.
Someone who poked their target with a dozen needles inflicted less damage than someone who whacked their target with a mallet. All in all, the mech forces effectively had to set aside yet another portion of their battle strength. While mechs armed with laser weapons still inflicted some damage against Sandmen, their influence was so minor that they might as well not be involved.
No. The starring role will definitely go to the mechs armed with ballistic and kinetic weaponry. Mechs armed with missile weapons will also be vital.
Chapter 1486 Black Swan. The Sandman invasion did not come at a good time. Ves knew that the commencement of the next mech generation could happen at any day now. He idly stroked Lucky's back as his cat had crawled onto his lap.
I highly doubt the MTA will delay the onset of the next mech generation because of a minor conflict in a single frontier star sector. Don't you think so, buddy?
Meow.
It matters. One of my greatest fears is that I'll spend months designing a ballistic rifleman mech, only for the transition to happen halfway. What am I supposed to do with my project now that its core components are outdated?
Meow meow.
Replacing last-gen components with current-gen components is not as easy as you make it sound. A lot of changes and updates take place across almost every area related to mechs. While the major increase in the performance of laser weapons is rumored to take the crown, that doesn't mean the other components won't see a lot of smaller revisions.
Every component, from power reactors, mech engines, cockpits, artificial musculature systems, and more, would receive some attention. This often came in the form of new standards, updated technologies, the introduction of new materials, and so on. The changes were so comprehensive that trying to slot them in the place where their last-gen equivalent used to rest was not a good idea. In effect, if Ves wanted to update an ongoing design project with newer components, he might as well scrap his entire project and begin from scratch. If there was one thing Ves hated a lot, it was wasting his time.
God damn it! Can't the Sandmen at least delay their invasion until after the MTA announced the start of the next mech generation? Why can't they give me a break?
Of course, considering the possible mastermind behind the massive Sandman invasion, Ves suspected that it was no coincidence that the aliens inconvenienced him so much. Ves didn't believe that Sigrin organized a massive invasion just to screw around with him. However, the sentient alien AI probably derived a lot of schadenfreude out of the events he put into motion. The result of these unfortunate circumstances was that Ves faced a devilish dilemma. He decided to summon Gavin to his stateroom to discuss his options.
You called, boss?
Yeah.
It's about the imminent future.
He briefly described the situation he faced as a mech designer who was about to get swept up in this crisis. Since Gavin knew the score as well as Ves, he quickly started thinking.
Now that you put it that way, it's not that easy to make a choice.
He frowned.
Everyone already knew that the Sandman invasion kept growing more severe, but everyone in the way expected the Big Two to neutralize the threat before they inflicted too much damage. Well, that prediction sure didn't pan out.
Ves responded dryly.
How have the mech markets of the states under threat reacted to these events? Not good. The mech markets of the states that comprise the first four lines of defense are undergoing a massive upheaval. Sales of melee mechs and laser mechs have plummeted. Prices have sunk to rock bottom in order to empty inventories as fast as possible. The demand for mechs armed with ballistic and kinetic weaponry has ballooned to such an extent that customers are even buying up low-quality variants designed by struggling novices in order to bolster their effective strength as fast as possible.
Gavin passed on a couple of industry articles to VS. The situation was worse than he feared. Not only did the demand evaporate for mechs that fared poorly against the Sandman threat, a lot of outfits were even trying to sell their existing mechs on the second-hand market. This massive dumping phenomenon further devalued melee mechs. The market for melee mechs is practically dead for the duration of this crisis. As for mechs armed with laser weapons, the sale of new mechs have plummeted, but the existing ones aren't entirely useless. Most outfits have replaced the primary armament of laser rifleman mechs with ballistic weapons. A lot of manufacturing facilities are cranking out spare ballistic and kinetic rifles as fast as possible.
VS nodded in understanding. That's the advantage of humanoid mechs. Since most laser rifleman mechs in the Bright Republic wield rifles, their owners can simply take them away and place ballistic rifles in their place.
It was not quite as simple as it sounded. Due to the strong emphasis on specialization, a laser rifleman mech inevitably performed worse when they wielded a ballistic or kinetic rifle. The added weight, the redundant energy reserves, the recoil, the lack of capacity to carry ammunition, the unoptimized targeting systems, and more all posed a negative influence to laser mechs that forcibly made use of ballistic weapons. Even if their owners invested some money into modifying their old machines to improve their handling of ballistic weapons, this was still a half-baked solution. A mech frame optimized for laser weapons would never be as good in wielding ballistic weaponry as a mech designed to handle them from the start. Market demand for ballistic rifleman mechs, kinetic rifleman mechs, and various frontline mechs armed with the same weapon types have skyrocketed. Gavin gushed.
You can't believe how much of a premium they command now. Prices of most mech models have risen by as much as 50%. Mech companies who have lost a lot of sales now that most of their mech catalog has become irrelevant are at least able to keep themselves afloat by retooling all of their production lines to produce the mechs that everyone wants. Unfortunately.
Both of their faces fell.
The LMC is not included in that group,
VS morosely observed.
Our mech catalog only consists of 3 mech models. The Black Beak is a land-bound night mech. The Crystal Lord is a land-bound laser rifleman mech. The Aurora Titan is a super-medium space knight.
None of these mech models fared well against the Sandmen. It would be practically criminal to deploy Black Beaks and Aurora Titans against the alien threat. As for the Crystal Lord, while VS knew it was possible for them to wield ballistic weapons in a pinch, they were far too costly and performed far too poorly in this case. There was no way the LMC could justify their continued production. In short, the LMC had fallen into a very severe crisis due to the lack of diversity in their mech catalog. All this time, VS had refrained from expanding the catalog, figuring that it was a futile effort to do so while the onset of the next mech generation would instantly devalue his outdated work.
Gavin sighed and tried to reassure his boss. It's not your fault. You made a good decision based on your predictions of the future. No one could have accounted for a black swan event to upend the entire mech market and turn our successful products into liabilities. The LMC is not the only mech company which has been burned by their exposure to the swings in the market. I know, Benny, but I should have prepared the LMC better. If I didn't take the time to go on this tour, then I might have designed a mech or two that could have saved my mech company from irrelevance.
Even though he said that, VS did not regret going on this tour. He had harvested an immense amount of gains, most of which he would have never been able to obtain if he immediately returned home after he finished his pilgrimage to Center Point. Though the LMC had landed in hot water due to the near-complete drop in demand for their products, the news was not all that bad. Gavin had already been in touch with Calcy and the top management of the company.
The executives you put in charge of the LMC aren't running around like headless chickens.
Once they analyzed the changing market trends, they immediately came up with a couple of solutions. The one that Kelsey is pursuing right now is to cease production of all of our current mech models. Instead, she's in the process of acquiring a production license of a ballistic rifleman mech design. The solution surprised Ves a little, though he quickly nodded. Since the LMC doesn't have any mech that can sell well in our current catalog, the best way to remedy this deficiency is to license another design. According to Gavin, Kelsey and the relevant staff began to shop around for a ballistic rifleman mech model that made use of materials or components that the LMC was already familiar with. The greater the fit, the easier the mech nursery would be able to adjust to the changes and scale up the production of the licensed mechs. I want to be involved in the selection of the license, Ves insisted. Send all the relevant information to my terminal. I'll go over it when I have time. Once he received the documents, Gavin made another remark. Pursuing this solution only serves as a temporary stopgap. It won't be good for the LMC to rely on a borrowed design. We have to do our best to return to producing our own mechs after a few months. The longer we stall, the more our company will lose its hard-earned reputation in the market. Ves adopted a pensive face. I know how important it is for us to retain our reputation. But this also where I'm faced with a dilemma. He had two choices. His first option was to begin designing a ballistic mech design immediately. Obviously, this risked getting his work getting devalued as soon as the mech community transitioned to the new mech generation. His second option was to bet that the next mech generation arrived very soon and hold back from designing any mech until that happened. It might take a week, a month, a year, or even more. This was because the MTA constantly tweaked the package of standards, technologies, and component licenses that made up the new generation. Until the powerful organization made up its mind, it would hold back from starting the great switch. Both Ves and Gavin racked their brains for the right solution. Ves restlessly stroked Lucky's back while Gavin paced back and forth across the deck. Eventually, Gavin halted and turned back to his boss. Why do you want to delay? What is the argument that is holding you back from starting your new design project this instant? You know the answer. I don't want to spend my valuable time on designing a mech that will take an immediate hit in profitability during or shortly after the design period. Is this the time to chase after profits? What are you getting at, Benny? The Komodo Star sector is under attack. The Bright Republic is under attack. This isn't the time to be greedy, Ves. There is a time and place to pursue maximum profits, but this is war. Not only that, but our enemy isn't the Vesians this time. It's a larger, greater alien threat that has to be fought in a different way from what we are used to. Under such difficult circumstances, who cares whether your mech is last gen or current gen? The LMC's profit margin doesn't matter anymore. As long as we can break even and survive the following years, that's already a win in my book. Though Ves had been taken aback by Gavin's strident tone, he soon became swayed. You're right. I was being too greedy for my own good. Even if I design a mech that will become devalued in a couple of months, it's still worth the effort. As long as I can design something good, the LMC will be able to contribute to the war effort. Not only will we be able to stay relevant, if our new mech model does well in battle, we can continue to grow our reputation. Once the crisis is over, we can reap the benefits. If there is one thing you are good at, boss, it's designing mechs that are reliable, stable, and incredibly pleasant to pilot. The more mechs we place in the hands of our customers, the more they'll become our lifelong customers. The arguments presented by Gavin gave the LMC a way out of the crisis. Rather than attempting to maximize revenue or profits, the company should instead focus on building up its reputation and expanding its market reach. Ves no longer obsessed over his need to incorporate the latest technologies in his mech designs. He belatedly realized that he had fallen into the trap of tech envy. As a mech designer, he was very immersed in technology. It was very difficult for him to resist the urge to utilize the latest and most effective solutions. However, mech buyers didn't necessarily adopt the same perspective. During these difficult times, they merely wanted something that worked and didn't fall apart after a couple of uses. While they were willing to pay for quality, they were willing to settle for something they could immediately get their hands on that worked. Chapter 1487 Crisis Mech. The living mech corporation stood at a precipice. The implications of the Sandman invasion transformed the mech markets overnight. States in the vicinity to the border with the frontier no longer wanted any mechs except those that were effective against the Sandmen. While the LMC currently didn't offer any mech that met this requirement, Ves believed he could remedy this problem very soon. If I put my full effort into designing a ranged mech that can beat the Sandmen black and blue, whip something up in a couple of months, he stated. It depends on the complexity of the design. Pacing back and forth, Gavin mulled over the kind of mech that could help the LMC climb out of its hole and set a foundation for future growth. I think the first question that needs to be asked is whether you should design a land-bound, aerial, or space-borne mech. Space-borne. That's fast. I've faced the Sandmen before. They're manageable to fight against in space, but incredibly difficult to resist on land. Why is that? They move too fast on land. While land-bound mechs are limited by gravity and terrain constraints, the Sandmen don't face as many hindrances because the speed in which they traverse terrain and engulf everything in the way is faster than the sprinting speed of a light mech. So if a Sandman fleet lands on the surface, they become a lot more dangerous, is that right? Yeah. It's much preferable to fight the Sandmen in space because the immense distances involved means that mechs have more time to whittle them down. While ballistic and kinetic weaponry aren't very accurate at longer ranges in space due to the travel time of their projectiles, it's not as risky. The most a space-borne mech force has to deal with is to maintain their distance against the Sandmen and to withstand the occasional laser beams fired by the Sandman vessels. Though the Sandmen were famous for their close-ranged engulfing attacks, they still possessed some teeth at a distance. The powerful lasers they fired from their Sandman vessels were very powerful, especially when fired in a salvo. Okay. I understand. Spaceborne it is. What price range are we targeting? It can't be as expensive as the Black Beak or the Crystal Lord. Ves immediately determined. However, I don't want to design anything that's too cheap. When the next mech generation arrives, I don't want my mech to be devalued to the point where its non-existent profit margin dips straight into negative territory. This is much more likely to happen with bottom-tier mechs. Though Gavin understood this argument, he brought up a counterpoint. Under these circumstances, a lot of mech pilots who used to pilot melee mechs and such are freed up. Though not all of them are proficient in piloting space-borne rifleman mechs, I bet they're all taking crash courses right now. Quantity matters more than quality, though the latter won't dry up due to this crisis. I see. You're right, Benny. Premium mechs are very expensive. It hurts a lot when one is lost during a battle. They're also more challenging to pilot. To a specialist in ballistic rifleman mechs, that doesn't matter, but to the impending waves of retrained mech pilots, they can't handle too much at once. The two swapped ideas and eventually narrowed their choice. I think it's best to design a budget or an economy mech, Gavin suggested and swayed around his arm in emphasis. We can sell a lot of copies for a budget mech that retails for about 20 million bright credits in the current generation. We can sell even more if we draw it down a notch to 10 to 15 million credits. Ves winced at the latter idea. A mech valued at 10 to 15 million credits won't be very good. Its performance will be very basic, in particular when it comes to armor. Then design a frontline mech. In emergencies like these,
Who cares if a space-borne mech has legs? Leaving it out of your design will make your mech more cost-effective. It will also make my mech more uncomfortable to mech pilots, Ves replied. Frontline mechs are for mech pilots that are expendable and have little practice or low genetic aptitudes. No one really liked piloting frontline mechs. If a mech pilot had a choice, they would always pick a standard mech for the added flexibility, range of motion, and other reasons. Though Gavin presented several arguments in favor of frontline mechs, Ves dismissed them all. He did not wish to design a frontline mech despite its distinct advantages in this situation. I get what you're trying to get at, Benny. Frontline mechs are simpler in design, so I don't have to spend a lot of time to design one. They're also easy to fabricate, so we can pump out a large number of copies without tackling a steep learning curve. They'll also sell a lot because they're so cheap. But this is not a mech design that will last when the next mech generation begins. The competition for space-borne rifleman mechs at the budget mech price range will be immense, Ves. All the seniors and journeymen you are competing against will probably be in a hurry to publish their own designs that can tackle this crisis effectively anytime soon. That's not a problem. I'm not afraid of the competition, Ves confidently replied. I've improved a lot over these last few years. Now that I've settled as a journeyman, I'm able to design a mech that is better while taking much less time. In fact, I intend to design a winning product during our trip home. By the time we've arrived at the Bright Republic, I plan to introduce and begin production of my new space-borne mech immediately. How ambitious! Gavin could scarcely fathom if Ves was capable of backing up his boasts. It had to be mentioned that it took at least 7 months for Ves to design the Aurora Titan. Of course, the mech was a lot more complicated than any other mech that he designed, but even half of that was still an incredibly long time frame during a fast-moving period. However, Ves possessed an abundant confidence that he'd be able to design a good budget mech that stood out in the market within 2 or 3 months. Along with the advantages that he enjoyed as a journeyman, he recently finished digesting senior-level mechanics and metallurgy, bringing his knowledge base to an entirely new level. On top of that, he also managed to increase his affinity for mechs due to fabricating his first masterwork mech. While the benefits of this change mostly affected his fabrication and assembly abilities, some of it bled over to his design abilities. With a greater feel for mechs, he was able to rely more on his intuition and judgment to make the right design choices. He also became more confident in his ability to detect flaws and suboptimal configurations in his mech designs, thereby lessening the demand for testing and optimizing his works. Of course, some form of testing should still be necessary. Even if other journeymen were able to design a mech as fast as Ves, they didn't necessarily choose to rush them into the market. A couple of months' worth of testing and iterating helped refine a mech design, allowing it to attract a lot more popularity and market demand from customers who appreciated its quality. Ordinarily, Ves was inclined towards this camp, but now that a crisis swept up the border states, he couldn't afford to dilly-dally around. What is impossible for others is not necessarily impossible for me, he spoke with force. I'm more than capable of tackling this challenge. As long as I can succeed, I won't just be able to keep the LMC afloat. I can cause its star to ascend until it reaches the very skies. The Sandman invasion and all of the pressure it exerted did not make Ves despair. Instead, the difficulties that plagued him only increased his drive to prove his abilities and design a mech that would become one of the favorites to resist the Sandmen. His increased drive to design a distinctive LMC mech that contributed greatly to the war effort also stoked his passion. A lot was at stake. Ves couldn't afford to falter in his next design project. If his next mech design turned out to be a dud, then he would have wasted valuable months that he could have spent on bringing the LMC out of its slump and increasing its prominence. Nonetheless, Ves always enjoyed it when the stakes were high. When his back was to the wall,
he found it easier to draw out his full potential.
Are you sure about this, boss? Once you go down this road, you have to see it through the end.
VS grinned.
I'm sure of my decision. You can inform Kelsey and the others at the LMC so they can make the necessary preparations. I want to obtain market analyses of how the mech market for space-borne riflemen mechs armed with ballistic or kinetic weapons will shape up in the next few months. Contact Marcella Bollinger for assistance.
Got it. I'll try and get those reports to your terminal within 2 or 3 days. They discussed some other measures before Gavin left to make the arrangements. As VS watched his assistant go, he went back to scratching Lucky's cheeks.
I really appreciate Gavin's input. I think he deserves a promotion or a reward, don't you think?
Meow.
I don't like your suggestion. He doesn't need to know my secrets. It's fine if I boost his paycheck. Perhaps I can change his job description to something more prestigious sounding than executive assistant.
Meow meow.
I know I'm not treating Gavin right for the loyalty he's shown me, but I'm really scared of making the wrong choice. I only have to slip up once in order to ruin my entire life and career. I think Gloriana deserves to hear the truth about my design philosophy a lot sooner than Gavin.
If it wasn't necessary, VS preferred to keep his secrets to himself. Gavin already served as a great assistant to him while in the dark about how his mechs actually worked. There was no reason to remedy a problem that hardly existed when the solution introduced a lot of needless risks. VS looked down on Lucky and reached over to scratch his belly. The cat instantly protested the move.
You finished eating my pea stone, right? When can I expect you to crap out a new gem?
Meow.
Meow. You better not lie. Do you know how expensive they are and how hard it is to get a hold of them? I only have 5 pea stones left.
Meow. Lucky squirmed from his lap and floated above his head and out of reach. VS paid no mind to the actions of his pet and stretched his arms. After several years, VS finally decided to end his hiatus on designing a new commercial mech.
My next project won't involve a custom mech. Now I'm back to designing a mech intended for the market.
Even during these difficult times, VS knew he had to exert himself to the utmost in order to design a successful mass-market mech. It had to offer performance that was at least on par with the competing mech models in the same price range. It also had to offer distinct advantages that gave customers a compelling reason to purchase his product over those designed by his competitors.
My upcoming mech design will be the first of an entirely new wave of budget mechs. It will be a herald of what is to come.
One of the reasons why he decided to design a space-borne rifleman mech in the budget price category was because he always intended to dip into the low-end mech market at some point. Though the LMC initially rose due to selling some fantastic premium mechs, VS wanted to reach a wider audience. With his current level of strength, VS finally believed he had what it took to compete over a significant amount of market share. He was no longer satisfied with capturing a small and neglected niche. He wanted to play with the big boys in the mech market. Chapter 1488 Crumbling States. Over the next couple of days, VS immersed himself in current events. He read all of the news and analysis reports of the Sandman invasion. He particularly read through projections and predictions of the future. Most analysts painted a bleak picture. None expected the states in the first line of defense like the Tamaris Federation to last. Though defeating an individual Sandman fleet did not require too much effort, the frequency of Sandman attacks prevented the defending forces from catching a breath.
It's a constant, ongoing battle of attrition interspersed with brief pauses, one of the experts described on a live news program. Though the Tamaris Federation could have lasted up to half a year or more if the state got its act together, who wanted to stay aboard a sinking ship?
An increasing number of citizens had already given up and wanted to go. An exodus of refugees had already begun. Anyone with a ship or paid the exorbitant amount of money to gain passage left the endangered border states in droves. Even though billions of refugees had already left by cramming themselves into cargo haulers hastily upgraded with additional life support systems, an uncountable amount of humans remained stuck on isolated and increasingly abandoned planets. An enormous tragedy began to unfold as the defending mechs in the besieged star systems either pulled back or stood their ground until they got crushed. Ves closed his eyes in sadness while cuddling Lucky. "This is the price for the MTA's inaction and the CFA's refusal to take responsibility," he spoke. The Big Two enjoyed such a lofty height that they no longer saw the suffering of those at the very bottom. Perhaps the only good news that came from the border states was that any planet or star system with a significant MTA or CFA presence escaped destruction. For this reason, a tiny settlement like Mancroft Independent Harbor remained relatively safe due to the CFA fuel refinery operation orbiting one of the local star system's gas giants. Any Sandman fleet that attempted to attack the human space stations promptly got blasted by the warships on patrol. Nonetheless, the MTA and CFA forces mainly turtled up and refused to project their power to neighboring star systems. No matter how many star systems got engulfed by the Sandman, the Big Two insisted that the local forces of the star sector should deal with the problem themselves. Ves let out a cynical laugh when he read the bland statements of the two humongous organizations. What the hell are they so worried about that they can't deploy more than a single war fleet? There was no use in speculating over the reasons for their inaction. Many people guessed that the Big Two were preparing for something big, but figured out little else. In any case, the inaction on the part of the two second-rate states was a lot more understandable. Neither the Friday Coalition nor the hexadric hegemony dispatched anything more than scattered mercenary corps to the border states. While their help was very much appreciated, by the time they reached the front lines, the first line of defense would have probably fallen already. It takes too much time to travel from the center of the star sector to the periphery. He knew this firsthand. His Barracuda was one of the fastest ship classes of the Friday Coalition, but even she required at least another month to reach the Tomaris Federation at her greatest speed. In any case, a tsunami of refugees threatened to engulf the states in the second, third, and fourth lines of defense. In fact, most ships would have attempted to travel deeper into the interior of the star sector if not for their straining supplies and life support systems. Even the Bright Republic braced itself to receive a humongous number of refugees. Though the border states they came from weren't very populated, if everyone attempted to leave at the same time, that amounted to a very scary amount of people. Ves briefly considered whether there would be mech designers among the refugees. Perhaps he could pick up a couple of new subordinate mech designers to fill up his design team. Fortunately for the refugees, the Bright Republic, Vesia Kingdom, and the other states already started to set aside room for them. The governments already began to erect a lot of prefab structures and facilities in low-density planets to provide food and shelter to the people who had lost everything. Attempting to provide the refugees a way to rebuild their lives could come later. For now, the Bright Republic already started to house the first refugees that had fled first on rural planets, with plenty of room to spare. Coincidentally, this also included Cloudy Curtain. The authorities already formed a plan that called for scaling up its agriculture. Instead of cultivating expensive, slow-growing crops like cloud rice over a few patches of highly fertile soil, the planetary government planned to convert a lot more landmass into farms. While machines did most of the work, humans were still needed to supervise the farms and handle problems that weren't suited for bots. At least the refugees have something to do. I guess we also need the food. The Bright Republic took the Sandman invasion extremely seriously. The extensive movement by the government spoke of a broad and all-encompassing plan to defend its territory against the alien invasion that would arrive at its doorstep in a year or less. VS breathed a sigh in relief when he ascertained that the government fully committed to defending the Republic. The same couldn't be said for the states closer to the border. A lot of government officials and even entire mech regiments had gone rogue and abandoned the states they were duty-bound to defend. "I'm glad I don't have to make this choice," he muttered while idly squeezing Lucky. "Unlike the Tomaris Federation, it looks like the Bright Republic actually stands a chance at withstanding the invasion." Meow. "I'm not going to run and ruin my hard-earned honor and reputation. It's one of my most valuable assets. I'm only going to run if others start running in droves. At least I'll be able to hide my shame in the crowd." Reputation was a double-edged sword. While VS benefited substantially from the fame it provided, it also held him up to a pedestal where he was expected to conform to a specific image. As soon as he broke the bubble, his reputation would come crashing down. For this reason and more, VS reluctantly decided to commit to the Bright Republic and do his best to contribute to its defense in his own way. "Of course, it would be nice if I could burnish my credentials, earn a lot of goodwill, and most importantly sell a lot of mechs." Currently, the LMC was poorly positioned to take advantage of this crisis. As its lead designer, VS bore responsibility for this failure, but also bore the responsibility to remedy its inadequacies. "It all comes down to expanding my company's mech catalog," VS told Lucky while patting his cat's head. "I've solved almost all of my problems in my life by designing mechs. This is no different." Meow. Lucky threw a dubious glance at VS. "I know I can do it. Even if the competition is immense, I'm confident my work will be able to capture some market share." This time, he intended to compete in a very competitive and highly saturated market. Rifleman mechs made up the biggest product category in the Bright Republic and elsewhere. While laser rifleman mechs dominated in space, a fair amount of good ballistic rifleman mech models were already for sale. VS exhibited a lot of courage by attempting to intrude in this extremely busy market. The difficulty of publishing a new mech design that stood out from the competition was 10 times harder than attempting to establish a footing in more niche product categories such as offensive night mechs. "Let's get to work." He leaned back in his chair and began to formulate a mech concept. Along with catching up on the latest news, he also read plenty of market research reports. He gained a pretty good picture on the kinds of mechs that appealed to the market in the coming months. VS started his latest mech design project by preparing logs and formal documentation. Unlike the Devil Tiger project, his latest project was completely legitimate. In order to satisfy the MTA's demands, he made sure to document his thought processes behind most of his design choices. He only left out information that pertained directly to his trade secrets. After filling in a number of administrative forms, he began to compose a short list of criteria for his next mech design. Cost-effective, specialized, rugged, easy to maintain and repair, low armor, high mobility, medium endurance, low skill floor. The requirements he set for his next mech design all diverged remarkably from his previous mech designs. This time, the list made it clear that he wasn't designing a premium mech this time. In fact, according to the market trends, sales of premium mechs will plummet. Mech owners can't afford to splurge lavishly on luxuries when their very homes and lives are at stake. According to the impression that VS had formed, he saw the need for a mech that resisted the invading Sandmen as effectively as possible, while still remaining affordable. For his reason, he prioritized cost efficiency and specialization.
It's fine if my mech doesn't necessarily perform as well against other human targets. VS rubbed his chin. By the time the crisis is over, my mech model will have served its purpose. The LMC can retire it or put it on the back burner to focus on selling other mech models. One key aspect about the current mech models in the market was that they mostly excelled at fighting other mechs. They weren't necessarily optimized against the means of attack employed by the Sandmen, and this was where VS recognized a temporary hole in the market. If I can move quickly and publish a mech design that can do a better job at resisting the Sandmen at a cheaper price, I can quickly capture a significant amount of market share. The key here was that VS had to move quickly. The Bright Republic alone possessed more than 1,000 native journeyman mech designers and more than 100 native senior mech designers. At least half of them, or more, were probably working on their own solutions to the Sandman threat. That doesn't even count the low-ranking mech designers or the foreigners competing in the Bright Republic's mech market. With everyone racing to publish the first mech designs that adequately addressed the problem, VS mainly had to rely on speed in order to gain an edge over his competitors. This was also why VS emphasized a simple mech design. Not only did he want to waste as little time in designing his mech as possible, he also wanted to make it easy to maintain and easy to repair. The latter has always been my strong point. His extensive stint as head designer for the Flagrant Vandals and his recent progress made him very confident that he could design a mech that didn't take a highly educated mech designer to service. With how desperate the coming war will be, standards will slip and a lot of mistakes will happen. He witnessed varying levels of maintenance standards at various outfits. VS had to make sure that his next mech model didn't demand too much in terms of tolerances. Even if mech technicians slipped up in repairing damaged components, his mech should still be able to cope. His mech had to be made of materials in abundant supply. With the war increasingly encroaching into the Komodo Star sector, a lot of resource extraction sites at the border states and other states in the vicinity no longer supplied a lot of raw materials that many industries took for granted. I have to be careful to make use of materials that won't become scarce once the Sandman invasion reaches the doorstep of the Bright Republic. The advantage of using locally sourced materials in abundant supply was that VS could easily drive down the price for his upcoming mech model. I have to resist the temptation of adding gimmicks and unnecessary luxuries to my mech design. Anything superfluous will only detract from the cost-effectiveness of my latest product. Rather than attempting to add more value, this time VS prioritized reducing costs. It was a completely different approach compared to his approach towards his premium mech designs. Chapter 1489 Affordable Mech. In order to maximize the cost-effectiveness of his mechs against the Sandman threat, VS had to make some hard choices. Concerning the performance of his upcoming space-borne rifleman mech, he decided to prioritize both offense and mobility over defense. In other words, a glass cannon with very powerful wings. Defense by far the biggest resource hog of a mech. VS decisively gave up on expensive and hard-to-work-with compressed armor systems in order to save a lot of costs. To resist the Sandmen, a mech force had to take it out from a distance. By the time they got close enough to engulf a mech, all the armor slowing it down only delayed the inevitable by a few more seconds. Instead, it's much better if my mech can accelerate quickly. The faster it moves, the longer it can take potshots at the approaching Sandman vessels. For mechs, speed was the only form of defense against the Sandmen. Though the Sandmen also possess range firing options, the lasers the Sandmen vessels tended to shoot out were powerful but recycled very slowly. More armor won't help in that situation. A mech will instantly get blasted no matter if they're light mechs or heavy mechs. The Sandmen mainly utilized their heavy laser attacks to cripple human starships. As of now, they hadn't adapted their armament to resist swarms of mechs, though this might change in the future. Even if that happens, as long as my mechs can maintain its range, the Sandmen will have difficulty predicting their targets, though some unlucky mechs will always get shot down no matter what. This was why many defensive forces closer to the border failed to cope with the frequent Sandman raids. Fighting off a single Sandman fleet wasn't necessarily difficult, but the powerful lasers the vessels shot out always eliminated a mech with a single shot. A mech force lost at least several mechs and mech pilots in a single engagement. If a mech force had to fight numerous battles against more and more Sandmen fleets, then the constant attrition quickly added up until there were not enough mechs to hinder the relentless Sandmen from overwhelming a star system. Though it pained Ves to fail in coming up with a better solution to this threat, he had no choice but to discount armor almost entirely because he had no good solutions on this front. Most mechs except Heavy Knights stood a realistic chance at resisting a full-powered laser strike from a Sandman vessel. Now that I think about it, my Aurora Titan might be able to withstand a hit as well, he mused. While its mobility was abysmal, it excelled at defense. Its polarizing module massively strengthened his super-medium Space Knight's ability to resist energy damage. It will be interesting to see if it can actually take a hit. While this sounded like a welcome surprise, Ves did not expect that sales for the Aurora Titan would pick up. The mech could only withstand 1 or 2 hits at most before exhausting its reserves. For a mech that sold for at least 100 million credits apiece, the price was far too high and completely out of sync with current market circumstances. In any case, for his affordable rifleman mech, its primary form of self-preservation came in the form of better-than-average mobility. For a space-borne mech, this meant investing heavily in the flight system of his mech. He had to pair up his mech with a powerful means to accelerate and outrun the hungry Sandman vessels. My mech doesn't have to be nimble or agile. It just has to have the raw power to accelerate quickly. My mech also has to possess enough endurance to keep this up for at least an hour. A decent level of endurance was vital. Though mechs that ran out of power could always return to their carriers to replenish their energy cells and ammunition stores, this cycle took way too much time, especially during an ongoing battle. The greater the hassle, the less applicable my rifleman mech becomes, Ves judged. No one wants to go through a half-dozen cycles just to defeat a single Sandman fleet. Sandman vessels were ordinarily quite massive, and it took a lot of damage to wear them down. This wasn't a problem for military mech units as they often fielded hundreds of mechs at a time. However, many outfits only fielded a single mech company or less. Even if they pooled their forces together, they might not have the firepower to eliminate an encroaching Sandman fleet quickly. In such cases, Ves wanted to offer a mech design that was still able to cope under those circumstances. If I want my mech to have a respectable amount of endurance and uptime, I'll have to make sure my mech has enough energy and ammunition to last in the field. This essentially meant that his rifleman mech couldn't be a light mech. Ves had to add so much capacity to his mech that trying to keep his mech light was an exercise in futility. Ves therefore defaulted to the standard of a medium mech. It offered an appropriate balance between capacity and mobility. Since I'm not spending a majority of the available capacity on armor, I can stuff my mech with a lot of energy cells and magazines. With regards to firepower, Ves wanted to go for something cheap but effective against the Sandman race. A simple ballistic rifle firing cheap projectiles could do a better job than an entire squad of laser riflemen mechs against this specific threat. I don't necessarily need to pair my mech with an extravagant weapon. More powerful ballistic rifles and their oversized ammunition took up vastly more space. Lighter weapons performed adequately against the Sandman since their defenses weren't based around solid armor. A fast-firing ballistic rifle therefore inflicted a respectable amount of damage to the Sandmen. Even if their caliber was lighter than usual, it made no difference against this specific foe. More importantly, it's also cheaper.
By dedicating much of the capacity of his mech to storing ammunition, his rifleman mech would be able to fire at it without worrying about running out of shells in the first 10 minutes. This paired well with the final criteria on his list, which was that his new mech had to come with a low skill floor.
Aside from affordability, a low skill floor is the most important selling point of my new mech.
According to the news and all of the market research he studied, the military and a lot of outfits were frantically trying to retrain their mech pilots. Since deploying melee mechs against the Sandman was an absolute waste, a lot of melee mech pilots were made redundant in this crisis.
Though they didn't like it, mech pilots who specialized in melee mechs had no choice but to undergo hastily organized crash courses in how to pilot ballistic rifleman mechs. It took years for mech pilots to gain an adequate amount of proficiency in a new mech archetype. A couple of months of intensive training was not enough to turn a random melee mech pilot into an expert marksman.
This is especially the case with melee specialists who aren't good at marksmanship. A lot of mech pilots specialized in one or the other. Rarely did they attempt to pursue both. Those that did were often elites among mech pilots. If it was so easy to become good at both, then hero mechs would have been regarded as a legitimate mech type instead of a joke. As a Larkinson who spent a lot of time alongside Larkinson mech pilots, Ves knew very well why mech pilots specialized early in their academy days. It took this much in order to become good enough to be trusted to pilot a war machine that cost at least several million credits. Any mech pilot who committed much less training in a chosen piloting field was likely to form a liability in the battlefield. In most cases, a melee specialist forced to pilot a ballistic rifleman mech could still contribute to a battle if it left most of the aiming to the automated targeting system.
This is actually not that big of a downside.
Against mechs piloted by competent human opponents, a melee specialist would fare extremely poorly if forced to pilot ranged mechs. Against the typical Sandman threats, the prevailing rules no longer applied. The Sandman admirals who led most of their fleets were very unimaginative and inflexible. The extent of their tactics mostly amounted to dispatching their Sandman brethren at their enemies in the form of large amalgamations in a straight line. Due to their overall mass and size, Sandman vessels were as large as regular starships and were very poor at dodging enemy fire. This meant that most automated targeting systems were accurate enough to deliver good results against typical Sandman vessels. Of course, this was not a good solution against all Sandman threats. Most Sandman admirals attacking human space appeared to be newborn and operated according to a standard manual. However, as long as they grew older or accumulated more experience, they began to vary the deployment of their Sandman. They might adopt different configurations, such as splitting up their large and vulnerable Sandman vessels into other forms that fared better against mechs. In fact, a small number of Sandman admirals in the border states had already adapted to the prevailing opposition. They began to deploy thousands of smaller Sandman drones that were as agile as human-built mechs.
Ves shrugged. I can't handle everything. It's enough if my rifleman mech fares well against standard Sandman vessels. As for anything else, the mech corps will probably deal with the more troublesome Sandman fleets themselves.
What the market demanded was a mech that did not impose too much of a burden to off-roll mech pilots.
I only have to make sure that the weapon system is easy to work with. As long as my mech is simple, I don't have to dumb down anything else. The operation of the limbs and the flight system of the mech can stay on the same level, as most of the users of my new mech will easily be able to carry over their skills from piloting melee mechs.
Ves had no illusion that the mechs he designed would be used as cannon fodder. Their affordability and ease of use came at the cost of skill expression. There weren't many ways for skilled mech pilots to make a cheap mech to outperform its expected parameters.
Not that a lot of skilled range specialists will pilot my mech in the first place.
There are better alternatives available that do a much better job at drawing out their potential. This was something very opposite to his first 3 commercial mech models. The Black Beak, Crystal Lord, and Aurora Titan models only performed properly in the hands of advanced mech pilots. Ves suddenly realized that his product strategy was very suited in times of stability and abundance. However, during a crisis period, many customers had to tighten their belts and try to do more with less. There is no place for luxury during an existential crisis. Due to the abnormal circumstances of the current market environment, a lot of unskilled mech pilots desperately required simple-range mechs. Only a small number of mech models in the markets met their needs, but even then these machines excelled mainly against nimble human mech forces rather than sluggish but overpowering Sandman fleets. There is a hole in the market, but this window of opportunity will only last for a brief amount of time before my competitors publish their new designs. Though Ves wasn't used to targeting the lower end of the mech market, he believed he was still up to the challenge. However, if I can come up with this list of criteria, every other clever mech designer can do so as well. He discounted the competition from low-ranking mech designers and solely regarded journeymen and seniors as his main rivals. The latter were especially formidable due to their abundant experience, extensive knowledge base, and highly developed specialties. If I want my product to stand out from the crowd, then I need more than a basic mech concept. I have to tie all of the requirements together into an attractive and compelling vision. Chapter 1490 The Heart of a Mech. All of this looks great, but I feel like you are missing something, Gavin commented after Ves explained his mech concept. Compared to your previous mechs, the budget mech you want to design sounds generic. It lacks the distinctive flair that your products are known for. I know it's hard to make your mech stand out in the budget mech category, but you should really find a way to make your product stand out from the crowd. Ves rested his chin against his fist while he thought. I know, Benny. I am aiming to design an affordable and simple mech. That doesn't give me a lot of room for maneuver. I've been spending days on trying to figure out a way to make my rifleman mech unique in one of the most saturated product categories in the mech market. All I can count on for now is my specialty. About that, do you remember the problem the LMC faces back home? My mechs aren't brainwashing my customers. They just like my mechs. That's not a crime. You sound just like the chief culprit of the Fair and Affair. You're repeating the exact same excuse. That's different. The Fair and Affair literally involved rewiring the brains of mech pilots. My mechs do no such thing. The MTA can attest that the neural interfaces of my mechs are completely standard and unmodified. That's what the company has been telling the public over and over again, but you know how people are. Rumors and conspiracy theories have more sway than facts and expert opinion. Both of them looked cross at this. No matter how they disliked this tendency, this was the nature of human behavior. Companies exploited the emotions and biases of their customers all the time in order to milk as much money from them as possible. The LMC could hardly complain when they were on the receiving end of irrational human behavior. I think the proof is in the pudding, Ves eventually spoke. As long as my mechs continue to perform well in battle, I think much of the market will eventually lose their apprehension towards my products. A portion of the market will always be opposed to the LMC. That's fine. As long as there are enough customers left who are receptive to our brand, we'll sell plenty of more mechs. You have to make sure your mech finds a receptive audience in other markets as well. Ves smirked. I think we can at least count on the Ovane Protectorate to buy my new mech in droves. Though he hadn't engaged with the religious state since the 3 leading dynasties kicked him out, that didn't mean his influence had subsided. The reforms he instigated were still going strong. No one forgot about the bright martyr, especially when the 6 transcendent messengers resonated so effectively with their faith.
Bright martyr or not, the Ylvain Protectorate will only really adopt your mech if you adapt it to their tastes. Don't worry. After I complete the base model, it won't take much effort for me to develop a variant that we can exclusively market towards the Ylvainans.
VS preferred to outsource this chore to others, but he didn't have any subordinates he could trust to do a good job. His previous plan to recruit a local Ylvainan mech designer to develop variants of his base model had stalled. Hiring skilled, competent, and obedient mech designers was a lot harder than it sounded.
If you adhere to your current design style, then I think your work will do just as well as your previous mech designs in most foreign markets,
Gavin predicted.
We don't have a major presence there anyway, so it doesn't take much effort to surpass our current sales figures. Selling my new mechs in foreign markets is nice, but I won't shed any tears if that isn't possible. My biggest priority is servicing the Bright Republic's mech market. Every other market comes second.
VS knew that most of his mech designs possessed wide appeal. It was a trait he had been developing from the start. Even so, he did not wish to stray from brighter design principles in a misguided attempt to make his rifleman mech more universal. After an extensive discussion, VS collected a lot of feedback as well as a few tips and suggestions. Talking with Gavin always helped him gain a better perspective on how his mechs might fare on the market. However, his assistant couldn't help with every problem. VS had to handle some of them on his own or with his fellow mech designers. The initial criticism that Gavin brought up continued to linger after the assistant left the stateroom. VS leaned back on his chair and tried to figure out how he could turn a generic mech concept into a compelling vision.
Each of my mech designs is driven by a theme that gives them a unique personality.
The Black Beak personified aggression and rebirth. The Crystal Lord yearned for power and dominance. The Aurora Titan exemplified defense and protection. Even without the X factor, the overall design aspects of his prior works already reflected their strengths.
The heart of a mech conforms to the strengths of a mech.
Since VS hadn't figured out the heart of his upcoming mech design, he should first look at its strengths to figure out his premise. So what were the strengths of his upcoming mech?
Cheap. Easy to pilot. Easy to produce. Easy to maintain. Specialized against fighting Sandmen. And, what else?
That didn't really sound like much, but VS had worked with worse. The Enduring Protector came to mind. The issue that VS had with this list of traits was that it all sounded rather weak. It was very difficult to boast about designing a cheap and easy mech that offered an attractive price-to-performance ratio against Sandman fleets.
At least with the Black Beak I can point out how suited it is for long engagements, he muttered. As for my upcoming rifleman mech, what am I supposed to say? My mech is the best cannon fodder in the market? That won't go over well.
VS had to paint his new mech design in a good light without detracting from its basic qualities. The strengths he listed out were always going to be the fundamental selling points of his upcoming product. Despite leaning on his overactive imagination, he failed to come up with a compelling idea. VS figured he had spent enough time on his project and needed a break in order to gain inspiration. He frowned and rubbed his forehead.
Although I have to design my rifleman mech as fast as possible, I can't rush the creative process. I have to set a solid vision before I proceed with the next steps. If my starting point is flawed, the rest of my work will go astray. I can't let that happen.
Since he temporarily halted his work on his project, VS looked for other ways to keep himself busy. His thoughts quickly wandered to a latent danger that he'd been neglecting for a couple of days.
I still haven't done anything about the ancient sarcophagus. He frowned.
It cost the equivalent of 20 billion credits for Finley to obtain item number 1255 on his behalf. Stalling his investigation of the red crystalline coffin for so long was starting to get ridiculous.
I can't outrun my fears forever.
The apprehension he felt towards the ancient sarcophagus continued to build up during the time he spent on his latest design project. Just as he predicted, it became harder and harder for him to think about trying to investigate the weird alien artifact.
I'm running out of time. If I continue to stall, I'll reach a point where I'm unable to bring myself to approach this coffin.
Something weird was taking place. Ves didn't believe his psychological fear emerged organically. He heavily suspected that the ancient sarcophagus deliberately influenced his mentality.
Is this the reason why its previous owners put it up for auction?
He mused.
Hardly any treasure hunters are willing to let go of such a fantastic find under ordinary circumstances.
Though Ves held fears like any humans, he also valued his courage. Since when did he let an unknown risk hold him back from pursuing greater benefits? His current attitude towards the ancient sarcophagus did not match his ordinary mindset. Ves slammed his desk with his fist.
It's decided. I'll start my investigation today. No more stalling.
He rose from his desk, picked up Lucky, and immediately left his stateroom with Nita quietly on his heels. He hastily marched towards the vault of the Barracuda and entered it after passing all of the security measures. Once inside, he turned towards Nita.
What I'm about to do might be dangerous. Try to refrain from intervening unless I call for help or if I look really bad, is that clear?
His bodyguard didn't look pleased.
If you're about to investigate the ancient sarcophagus, I highly suggest you wait. There is hardly any crew on hand on the Barracuda who can help you if anything goes wrong. We don't have a doctor, which is what I consider the minimum of what is necessary to guard against accidents. I can't wait that long.
Ves dismissively waved his hand and turned away.
Besides, if I ever sustain an injury during this investigation, a doctor won't be able to treat my wounds.
Ves strongly believed that his investigation amounted to a contest of spirit. Since that was the case, he needed to rely on spiritual means in order to succeed. Before he drew out the ancient sarcophagus, he first drew out his spiritual lockbox. Contained within sat a peastone which he recently started dumping his excess spiritual energy every day. After several days of accumulation, it held a decent reserve of backup energy which Ves could draw upon in case he fell up short. Alongside the peastone, he also drew out his soul F-stone from his vault. He had been refraining from doing anything to the F-stone because he only possessed a single sample of this spiritually reactive exotic. Its ability to augment his spiritual energy with a charge and an extra offensive attribute might come in handy if things went awry. Lastly, he drew out the ancient sarcophagus, though currently it rested inside a container. Ves moved all of the objects he drew out from the vault and brought them to the Barracuda's lab compartment. Once there, Ves drew out the ancient sarcophagus from its container and placed it in a shielded chamber. With his P-stone, B-stone, and F-stone within reach, Ves believed he prepared enough tools for his upcoming operation. After exchanging one long look with Nita, Ves settled down on his chair with Lucky hovering nearby and began to concentrate his mind. As soon as he settled in the right mode, he began to observe the ancient sarcophagus with his spiritual vision. It looked as bright, warm, and active as ever. While Ves did not perceive any increased activity since last time, his inexplicable fear towards the strange object had abruptly grown more pronounced. The more he looked at the coffin, the more his intuition started blaring alarms. Something incredibly dangerous rested inside the coffin. Ves might regret it if he tried to peek inside.
Whatever. I'm a Larkin's son. I've never been afraid to take a little risk. Let's go.
Instead of letting his fears and doubts wear down his determination to investigate the ancient sarcophagus, he decisively pulled the trigger and Scent extended a powerful spiritual projection towards the alien object. The only way to defeat the fear of the unknown was to shed its veil of secrecy and cast a light on the truth. As soon as his spiritual projection encountered the red crystal, Ves immediately felt the familiar sensation of becoming mired in a swamp. The exterior material of the crystal coffin reminded him of the murky sensation of trying to pass his spiritual projection through a thin layer of beestone. Nonetheless, unlike a genuine beestone, the red crystal did not block spiritual energy as effectively. His spiritual projection continued to sink through the red crystal material. The further it reached, the more he began to sense an uncomfortable spiritual sensation. Though the crystal material substantially dampened his spiritual senses, he nonetheless detected that something deep inside was beginning to stir. Chapter 1491 No Refunds. A masked man stepped inside an isolated mech bay aboard a ship. He walked forward, his boots echoing against the scuff deck, until he reached the mech that had recently been unpacked. "When I heard our son prepared a gift, I did not expect to receive a tiger mech," the masked figure remarked as he studied the devil tiger with a critical eye. "Why do I have the feeling that this gift is not entirely planned?" A small figure appeared alongside him. The crystalline woman wearing an elegant gown smiled up at the ferocious-looking tiger mech. "This mech is a labor of love. From son to father, from mech designer to mech pilot, Ves hasn't forgotten about you. Though I don't pretend to understand much about mechs, I can immediately tell that this devil tiger will be the key to our ascension." Though the formless mask hid Wrinkle's expression, his body language clearly conveyed his skepticism. There was nothing wrong with the devil tiger. From his own knowledge of mechs, he immediately recognized that the mech in front of him was very powerful and expensive. In addition, he vaguely sensed something formidable about the mech. He couldn't quite describe what he was feeling, but as someone who piloted mechs for a living, the devil tiger was definitely a machine that demanded attention. However, no matter how impressive the mech appeared, there was one huge problem. "I don't pilot bestial mechs, honey. While this tiger mech is very impressive, I only pilot humanoid mechs." Cynthia Larkinson grinned. "Haven't you been learning how to pilot other mechs? With the help I've provided to you, you've been improving at a rapid pace." "That's because I've spent more than 6 years trying to become accustomed to piloting space-borne mechs." The Dark Cleaver let out an exasperated breath. "Most battles in the Nixian Gap take place in space. If I didn't work so hard in becoming more proficient in piloting space-borne mechs, I would have never been able to earn the respect of my men and take over the Oblivion Hand." As a Larkinson, he possessed a much greater foundation than regular mech pilots, let alone the badly trained pirates of the Nixian Gap. He already possessed a basic level of proficiency in piloting space-borne mechs, but it took several years of intensive piloting and training sessions for him to reach the level of proficiency reached by Larkinsons who specialized in piloting space-borne mechs. To be honest, Wrinkle still wasn't comfortable with piloting a mech in space. The lack of solid ground underneath the feet of his mech often made him feel lost and adrift. He missed fighting on stable ground. Distances were smaller, giving melee mech pilots such as him a lot more opportunity to close in to the enemy. Though he still led the Oblivion Hand in battle after he became its commander, his mech mostly floated in the rear while the ranged mechs under his command pelted their opponents to death. Ever since the Dark Cleaver took command of the Oblivion Hand, they never lost a battle. With someone as mysterious as his wife scouting their enemies and sabotaging them prior to battle, the Oblivion Hand always held the upper hand. The continuous string of victories had propelled the Oblivion Hand into prominence in the Nixian Gap. More and more pirates and other scum gave way when the Oblivion Hand passed through their space. In addition, the spoils they gained from their victories attracted an enormous amount of recruits. Though a lot of spies and malcontents attempted to slip into their ranks, Cynthia always managed to sort them out before they did any damage. Wrinkle would have never made it this far without his wife's assistance. However, that did not mean he always went along with her plans. You know we can't afford to stay in a single area. He crossed his arms. With hunters continually following our trails, we always need to stay a step ahead. We can't afford to linger too long on the surface of a planet. I know that. The minuscule woman spoke. But there's more to this mech than you realize. It's worth it for you to pilot this great machine. Do you know why? Because our son has imparted something special to this mech. Why don't you step inside the cockpit first? I'll show you why the Devil Tiger will be the key to gaining an edge against our pursuers. You might even become strong enough to defeat them in battle. The man sent a dubious glance at his partner. The last time you showed me something instead of telling me something, you stuffed a bunch of pills down my throat. I was indisposed for days while my body and mind were tearing themselves apart. Didn't you get better in the end? I was just doing what was best for you, honey. Though Wrinkle was very hesitant about following his wife's instructions, eventually she managed to badger him into stepping inside the cockpit. Once he climbed into the cockpit and sat on his chair, he quickly moaned in comfort. This is the most comfortably piloting chair I've ever sat upon. As expected from my son, he knows exactly how to pamper mech pilots. The floating crystalline form of a woman hovered happily above his head. The comfy chair is just the start. There's something else about this mech that will help you become stronger. Why don't you activate and interface with the Devil Tiger? There's a surprise waiting for you once you connect with your mech. Though Wrinkle only grew more and more apprehensive about following her suggestions, he couldn't muster up much resistance against his own wife. She had never been wrong, after all. He booted up his mech and tentatively lowered the piloting helmet onto his head. The Devil Tiger came to life. The aura hidden behind the spiritual barrier that Ves had left behind became more pronounced. A hint of it leaked past the blockage, giving the mech pilot a preview of why the Devil Tiger acquired its name. Soon enough, the man-machine connection started to engage. Just as Wrinkle started communicating with the awakening tiger mech, the diminutive crystal woman started to make her move. She stretched her tiny arm outwards and gripped her hand into a fist. Then, she pulled something out, causing the designed spirit of the Devil Tiger to scream in agony and pain. Her hand gripped something invisible to the naked eye. Only Cynthia could see what she held. She studied what she had taken with a satisfied grin before shoving it through the helmeted head of her husband. Aya! What are you doing? This time, it was the mech pilot's turn to scream. Despite flailing around on his piloting seat, the tiny woman remained unconcerned as he concentrated on manipulating the intangible object she shoved in the mind of the man she loved. Several agonizing minutes passed by as Cynthia performed a series of intricate spiritual surgery. The complexity of her manipulations vastly exceeded anything that Ves could do on his own. In fact, if Ves could see her now, he would have been astounded to see what was happening. The design spirits of his mechs were never supposed to be abused in this fashion. Wrinkle kept feeling as if his mind was being dipped into a sun as he bore through the pain that affected his deepest being. He felt as if his fundamental sense of self was being altered on the spot. Eventually, Cynthia ended her operation. She looked a lot more exhausted than before as she expended a lot of energy and effort to accomplish her objective. Her husband slowly recovered from the changes that took place in his mind. He immediately shut down the mech as the man-machine connection compounded his headache. What? What did you do? Nothing much. I just gave you the essential ingredient that will allow you to become an expert pilot. In fact, your new state resembles that of an expert candidate. Aren't you happy, honey? Happy? Do you realize how much pain I am in?
I don't feel anything like an expert candidate, and as a Larkinson I should know.
Cynthia's tiny form floated closer and gently caressed her husband's head while she studied her handiwork. Her expression revealed no hint of an apology.
Just bear with it. I had to be a lot more forceful than I initially thought. It's inevitable for you to suffer some side effects. The pain will fade, but the discomfort will remain. How am I supposed to lead the Oblivion hand when I'm no longer comfortable in my own skin? Fix this, please. I'm sorry, honey, but you have to do the rest yourself. The side effects of my operation can only be mitigated if you integrate the changes I've made. How am I supposed to do that?
Cynthia waved her tiny hand across the cockpit.
By piloting this mech. It's connected to you now. It hides a wellspring of strength. I borrowed a small portion of it to empower you, but to make it your own, you need to master your new strength in order to remain in control. Piloting the Devil Tiger in battle will help you familiarize with your changes and stave off any adverse consequences.
Wrinkle Larkinson was never destined to become an expert pilot. For Cynthia to give her husband the strength he needed to resist their enemies, she had to resort to desperate means in order to change his fate. It was worth it, though. Despite the sloppiness of her operation and the many side effects that arose, she was confident her husband would be able to overcome this challenge. What she didn't mention to her husband that she was actually gambling with his life. If he failed to master his new strength and advance to expert pilot in a couple of years, the foreign energy inserted in his mind would eventually rebel and take over his body. This wasn't something she could meddle with any longer. With how intertwined she attached the new energy to his mind, damaging one would also damage the other. This was why she heavily emphasized to her husband to control the new addition to his mind before it gained the upper hand. Once Wrinkle's headache began to subside a bit, he turned towards his wife and glowered at her.
I hate you, you know that? You're not the woman I rescued and fell in love with back then. You did a good job in deceiving me with your innocent act and your duplicitous smiles. When I finally found out the truth, I realized that I married a lie. By then, it was too late for me to request a refund.
Though her husband was bad-mouthing her, Cynthia took no offense.
The love we share is real, and the son we raised is the proof of that. I'm sorry for hoodwinking you back then, but I was in desperate straits back then. It's all water under the bridge, right? Despite all the trouble we're in right now, I still love you as much as I did when you rescued me like a knight in shining armor.
Her husband sighed.
And I love you too.
Love was very mysterious. Despite the problems associated with her complicated past, the time after her early death was one of the bleakest periods in his life. When she finally returned to him in her strange form a few years ago, it was as if he rediscovered the joys of his life. Cynthia turned grim as she cast her thoughts to the future. Aside from the incessant pursuit following after their heels, she also worried about a greater threat.
Please bear with the changes and do your best to grow stronger quickly. You'll need that strength for what is to come. What are you worried about, Cynthia? A powerful foe, she replied with a grim expression. One that is great enough to force our sun to run from the star sector in the future.
The ruined temple was not a foe to be taken lightly. Chapter 1492 CU. Back aboard the Barracuda, Ves was exploring something new as well. After several days of ignoring its presence, he finally decided to tackle the ancient sarcophagus. After passing his spirituality through the odd hindrance of the red crystal substance, he began to approach an unknown entity held within. The closer his spiritual presence neared the unknown entity, the greater the pressure he felt. Ves got the impression that the entity resting in the center of the coffin was not entirely awake.
It's different from a living entity.
Compared to the liveliness and vividness of Zyger's spirituality, The strange and partially obscured presence locked within the ancient sarcophagus was like a sleeping giant that only revealed a hint of its shadow. Ves began to consider whether it was a good idea to probe deeper. The strength he sensed up ahead only revealed a hint of its prowess, but already his intuition was ringing tons of alarms. The problem he faced was whether he could trust his intuition. Ordinarily, he always trusted in his intuition. However, he didn't dare to do so this time. Ever since he suspected that an outside influence was affecting his emotions, who knew whether his intuition could still be relied upon? "I have to move forward," he whispered to himself. The only way to defeat the unknown was to lift the veil that obscured the truth. His sluggish spiritual projection continued to worm its way deeper into the ancient sarcophagus. As soon as it reached the area which held the frozen alien body, it finally came in touch with the dormant spiritual presence locked within. Ves sensed a formless presence. A presence that slept. Sleeping for eons. Until it perceived a disturbance. Its rest was disturbed. The presence slowly perceived an intrusion. An unwelcome entity had disturbed its rest. The presence began to waken some more. The strength it exuded rose rapidly. Ves widened his eyes. Lucky meowed in alarm and activated his energy claws. A sleeping spiritual giant awoke and became incredibly angry. Perhaps I acted too hastily." As soon as he decided to pull his spiritual projection back, the entity residing within the ancient sarcophagus released an alien transmission that could only be heard through spiritual means. Ves perceived a jumble of alien words and concepts. Though he failed to understand the meaning behind the transmission, he still managed to perceive the underlying emotions attached to the message. The entity resting within the ancient sarcophagus was angry. Angry at being disturbed. Angry that its recovery had been interrupted. Angry that some puny life form had the temerity to claim its resting place. The punishment for disturbing its rest was death. "Ah!" Ves cried and pressed his hand against his head. The massive spiritual entity hiding inside the ancient sarcophagus began to savage his spiritual projection. "No!" Once it realized that the intruder was only an extension of someone else's spirituality, the alien presence began to capture it and hijack its connection to the source. Ves instantly balked in horror as he felt his spiritual projection was being co-opted. The connection between his mind and his projection became a guide for the alien spiritual entity. Soon enough, a spiritual sledgehammer hit his mind. Ves screamed as he felt as if something had cracked. The strength of the impact finally allowed him to gauge the previously dormant entity's strength. Though the alien spiritual entity hadn't fully roused itself from its slumber, the force of its spiritual attack already exceeded the strength level of an expert pilot. In fact, the power he sensed was comparable to that of Kalankso. "I've disturbed an entity that's as strong as an ace pilot." The only reason why his mind hadn't crumbled entirely was because the alien entity was still in the process of waking up. More and more of its strength came alive as the entity reared back for a second attack. At that instant, Ves quickly diverted some of his concentration to his surroundings. He quickly located the lockbox made of bee stone and hastily picked it up. He oriented its opening and slipped the lockbox over his head like a makeshift helmet. The second strike threatened to crack the defenses of his mind. Yet before it hit, the attack first hit the side of his bee stone lockbox. Though Ves looked absolutely ridiculous right now with the square, black helmet over his head, his quick thinking saved him from an attack that potentially shattered the defenses of his mind. The second strike encountered so much hindrance in trying to pass through the layers of beastone that it lost a lot of strength and momentum by the time it managed to pass through the dampening material. The force that finally struck his mind only whacked him with a moderate instead of an overwhelming amount of force. Ing! It still hurt, though. The exterior of his mind already suffered some cracks due to the initial attack. Every subsequent bump threatened to compound the damage. Despite the protection provided by his beastone helmet, the rain of attacks that followed afterwards continued to degrade his defenses. Soon, it would crack or shatter, which would lead to unpredictable results. Though Ves tried his best to retreat, he found out that he was stuck. The hostile alien presence hijacked the spiritual projection he inserted into the ancient sarcophagus, and kept hold of it in order to keep him in place. Since Ves couldn't retrieve his spiritual projection, he tried to cut it off. However, he failed as the alien entity reinforced the connection. It isn't working! In order to buy more time, he frantically diverted his spiritual energy into the defenses of his mind. While he managed to heal some of the cracks, the attacks that continued to rail against his mind continued to inflict more damage. Damn it! I can't run, and defending will only delay the inevitable. He had to change his tack. Though his opponent was extremely formidable if he tried to resist it by himself, he hadn't forgotten about his preparations. Though the beastone lockbox placed on his head was blocking his sight, he nonetheless managed to blindly grasp at two exotics he prepared beforehand. He placed one hand on his partially charged P-stone and another hand on his only F-stone. The P-stone possessed a few days' worth of excess spiritual energy. Ves desperately tapped the energy locked within to stem his rapid depletion. With an extra source of spiritual energy, he managed to buy some valuable time for himself. As for the F-stone, Ves briefly hesitated in using it. Though Ves did not believe its properties were dangerous to him, he never fully tested out its abilities. This was because the F-stone only contained a finite amount of charged energy. Once he used that up, he had no way of recharging it. He already tried to insert his spiritual energy in the F-stone to see whether it replenished its energy, but nothing happened. This isn't time to be stingy, he admonished himself. Who cares about a unique F-stone when my very mind is at stake? He no longer hesitated and drew deeply on his F-stone. A strong charge entered his body and mind before fusing with his loose spiritual energy. The external charge imparted his spiritual energy with a strong offensive attribute that became more and more pronounced as Ves drew out more of the F-stone reserves. It pained Ves enormously to use up so much of his F-stone's charge. He estimated that he drew around 15% of its total charge by the time his spiritual energy became saturated. He was unable to draw out anything more from his F-stone as his spiritual energy simply couldn't accommodate anything more. This is the time to strike. Though his spiritual energy was depleting at a worrying rate, he decisively formed another spiritual projection in the shape of a sharp and deathly knife. Due to the charge it acquired, its sharpness and other offensive qualities had become a lot greater than Ves could ever manage to impart by himself. Unlike the alien spiritual entity which mindlessly continued to press its attack through the dampening material of his beastone lockbox, Ves directed his spiritual knife downwards from his head through his neck. Only until his spiritual knife extended from the interior of his lockbox did he reorient his knife towards the ancient sarcophagus. Attack! With as much force as he could muster, he propelled his spiritual knife forward. As soon as it reached the red crystal exterior, it began to encounter some hindrance. However, the knife was not deterred. Its strong offensive quality allowed it to cut through the spiritual morass without bleeding too much energy. Like a hot knife through butter, Ves pressed the sharp spiritual projection through the red crystal substance. Within seconds, it arrived at the site where the alien entity captured his first spiritual projection. Cut! VS wielded his spiritual knife with haste and desperation. As soon as his attack encountered the awakening spiritual presence, the spiritual blade managed to make a cut with some difficulty. Ah! The injured spiritual entity roared with pain. It transmitted a barrage of spiritual messages, though VS completely failed to understand their meaning. Shut up, you stupid relic of the past! Seeing that his first attack had managed to damage the spiritual entity, he continued to make additional cuts. Though the wounds were fairly shallow in comparison to the formidable spiritual entity's size, VS was not attacking it at random. Instead, he cut the portion of the alien entity that grabbed hold of his hijacked spiritual projection. Cut followed after cut as VS continued to damage the area of the spiritual entity which had captured a piece of himself. The offensive attribute imparted to his spiritual knife grew weaker after every attack. Each cut that followed after the last one began to inflict less and less damage. However, VS didn't worry about his weakening attacks because VS managed to cut loose an entire portion of the alien spiritual entity. A formless scream without any obvious meaning emanated from the ancient sarcophagus. This time, its outburst was so powerful that even Nita managed to perceive the cry. The attacks raining down on VS had paused as the alien spiritual entity convulsed in agony, as it abruptly lost a fundamental piece of itself. VS took advantage of the reprieve by retrieving both his initial spiritual projection and his second spiritual projection in the form of a knife. Not only did he retrieve his spiritual projections, he also dragged his spoils from the wounded alien entity. Before he returned his spiritual projections to his mind, he hastily processed the wiggling and resisting spiritual fragment he cut loose. There's no way I'm going to host it in my own mind. He pressed the fragment into his P-stone. VS had already drained it of all of the excess spiritual energy he previously stored inside. Now that his spiritual piggy bank was empty of anything of value, he did not hesitate in forcing the violently wiggling spiritual fragment inside. Unfortunately, the spiritual fragment continued to resist its capture. Not only did it strain against his attempts to keep it in place, it also summoned up enough strength to overcome the suction force of the P-stone that attempted to keep the fragment in its embrace. I have no choice then. VS quickly removed the B-stone lockbox from his head and quickly dumped his occupied P-stone inside. Once he closed it up, he carefully studied the lockbox for a few seconds but sensed nothing leaking out. Combining the strengths of his P-stone and B-stone was enough to keep this rebellious alien spiritual fragment in place. VS knew that spiritual fragments cut off from a greater whole still shared a connection between them. The strength of this connection varied, but stronger entities generally maintained a stronger grip on their spiritual fragments. However, the B-stone lockbox interfered with this connection. Though it hadn't disappeared entirely, the alien entity was unable to divert additional strength to its spiritual fragment. As soon as VS completed this maneuver, he took the lockbox and F-stone and rapidly escaped the lab. Nita! Let's go! It's too dangerous here right now! Though she was confused at what was happening, she didn't object to the command. As soon as they ran halfway across the interior of the Barracuda, VS finally slowed down. This should be far enough, he judged. We're out of the danger zone, I think. Though the entity residing inside the ancient sarcophagus was incredibly formidable, VS managed to discover something important while he cut loose a spiritual fragment. For some reason, the alien spiritual entity was anchored to the center of the crystal coffin. It was unable to exert the majority of its spiritual strength. VS bet that the entity trapped within the coffin could only lash out in the immediate vicinity. The further the entity exerted its strength, the more the ancient sarcophagus weakened its attempts.
It's not a sarcophagus, he abruptly realized as he straightened his thoughts. It's a prison.
Chapter 1493 Accidental Spoils. Before VS took a long rest, he made sure to move the ancient sarcophagus back to the vault. He didn't dare to let any person approach the dangerous object. While VS wasn't sure whether it could affect or threaten anyone else, VS did not take any chances. He approached a nearby terminal and began to take control of a number of lifter bots. Fortunately, the alien spiritual entity residing inside item number 1255 hadn't messed with the bots. Instead of moving it back to the vault, he instead placed it near the aft of the Barracuda. The vault was situated in the center of the corvette, allowing it to exert its influence to cover the bulk of the interior of the vessel. By placing it at the very edge of the cargo bay, right against the cargo bay hatch, the ancient sarcophagus would have to overcome a lot more distance in order to affect the rest of the ship. Once he finished moving the red coffin, VS paused for a few minutes and extended his damaged spiritual senses outward. He sensed nothing unusual. In fact, he began to breathe a little easier now that the dread weighing on his heart had disappeared. The subtle influence that messed with his judgment and intuition had disappeared. VS guessed that the trapped spiritual entity was still roiling in pain. VS had violently cut out a spiritual fragment from its hole. Unlike the last time where Kalangso voluntarily donated a spiritual fragment to VS, this time he took it by force.
There is an important difference between these two instances.
Though VS had the sense that the trapped alien entity was stronger than Kalangso, the two differed substantially in many ways. Aside from being powerful, they shared nothing in common.
I have no idea what I've tangled with, but I'm pretty sure it's trapped in place.
As more and more time passed by without anything unusual taking place, VS began to let down his guard. Evidently, the wounded alien entity was unable or unwilling to retaliate. Even if it did launch some kind of surprise attack somehow, VS had already prepared a precaution. He programmed an emergency command on his comm. As long as he pressed the button, the Barracuda's cargo hatch would instantly open and dump the ancient sarcophagus into space. Of course, VS really didn't want to resort to this option. Despite the threat hidden within, the ancient sarcophagus was worth around 20 billion bright credits. He hated the thought of throwing away all that money.
It's one thing to throw the red coffin away while the ship is in a star system. It's another thing to throw it out of the cargo bay while we're in the middle of FTL travel.
It was still possible to dump something out of the ship while traveling faster than light, but nobody knew whether this posed some risks to the ship. In any case, once the Barracuda released the ancient sarcophagus in higher dimensional space, it was virtually impossible to get it back. Who knew where it would drift off or whether it would even remain intact? He was relieved that the ancient sarcophagus did not do anything that forced his hand. As he commanded Nita to keep an eye on the object, he wearily dragged his body to his stateroom and fell onto his bed.
Meow.
Lucky floated above VS with concern.
I'm fine. I just need to rest and recover. My mind took an awful beating and I expended a lot of energy trying to defend myself.
The excitement had finished, allowing VS to take stock of what happened and what he gained from his latest dangerous experience. First, he managed to understand the nature of the ancient sarcophagus. VS wasn't even sure if it still deserved to be called as such, though it obviously preserved a seemingly dead alien body. The formidable spiritual entity trapped within had rested inside for who knew how long. VS wasn't sure if it was a spiritual continuation of the alien body trapped within the crystal, or if it emerged long after the original body had been entombed.
Whatever the case, it's strong and very much alive.
It also happened to be fairly uncommunicative and extremely violent. Though VS understood most entities, he failed to interpret the incomprehensible spiritual transmissions of the alien spiritual entity. There was a fundamental mismatch between them that didn't exist when VS communicated with other entities. Just like Sigra's spirituality, the alien spiritual entity possessed an irreconcilable hatred towards VS. Though he didn't mean to carve out a spiritual fragment, it was too late to make amends now that he did so in an extremely violent fashion. The overall impression he got from the alien spiritual entity was one that conveyed an immense amount of power and hostility. It was as if VS was just a mouse before a cat. Nonetheless, the difference between their situations was that the cat was shackled to the ancient sarcophagus while the mouse enjoyed total freedom. This was one of the reasons why VS shouldn't have much to fear from the alien spiritual entity he offended. Unfortunately, their brief moment of contact and conflict didn't reveal anything more about the entity trapped within. He did manage to extricate himself from the fight with a spiritual fragment. The P-stone locked inside his B-stone lockbox now held a very violent and uncooperative spiritual fragment. VS decided to keep the lockbox close and monitor it for a few days. While there was a risk in keeping it within his reach, he wanted to know immediately if the spiritual fragment managed to muster enough strength to break out of its cage. I don't have a lot of alternatives if my current containment measures aren't enough. One of the issues that plagued him right now was the damage inflicted to his mind. The violent attacks against the defenses of his mind had riddled it with cracks and other imperfections. Though his mind was already in the process of healing it, VS estimated that it would take a fair amount of time for him to recover all of the damage. In addition, VS also expended a decent amount of spiritual energy. Though his grand dynamo was intact and constantly churned out an incredible amount of spiritual energy, it still took some time for his reserves to get back up to full. This is going to eat up valuable time which I could have used to work on my latest design project. Still, this wasn't his first time his mind was working at a suboptimal level. VS believed he still had what it took to work on a new mech design. He just wouldn't be feeling very comfortable and energetic in the following week. In his current damaged condition, it would be hard for him to become inspired or perform his work at full efficiency. To be honest, he was quite pissed at how much damage he suffered and how it could have been worse. If not for his quick thinking, he might not even be himself anymore. As he analyzed his attempts to probe the ancient sarcophagus, he realized that making direct contact with the alien spiritual entity was his biggest mistake. His curiosity towards the seemingly slumbering entity had almost proved his undoing. Even if it woke up, it couldn't have done anything to me, he concluded. It's trapped in place and can hardly exert its strength outside of the red coffin. The main reason the alien spiritual entity managed to circumvent the restrictions of its prison was because it hijacked his spiritual projection. The channel that formed between the two opened up a backdoor for the alien spiritual entity to exert its strength outside the coffin. Well, lesson learned, I guess. He sighed while continuing to lie face down on his bed. I'll have to develop a more sophisticated probing method next time. I shouldn't expose myself in such a reckless manner against a completely unknown entity. The alien spiritual entity's dormancy had thrown him off. Only after it started rousing from its slumber did VS realize how badly he was outmatched. Though VS had never come in touch with an ace pilot in his life, he had a strong feeling that Kalanxo and the trapped alien entity both belonged to that tier. The amount of strength they possessed clearly exceeded the bounds of expert pilots, but wasn't quite as impressive as the stories he heard about god pilots. Well, there's a huge amount of variance in strength between ace pilots. This was because ace pilots were split into junior ace pilots and senior ace pilots for some reason. Despite this distinction, there weren't any other differences between the two. As long as a junior ace pilot kept improving, they wouldn't encounter any major bottlenecks that hindered their growth to senior ace pilot. If VS attempted to gauge their strengths, then he tentatively judged that Kalankso was comparable to a junior ace, while the trapped alien entity was comparable to a senior ace. Its partial awakening, along with the ancient sarcophagus shackling the bulk of its strength, prevented the trapped alien entity from using its superiority to its fullest. However, even a portion of its strength was enough to threaten VS. He needed to be really careful about his interactions with the ancient sarcophagus from now on, as he couldn't afford a repeat of the previous incident. VS winced when he thought about the F-stone. He used up 15% of its charge to empower his ability to damage the trapped alien entity. While he didn't regret his decision, he was afraid that he didn't have any way to make up for his loss in this area. From what I've seen in Hisneck, F-stones are probably a lot rarer than P-stones. He managed to collect 6 P-stones, but only 1 F-stone and B-stone so far. The latter 2 materials had proven vital in helping him solve his latest crisis. As long as he accumulated more of both, he enjoyed a lot more confidence in handling dangerous spiritual threats. However, if I don't manage to get more F-stones and B-stones, then my options will continue to dwindle over time. His B-stone had proven to be very useful as a makeshift helmet to protect his mind. The trapped alien entity hadn't been smart or coherent enough to attack his mind from below. However, would the next time be the same? If the alien entity smartened up, then VS needed a lot more B-stones to form an armored suit that protected his entire body. As for the F-stones, his need for them became more acute. Unlike his B-stone lockbox, which he could reuse as many times as he wanted, his F-stones depleted more and more of its charge each time VS drew upon its strength. If I continue to draw 15% of its charge with every use, then my F-stone will run out of charge after 6 more uses. This was very important to VS, because he believed he needed its strength to continue to take advantage of the ancient sarcophagus. Ever since he started his new design project, VS had been worried whether he could successfully design a brand new space-borne rifleman mech in 2 or 3 months. One of the biggest bottlenecks he faced was that he lacked a convenient supply of spiritual entities. Part of the reasons why his Aurora Titan, Transcendent Messenger, and Devil Tiger designs exhibited a powerful X-factor was because of their exceptional design spirits. VS wanted to impart the same level of strength to his rifleman mech design, but finding a suitable spiritual entity that could serve as its design spirit was immensely troublesome. However, it's different now. He grinned. With my accidental spoils, I've saved myself the trouble of starting an exhaustive search. The only troublesome aspect about the spiritual fragment he captured was incredibly hostile. The alien spiritual entity hated his guts and would never cooperate with his attempts to turn its spiritual fragment into a design spirit for his upcoming mech design. That's okay though. I can just use the same solution I used last time. VS planned to avoid the unpleasantries related to using a hostile spiritual fragment by breaking it apart. As long as he cut off the fragment's connection to the source and broke it up to the point where its autonomous consciousness died, then he could repurpose the pieces into a new spiritual product. Chapter 1494 Huge Reservoir. In the following days, VS put down most of his work and mainly relaxed as he tried to recover from his ordeal. Though he didn't have any hobbies or leisure activities to amuse himself, he enjoyed reading industry publications and keeping up with the latest developments in the local mech community. To VS, working with mechs was his idea of having fun. As long as he didn't divert his thoughts to any strenuous design work, his stress levels remained low. The passage of time allowed his mind to heal the damage that VS incurred by clashing against the alien spiritual entity locked in the ancient sarcophagus. While the damage looked ugly, this wasn't the first time VS had gone into a scrape. His mind had gained enough resilience to know what it was doing when it was attempting to repair the damage. What helped his recovery enormously was when Ves directed some of the abundant spiritual energy produced by the Grand Dynamo to boost the recovery effort. Since the defenses of his mind represented an aspect of his spirituality, then supplementing it with his own spiritual energy was like adding fuel to the fire. His mind and spirit had grown stronger. As Ves eagerly studied the rate of repair, he estimated he wouldn't be bothered by the damage anymore after a couple more days of rest. As Ves saw his own mind recover quickly by supplementing it with spiritual energy, he cast his thoughts back to the strange alien spiritual entity. His brief moment of contact revealed very little about the entity. The only thing Ves really learned was that its strength exceeded his own by a huge margin, but that it was also trapped inside its coffin. Ves tried to recall the impression he got from the entity. He found its emotions and spiritual attributes to be rather opaque. A lot was lost in translation because of the sheer alienness of what he experienced.
Is this what it's like to come into contact with a true alien?
A lot of the spiritual entities he encountered so far consisted of humans or genetically modified organic products developed by humans. These inextricable human links meant that Ves shared a common spiritual language with different creatures related to the human race. Ves was not blind to his ability to communicate with cats and other creatures. In fact, it had grown stronger and more capable as he progressed his career.
He smirked. Keddies is right. I do have a superpower. It's just that it's not as impressive as she thinks.
He developed a theory that his design philosophy not only strengthened his ability to work with mechs, but also produced various side effects related to its mechanisms. His design philosophy mostly focused on facilitating the cooperation between humans and mechs. Trying to communicate with animals and alien creatures was either an artifact related to his design philosophy, or something that was common with powerful spiritual entities that shared a particular inclination.
It could be both in my case, he mused. They're probably overlapping with each other if that's the case.
He'd have to come in touch with more aliens and other spiritual entities in order to be sure. Unfortunately, the only two within reach both hated his guts. When Ves inspected Zygra's spiritual fragment locked inside his outfit, it mindlessly lashed out at him with an even greater fury than before.
What have I done to you? Isn't it time for you to let bygones be bygones?
The sheer fury emanating from the spiritual fragment made it impossible for Ves to have a straight conversation with the former crowned cat. As for the other entity, Ves was not very eager to make contact with the alien spiritual entity.
It deserves a name. It's tiresome to call it that every time I think about it. He rubbed his chin. How about Nixie?
That settled it. If the alien spiritual entity locked within the ancient sarcophagus disliked its new name, then it could always lodge a complaint if it wished. Though Nixie was incredibly hostile and almost succeeded in shattering his mind, Ves did not resent it. In fact, Ves regarded the spiritual entity with fondness. As Ves carefully approached the cargo bay and studied the ancient sarcophagus from a distance with his spiritual vision, he tentatively confirmed that Nixie was firmly trapped inside its cage. Once Ves gained more confidence that Nixie wouldn't be a threat to him, he stepped closer and began to examine the spiritual entity as best he could with his passive senses. Though he wasn't able to read much, he did manage to make some very critical observations. First, Ves confirmed his earlier conclusions. Nixie was incredibly powerful. So powerful in fact that Ves didn't feel confident he could match its strength within 100 years. Unless he advanced to Master Mech Designer or something, Nixie would always be able to crush him on a spiritual level if it managed to shake off its shackles. Second, Ves still hadn't been able to make sense of Nixie's spiritual attributes, but its personality and emotions were very clear. He gained the impression of a very distinguished alien individual who ruled over its people like a despot. Nixie believed that it possessed a natural right to rule. Tyranny, superiority, and hostility suffused the spiritual entity, making it extraordinarily difficult for Ves to find anything friendly.
"Your personality really sucks," he stated to the coffin.
Nixie probably didn't register his words.
"You'd be a lot more useful to me if you aren't such a hostile bastard. I'm not your enemy."
Unfortunately, no matter how many overtures he made, Nixie remained as hostile as ever. The only thing that changed was that it increasingly became more dormant. The ugly wound he carved out of Nixie did not represent a major loss to an entity of its size and strength, but it was very unpleasant nonetheless. What Ves found curious about Nixie's return to slumber was that its wound started regenerating. The edges of the cavity formed by carving out a fragment became active. Bit by bit, new spiritual energy arrived from within the entity to regain what had been lost. Ves widened his eyes as he realized the implications of this development.
"If Nixie gets back to normal every time I carve out a fragment, doesn't this mean that I can do this forever?"
This essentially meant that Ves had gained a renewable source of spiritual fragments. As long as he made sure that gave Nixie enough time to recover from the damage, Ves could potentially harvest the same kind of spiritual fragments in perpetuity.
"This is a ridiculous notion."
Ves vigorously shook his head before he let his delusions get the better of him.
"Nothing is for free. There has to be limits somehow."
Ves observed Nixie's spiritual activities over several days and keenly studied its changes. He found out that even as its wound started to close, its overall spiritual strength started to subside a bit. The difference was extremely minuscule, and it took a lot of focused effort on his part to register the changes in the first place. If not for his hunch that something like this might happen, he wouldn't have realized that Nixie was becoming weaker even as it healed its wound. It made a lot of sense to Ves. Where did it get its spiritual energy from? Ves observed the crystal coffin as best he could. Even if he didn't understand what it did besides trapping Nixie, he was pretty sure it did not generate any spiritual energy.
Why would a coffin or a prison have that function in the first place?
Ves made a tentative conclusion that Nixie was cannibalizing its own spiritual energy to heal its wound. This meant that this renewable source of spiritual fragments would not last forever and eventually exhaust itself. He still grinned, though.
"Even if my new renewable source is not as exhaustive as I thought, there is plenty to go around."
Nixie's sheer strength and quantity of spiritual energy was unlike anything that Ves had seen before. Not even Kalanxo, a sacred god who lived for hundreds of years and whose very genes had been manipulated to excel in spirituality and spiritual manipulation, could match the strength of this incredibly ancient and forgotten relic from the past. Though Ves did not have much information to go on, he estimated that he would definitely be able to harvest 50 to 100 spiritual fragments before Ves exhausted Nixie as a source. 100 fragments. That essentially translated to 100 spiritually empowered mech designs. Though Ves could draw upon other sources, he had to go through a lot of effort to obtain them. While he already formed plans to make it easier for him to harvest spiritual fragments or complete spiritual entities, it would take a lot of time for them to come into fruition. Now that he had Nixie, he obtained a very valuable stopgap solution. He only had to walk as far as to where he stored the ancient sarcophagus in order to harvest another spiritual fragment.
"This is worth far more than 20 billion bright credits."
Obtaining the ancient sarcophagus was one of the biggest profits of his year-long tour. Obtaining a huge reservoir of spiritual fragments in a convenient package was already worth this entire excursion.
"I can add another successful gain to my list."
His deal with Finley back at the Circle of Moda had paid off in spades. Even if Finley's faction misused his work and laid waste to a populated planet in the Sentinel Kingdom, VS would still not regret what he'd done. In his eyes, helping to develop mechs that went on to nuke an entire planet to oblivion was worth the gains he made. This was because the ancient sarcophagus allowed him to design a lot of mechs in rapid tempo without getting bottlenecked by his difficulties in tracking down suitable design spirits to pair with his designs. It's not a perfect solution, however. He sighed as he recognized a number of huge issues. Nixie was uncooperative. Not only that, but Nixie's spiritual attributes were very tyrannical and alien. VS didn't have a good grasp of them, and not every mech design was suitable to adopt these specific attributes. It might be able to work with an offense-oriented mech like the Black Beak, but I doubt Nixie is a good fit for a defense-oriented mech like the Aurora Titan. Nothing good would come out from a mismatch between the vision of a mech and its design spirit. His mech pilots would probably suffer from mental disorders if VS tried to pull something like that off. He didn't worry too much about this problem, though. This was because he already decided that if he ever made use of Nixie's spiritual fragments, he would use them as the main raw material for his spiritual products. It's better to break them up rather than use them directly. Aside from trying to remove Nixie's hostile consciousness towards him from the fragments, VS mainly wanted to see if he could steer its spiritual attributes in a different direction. Instead of accepting what I've initially obtained, I want to develop something that conforms to my intentions. In the context of his design philosophy, his attempts to develop an artificial spiritual product and gain greater control over its nature represented a shift towards the path of determinism. Though it still involved the path of life, the more he intervened in the configuration of his spiritual product, the more its existence reflected his will. It's like programming a bot, but not quite. He had no idea what he was doing during his first attempt at creating a spiritual product. VS realized that he had to develop the theories on how to shape a spiritual product in a focused and deliberate manner from scratch. However, the potential of becoming proficient in this ability was great. VS increasingly felt that his latest developments were threatening to spin out of his control. Reorienting himself more towards the path of determinism was a good way to ensure that he retained at least a modest grip on some of his future design spirits. Chapter 1495 Natural versus Artificial. Despite his many hopes for using artificial spiritual products as design spirits for his mechs, he did not consider them to be the ultimate solution to every problem. His previous mech designs, which utilized natural spiritual fragments or entities, were very powerful. As long as their inclinations matched their mech designs, then the resulting combination was very powerful. The main advantage to resorting to products of nature is that they are already mature. A sacred god like Kilangso, who grew up on Aeon Corona 7 and went through countless experiences, was not something an artificial spiritual product could match. The difference between the former and the latter was that a spiritual product was completely newborn at the moment of creation. In fact, as a purely spiritual life form, it never enjoyed an opportunity to live a long and impactful physical existence. This decreased their overall value compared to natural products. Having studied Veskas multiple times, VS concluded that it was rather dim-witted and impressionable at first, so much so that he believed that it was better suited to be utilized in custom mechs rather than commercial mechs. While he still believed that this was the case, VS believed this problem wasn't insurmountable. It's still better to obtain a natural product that matches the vision of my mech design. There will always be problems if I attempt to twist something incompatible into something that barely matches my intention. The main advantage of resorting to spiritual products rather than existing spiritual entities was that he could wipe the slate clean. Even if the spiritual entity hated his guts, as long as VS broke it apart and reconstructed it in something new, the resulting newborn was ripe for indoctrination.
This is the key.
Rather than immediately insert a new spiritual product into a mech design, he needed to raise and educate it beforehand. The longer he shaped its personality and inclinations, the less susceptible it would be once it took on its role and became exposed to the chaotic thoughts of thousands of mech pilots. What this basically meant was that VS had to create a spiritual product in the early phases of a mech design project, and needed to divert a lot of effort into educating it. Even then, it would still be rather impressionable because it simply lacked too much life experience to know what was right or wrong. In essence, that meant that his spiritual products would still be subject to change depending on the feedback it received from the earliest customers of his new mech model. VS predicted that only the earliest customers mattered, because exposure to more mech pilots would rapidly mature the design's spirit over time. This gave VS a measure of control over the evolution of his spiritual products. He just had to selectively release the first copies of his new mech models to exemplary customers. The first mech pilots who interface with my new mechs will essentially act as teachers and role models. In this way, VS believed he could successfully address one of the most troubling aspects in his attempts to utilize spiritual products in mass-market mechs. He left out another method of influencing his spiritual products. The problem was that it was a bit more controversial. If my current raw ingredients aren't sufficient, then I can always blend in an additional ingredient that contains the properties I want. VS believed that he could improve the compatibility of his spiritual products if he stole a spiritual fragment from a matching expert pilot. As long as the expert pilot specialized in the same mech type as his design project, VS would be able to better match the spiritual attributes of the spiritual product to a particular mech design. In fact, VS already blended in his own spiritual energy into his spiritual products to make them more compatible to mechs. The problem, though, was that his spiritual attributes addressed mechs as a whole rather than specific mech archetypes. He needed a more targeted way to influence the initial state of his spiritual products. VS remembered that he matched his first spiritual product, Veskas, with the Kinslayer. Veskas happened to be formed as a result of combining the spiritual remnants of a huge cat and a tiny portion of his own spiritual energy. The result was a spiritual product which already started off with a high degree of fit towards a tiger mech. This won't be the case next time. If the initial mix of raw ingredients wasn't enough, then VS had to throw in something extra in order to make up for the lack of fit. One solution he came up with was to revive his plans to borrow the strength of expert pilots. VS knew that stealing a spiritual fragment from an expert pilot was risky and not entirely opportune. To ensure the best result, he needed to be in fairly close proximity to the expert pilot in question or find some way to track down their spiritual presence in the imaginary realm. However, these challenges weren't insurmountable, or even very troubling. It was easy enough for VS to divert to the known locations of expert pilots in order to accomplish his heists. The bigger question is whether it's even a good idea for me to resort to this solution. VS knew that carving out a piece of spirituality from another person could be a damaging or traumatic experience. He wasn't really sure of the consequences of his actions, but at the very least he had set back their growth and progression for some time, as their damaged spiritualities needed a lot of time to heal from their wounds. Since expert pilots were weaker than ace pilot-like entities like Kalankso and Nixie, it would take a lot more time for them to recover from their losses. However, it doesn't have to be a lot. Just a tiny fragment is sufficient. The spiritual fragments he obtained from Nixie would serve as the base of his spiritual products. Their level of strength was already sufficient to form a strong design spirit, so VS did not have to rely on other sources to bolster this aspect. Adding in spiritual energy taken from other sources merely served to add more complexity and targeted focus to his spiritual products. It's much like designing a mech, he chuckled.
The different materials that make up its composition are good in different aspects. A mech made of a single material won't perform as well as a mech made of multiple materials. Equating the development of spiritual products to mech design represented an advancement in spiritual engineering. While VS was still far away from creating something as fantastic as the Grand Dynamo, he believed his latest methods brought him closer to reaching that height. Of course, for now I'm mostly relying on guesswork and unproven assumptions. If I want to prove my new methods, then I'll have to put them to the test. His next design project seemed as good as any to conduct this test. It's not like I have the time to hunt down a natural product under the circumstances. I have to work with what I have on hand. VS was under a lot of time pressure to design his upcoming space-borne ballistic rifleman mech. The market conditions for this type of mech was very favorable right now, but the longer he took to complete his design, the more his competitors met the market demand. If it took 6 months or more for him to complete his design, then at that time his competitors would have already captured most of the market. Trying to rob the turf claimed by others was a lot harder than taking over unclaimed territory. He estimated that he had less than 2 months left if he wanted to stay ahead of the curve. 3 months was his limit. If he took longer than this, then he'd be too late to attract attention away from existing mech models. Unless something literally falls on my lap, there's no way I can divert enough time to hunt down a strong natural fragment. The only issue that really concerned VS was that he needed to spend some time to locate and approach a suitable expert pilot. He shrugged. There's probably at least someone in the States along the way who matches my requirements. In fact, he remembered that he stole a spiritual fragment from an expert pilot once before. Back when he designed the Aurora Titan, he still adopted the framework of the triple division technique. These days, VS considered the triple division technique to be overly rigid and outdated. At his current proficiency in spiritual engineering, he no longer needed to adopt its framework in a formulaic fashion. Nonetheless, he still attempted to follow the formula when he designed the Aurora Titan. While Kalanxo's spiritual fragment played the starring role as the totem animal of his super-medium space knight, VS relied on blending a spiritual fragment taken from a chivalrous expert pilot in the mech corps. If I recall, the expert pilot I've targeted is Venerable Rhoda Fontaine of the 8th Spiral Shockers of the new Foundation Mech Army. VS spent some time alongside the elite Spiral Shockers during the time he joined Senator Tovar's peace delegation. His close proximity to the Spiral Shockers allowed him to locate Venerable Fontaine's spiritual presence easily and steal his spiritual fragment without much issue. I wonder what happened to him afterwards. His curiosity prompted him to head to the Galactic Net and try to search what had happened to Venerable Fontaine over the years since he designed the Aurora Titan. Had the expert pilot regressed? Was he still the same? Or did he improve in some way? I've been avoiding this topic, he belatedly realized. He had done his best to suppress the guilt he felt over stealing a portion of Venerable Fontaine's strength. With a heavy heart, he began to browse the articles related to Venerable Fontaine and the Spiral Shockers. There is not a lot of news. Due to their status as an elite mech regiment, the Spiral Shockers guarded their information tightly. The Mech Corps largely kept their missions, their mech roster, and other details under wraps. If VS wanted to gain access to classified information, then he needed to approach the Mech Corps. However, even if he was a journeyman, he had no business in inquiring about the current state of one of their expert pilots. I think I have a solution for that, though. VS smiled. He activated his comm and browsed his list of contacts. Though he didn't really relish making contact with the person he had on his mind, his curiosity would continue to gnaw at his mind if he ignored the matter. God damn it! What am I hesitating for? I'm making a big deal out of nothing. My relationship with them is different now that I've advanced to journeyman.
He decisively pressed the button to call his chosen contact. A few seconds passed before the call went through. A projection of a very familiar face appeared in front of Ves.
Mr. Larkinson. What an unexpected surprise! Leland. Cut the crap. I need a favor.
The spy currently working at the headquarters of the LMC raised his eyebrow.
What kind of favor? I'm performing some research related to updating my Aurora Titan design. In order to help me understand space nights, I'd like to study from examples. I don't know if you know this, but Professor Ventag once did a similar favor to me by giving me access to a redacted record of one of the expert pilots serving in the Mech Corps. I'd like to obtain those records again.
Leland immediately frowned.
Your request is very brave. It's also inappropriate considering you've contacted me directly on an unsecure channel. Oh, I'm sure you've already made some precautions.
Ves idly waved his hand, not very concerned about what he said.
Look, I really need you to fulfill my request. Come on. Aren't we buddies? I don't see any harm in allowing me to get a glimpse.
Chapter 1496 Switcheroo. If Ves was still an insignificant apprentice, Leland would have hung up immediately. It was different now. Not only did he become a journeyman, but he also gained a lot of prominence recently. His recent achievements and mech designs proved that he had a lot of promise. If Ves understood anything about Flashlight, it was that it was willing to break any rule in order to advance its interests. He currently shared a complicated relationship with the military intelligence agency of the Bright Republic. He already performed some missions for Flashlight, and even became one of their external associates. On top of that, Flashlight also became the third largest shareholder of the Living Mech Corporation. One of their shell companies took over the shares from a shell company answering to the Ministry of Economic Development. Overall, Ves was pleased with this change. As a shareholder, Flashlight never imposed any imperious demands on the running of the LMC. Even when the company fell into a crisis due to the change in market circumstances due to the Sandman invasion, they hadn't disagreed with the measures that Ves suggested to temporarily prop up the company's earnings. Since Ves had interacted with them long enough to study their mindset, he knew how much they valued him. As a journeyman with good growth prospects and decent ties to their organization, Flashlight probably considered him to be an important investment. For this reason, Ves believed he could take some liberties and throw around his weight a little. In any case, the favor he requested might be problematic for some people, but not to him. The only issue was the transmission method. Flashlight abhorred sending information over through the galactic net. While we are willing to extend this favor to you, you'll have to return to the Bright Republic if you want access to the information. Leland calmly replied after he considered the request. It's not that we're refusing you, but the galactic net is simply too insecure to transmit information of this nature. Don't you have encryption or something that can mitigate this problem? We do. However, they're only used to transmit the most essential intel because they'll be cracked soon enough. Ves palmed his face. This took way too long. Forget about it then. Can you at least tell me how Venerable Fontaine is doing? Has he changed since the end of the war? Every expert pilot changes, especially after a significant event such as a war. I can't tell you more than that, Ves. Has he grown stronger at least? Leland frowned deeper. Why are you asking this? What use does this information have for you? While mech designers sometimes inquire after expert pilots, it's mostly because they are tasked with designing or maintaining their expert mechs. I'm thinking about getting into the expert mech business myself. Ves spontaneously came up with an excuse. You know that my cousin Janzi is an expert candidate who currently pilots one of my Aurora Titans. I want to prepare for the time when I'm commissioned to design her expert mech once she becomes a full-fledged expert pilot. Studying the circumstances of comparable expert pilots helps a lot. Leland remained suspicious of Ves. The timing of this request was very strange, but then again a lot of mech designers were weird. Ves had already shown that he was not exactly the most rational mech designer in the Bright Republic. Let's discuss this matter further once you return to the Bright Republic. For now, all you need to know is that Venerable Fontaine has entered a slump for some time, but is doing well these days. How well, exactly? Well, it's no secret in the Mech Corps that he has requested a new expert mech. While expert pilots periodically request new expert mechs, the Mech Corps mostly prefer to keep their existing ones because developing one from scratch is incredibly expensive. Leland didn't need to tell Ves anything more. After Ves said goodbye to the intelligence operative and ended the call, he parsed the information that Leland revealed. Expert mechs were vital to expert pilots. The machines had to be precisely tailored to their expert pilots in order to bring out the most of their combination. However, Leland was correct that expert pilots often changed over the course of their careers. Most of the time, this wasn't a big deal as the design teams in charge of developing the expert mech would often implement tweaks to accommodate the changes. The only reason for an expert pilot to request a new mech is if their expert mech has become too outdated or no longer matches their capabilities. Ves didn't believe the former was the case. The Mech Corps or the senior designers in charge of the expert mech would make this determination themselves. If Ves assumed the latter was the case, then Venerable Fontaine had either grown stronger or weaker. Leland's description about this was rather vague. The spy only briefly mentioned that Venerable Fontaine had entered a slump. This meant that the expert pilot definitely suffered from a moment of weakness for a time. Ves bet that he had been directly responsible for this turn of events. He was relieved to hear that Venerable Fontaine was doing well again. From the context of the conversation, Ves believed that Leland meant that Venerable Fontaine had not only recovered, but grown stronger. Strong enough to think that minor upgrades won't be able to accommodate his current capabilities anymore. Ves therefore concluded that despite being robbed of a spiritual fragment, Venerable Fontaine was doing better than ever. He did not have to worry about ruining an expert pilot's career if he happened to borrow a spiritual fragment from them. Just like Nixie, they healed the damage and probably became whole again, though they had probably been set back for some time. It's only been 2 years since I've published the Aurora Titan. It's been even longer since I first started to work on its design. Ves furrowed his brows. This is a very short time for an expert pilot to improve all of a sudden. If Venerable Fontaine incurred serious damage and required many months or years to recover, then he would probably be content with his current expert mech. Even if he grew weaker for a time, that was not necessarily a reason to request a new mech. After all, if Venerable Fontaine recovered again, then his personal expert mech would fit him like a glove again. No. The only reason for Venerable Fontaine to request a new expert mech was because he had rapidly outgrown his current one in these last few years. A very bold assumption came to his mind. It was so bold in fact that Ves did not dare to take it for granted yet. Despite how well it explained Venerable Fontaine's circumstances, the implications were incredibly significant. This was because he believed that Venerable Fontaine, and by extension any spiritual entity related to his design spirits, grew stronger through the use of his mechs. While this wasn't the first time Ves entertained this idea, he never obtained proof. Not enough time had passed for him to determine whether his design spirits definitely benefited and grew stronger due to establishing connections to numerous mech pilots. In theory, it makes sense, though. Ves always believed the man-machine connection benefited both the mech and mech pilot. In most cases, the mech pilot probably didn't strengthen much over time due to their singular connection to their mechs. On the other hand, his design spirits watched a lot of mechs. While they probably didn't derive a lot of benefits from just one connection, what if they maintained 100 connections? 1,000 connections? Maybe he should check in on the status of his current design spirits. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof, he uttered. Ves dredged up the details of his old mech designs from his mind and tried his best to establish a connection to the design spirits that currently resided in his mech designs. He first checked the Black Beak. As one of his earliest original works, the Black Beak did not possess a strong X factor by his standards. Its design spirit, the Black Phoenix, was purely based on the images he constructed out of his imagination. Once Ves gained a tentative connection to the Black Phoenix, he tried to gauge its spiritual strength level. It's actually different from what I've imagined. The system graded the Blackbeak's X factor as C++. This was very weak compared to his more recent mech designs. Yet now that he came in touch with the Black Phoenix, he sensed that it had definitely changed from before. It's much more mature. Not only that, it had also grown more solid and real. Ves loosely estimated that the X factor of his Black Beak model had broken into the B range. Ves discarded his Black Beak design from the forefront of his mind and tried to call up his Crystal Lord design. Its design spirit, the Crystal Builder's leader, had grown stronger as well. It's a little less drastic, though. He recalled that its X factor was originally graded as B-. Ves judged that the Crystal Leader's X factor hadn't broken into the A grades, but it had definitely grown stronger than the Black Phoenix. B+, maybe? The jump in strength was a bit less dramatic than that of the Black Phoenix. Both mechs sold roughly equally, so numbers didn't explain the disparity. It's probably because the Black Beak started off on a weaker foot. It's much easier to strengthen its weaker foundation than to improve the sturdier foundation of the Crystal Lord. Ves drew his attention towards the Aurora Titan next. As soon as he recalled its design in all of its glory, he inevitably made contact with Kalanxo's spiritual fragment. He gained a huge shock as soon as he came into contact. Powerful! The aura and presence exuded by the Aurora Titan's design spirit vastly exceeded his previous interactions with it. It had grown so humongously powerful that Ves suspected that it could even serve as a worthy opponent to Nixie. Ves immediately grew pensive as he sensed a huge leap in strength. This isn't the kind of strength a mere fragment should possess. His actions had not gone unnoticed. As soon as Ves observed Kalanxo's spiritual fragment, the fragment observed Ves as well. A formless greeting emanated from the fragment. It was a friendly and familiar greeting. I miss you too. Have you been doing well? The fragment radiated pleasure. How are you faring in your current role? Have you grown stronger? The fragment sent out an affirmative pulse, giving Ves the impression that it was very pleased with its current circumstances. As Ves continued to ask a couple more questions, he began to get the feeling that he was communicating with an entirely different entity from what he imagined. This level of strength was no longer in the bounds of a mere spiritual fragment. He finally decided to cut to the chase. Who am I talking to? Are you just a fragment, or are you Kalanxo herself? A silence ensued before the powerful entity replied with an affirmative. The connection quickly ended as his conversation partner ended the connection. Kalanxo has taken over the role of its fragment? The proof was undeniable. The fragment he expected to meet was so strong that it practically matched his memories of Kalanxo's spiritual strength level back on Aeon Corona 7. The two were so similar that VS had no choice but to conclude that Kalanxo's primary spirituality had taken up the role of serving as the Aurora Titan's design spirit.
What the hell? When did she conduct this switcheroo?
What did it mean for Kalanxo's physical body now that her main spiritual consciousness no longer resided in her massive body? Was she still even alive? Though the implications of these revelations were immense, VS did not forget about the answers she provided. The benefit of communicating with a friendly and powerful spiritual entity was that they were articulate and smart enough to answer his inquiries. If VS interpreted Kalanxo's answers correctly, then she confirmed his guess that design spirits derived benefits from the usage of the mechs she oversaw. This was one of the results of a symbiotic relationship between a mech and a mech pilot. His design philosophy facilitated this outcome.
I knew this would happen at some level, but it's more powerful than I've imagined.
Chapter 1497 The Power of Symbiosis. The implications of what he learned about his prior works astonished him. He always entertained the theory, but he never really put much stock into it because of how ludicrous it sounded. How could his design spirits grow and become stronger by serving as the guardian spirits of his mechs? Was the symbiotic relationship between a mech model and all of the mech pilots using its copies that powerful?
There has to be a limit, right? Right?
What if there wasn't a limit? What if continued usage of his mechs kept feeding the design spirits of his mechs? They grew stronger, and stronger, and stronger, until they reached a point where their strength had reached an unimaginable height. VS scarcely dared to imagine the endpoint of this hypothetical evolution. It sounded blasphemous to consider the possibility that design spirits, like Kalanxo, would evolve to become an entity equivalent to a god pilot someday.
God pilots are the pinnacle of the mech piloting profession.
He never believed that gaining power was easy. Was it easy to reach this point? No. The fact that out of a veritable ocean of mech pilots, only 100 known god pilots emerged throughout the entire galaxy proved that reaching their height was not as simple as accumulating power.
Even so, accumulating power is definitely one of the prerequisites of reaching their height.
VS suspected that this might be one of the reasons why the Crystal Builder leader inhabiting his Crystal Lord design had stalled in the upper ranges of B-grade X Factor. Aside from requiring a higher accumulation of power to break past its threshold, it also needed to undergo a qualitative improvement of its very essence. Another factor in his current theoretical framework was the foundation or talent of the design spirit.
Entities which used to be intelligent, sophisticated, and alive are better off in this regard.
VS did not have high hopes for the Black Phoenix. The design spirit for his Black Beak mechs consisted entirely of an amalgamation of his own imagination. Its spiritual attributes mostly conformed to his own for that reason.
Does this mean its existence is also an extension of my own?
He didn't think so. When he observed the Black Phoenix, he had the feeling that it had already taken a life of its own. It was more apt to describe it as a proto-spiritual product. Nonetheless, despite the gains it made, VS never got the impression that it had grown more sophisticated. Its growth would definitely stagnate if VS did not intervene.
That's something for later, he decided. Now is not the time to update the Black Beak design.
As opposed to pale creations like the Black Phoenix, spiritual fragments and entities started off on a better foot. A complex and sophisticated spiritual entity like Kalanxo, who already lived a real life, possessed the highest chance of reaching the mythical height of god pilots. Even so, VS imagined the amount of power accumulation required to become eligible to evolve to this point was immense. How long would it take for Kalanxo to gather all of this power?
Most mech pilots are really weak.
Their spiritual strength was so faint that VS had difficulty detecting them in the first place. The amount of strength they could contribute to a design spirit while piloting their mechs was so minuscule that it could be discounted entirely. No, the only sources that mattered were mech pilots with spiritual potential or spiritually strong mech pilots. 1,000,000 or even 1,000,000,000 regular mech pilots did not match the contribution of a single expert candidate. The disparity was simply too wide. Quantity matters to a certain extent, but quality matters more. Ves believed that expert pilots and higher might be able to grant unimaginable benefits to design spirits. He couldn't help but think back on the grand design of Aeon Corona 7. The sacred gods accepted the worship of the blessed people, but the huge and massive exobeasts only really cared about their chosen, which played a role equivalent to mech pilots. It's a symbiotic relationship, he recognized. When one grew stronger, the other also grew stronger. This was something that sacred gods like Kalankso had been born to foment. Kalankso was ahead of the curve compared to his other design spirit. She actively spent some of her power in order to elevate Janzi into an expert candidate. Once she advanced to expert pilot and higher, the dividends that Kalankso earned from her connection with his cousin would pay off her initial investment in spades. This is genius! Certain researchers of the Five Scrolls Compact were way ahead in this field to be able to produce a fantastic genetic product like the Sacred Gods. Even if it requires exceedingly strange circumstances to produce them, the existence of all of the life on Aeon Corona 7 proved that the Compact may have achieved a lot of progress in their attempts to create their own gods. What would they do if they saw me now? What if they find out the truth behind my design philosophy? Ves imagined that they would give him a thumbs up before cutting off his head in order to squeeze out all of the secrets locked within. This was because he had inadvertently followed in the footsteps of some of the crazed researchers of the Compact. If not for his contentious relationship with this galaxy-spanning cult, he could have become one of its greatest researchers. He vigorously shook his head. Even if he matched some of their inclinations, there was no way he would ever consider himself alike from those crazies. I'm a mech designer, not a mad scientist. His profession anchored his identity. As a mech designer, everything he did related to mechs. If he started diverging from his desire to design better mechs, then that was a definite sign that he was going astray. Thinking about mechs enabled him to pull himself back from the unrealistic delusions of grandeur sparked by his latest realizations. Even if Kalankso harbored ambitions to evolve to a higher state, the amount of power accumulation required would be immense. Weaker design spirits grew faster than stronger design spirits due to the exponentially greater power accumulation required to reach the next threshold. Kalankso would have to partner up with trillions of regular mech pilots in order to experience measured growth at her level of strength. That essentially meant that Ves had to sell trillions of Aurora Titans. At his level of fame, reputation, and reach, that was simply impossible at this time. It's easier if my Aurora Titans are piloted by expert pilots or higher, though. Quality mattered more than quantity. This was what Ves believed. If Kalankso wanted to achieve measured improvements, then associating herself with expert pilots was the very minimum required for her to accumulate greater power. Yet if she truly wanted to achieve significant improvement at her level of strength, then cultivating a strong mutually beneficial relationship with an ace pilot was a must. This is the true power of symbiosis. Both sides of the symbiotic relationship grew stronger from each other. When one grew stronger, the other quickly caught up. This interaction potentially led to a virtuous cycle where the improvements of a mech pilot spurred the improvements of a design spirit, which subsequently fed back to the mech pilot, and so on. Of course, Ves did not expect a design spirit to extend its generosity in equal measure to all of the mech pilots it maintained a relationship with. For example, Kelank so clearly favored Ves Larkinson over the thousands of other mech pilots of the Aurora Titan. This was enough to transform the lives of some of his customers. In fact, if Ves gained the ability to influence his design spirits to select specific mech pilots as their chosen, then he may be able to dictate who would become an expert candidate.
This is an accidental side effect of my specialty.
The power to point at someone and turn them into an expert candidate was an incredibly frightening ability. The MTA would go crazy if they ever got wind that Ves could unlock the potential to undergo apotheosis to any mech pilot. Certainly, his superpower to communicate spiritually with non-human lifeforms paled in comparison to giving mech pilots the opportunity to break the extraordinary threshold. The notion of it was so monumental that Ves did not dare to breathe a word of it to anyone. Not even Nita should hold the knowledge that Ves could transform or revolutionize the entire mech community with his ability to provide ascension on demand.
Of course, I haven't actually obtained proof that I can do this. I have to test all of my assumptions.
His current design project was a good opportunity as ever.
I'm already testing a bunch of stuff. I might as well add a couple of more tests in the process.
With how urgently he wanted to progress, he couldn't afford to test all of his hypotheses one at a time. The Sandman invasion especially placed a great amount of pressure on his shoulders. For better or worse, his upcoming space-borne rifleman mech design would make or break the LMC.
As my final mech design of this mech generation, I want my upcoming mech design to be a harbinger of what is to come.
Ves wanted to start off with a strong footing at the commencement of the next mech generation. He wanted to achieve a measurable jump in quality and value from his older designs such as the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord. Through his next generation of mech designs, he wanted to announce that he had become strong enough to compete against the main players of the mech market. At the very least, hardly any mech designer could match the unique benefits that only he could provide to his customers.
Differentiation is key, he emphasized. Other mechs might hold the edge in firepower or mobility, but only my products are able to bring out the most in mech pilots.
He finally returned to reality after he got caught up in a successive string of relationships. His mind state had improved substantially, and he felt more stoked than ever to design his new mech. He had been waiting to enter an inspired state. Now that he formed a bunch of new theories, he eagerly wished to test them all out.
It's time to set a vision for my new mech design, he announced.
Lucky, who had been lounging on the desk while Ves got lost in his own thoughts, idly yawned and padded over to his lap.
Meow.
Ves frowned.
Is it feeding time yet?
Meow meow.
Nice try, buddy, but according to the clock your dinner time is still at least 2 hours away.
Meow. As Ves playfully toyed with Lucky, someone suddenly requested entry into his stateroom. When the hatch slid open, Crinden entered with a concerned expression.
We have a problem, sir. What is it?
Ves immediately turned serious. If his security expert felt obligated to report to him in person, then this problem had to be incredibly serious.
Let's lock down this compartment first. The information I'm about to bring to you is very sensitive.
Ves activated the command that physically disconnected and isolated his stateroom from the rest of the ship. On top of these precautions, Crinden also activated a jammer. Only then did they feel secure enough to talk freely with each other. Aside from Nita and Lucky, no one else would be listening in on their conversation.
We have an informer aboard our ship. Who? Gavin Newman, your executive assistant.
Ves briefly paused. His heart turned cold when he heard this name.
Who is he reporting to?
Flashlight. That was not as bad as he feared. His heart thawed a little when Crinden mentioned the intelligence agency. At the very least, Gavin wasn't passing on information to his actual enemies, such as the Compact. How sure are you of this assertion? Ves pressed his kinderbondsman. I am 95% certain that Mr. Newman is secretly transmitting information. I am 80% certain that the recipient of his transmissions is Flashlight. Those percentages were high enough for Ves to accept Crinden's conclusion. He didn't find it hard to believe that his trusted assistant served two masters, especially if the other master turned out to be a branch of the government. Yet even if that made the truth more palatable, Ves still felt betrayed. It was as if a dagger had struck his heart. Chapter 1498 Serving Two Masters. Michael Crinden explained how he came to the conclusion that Gavin secretly passed on information to Flashlight. Your principal assistant is constantly in contact with many different people, he began. The responsibilities you've entrusted to him necessitates frequent contact with the management and stakeholders of your mech company. Benny acts as my gatekeeper and bridge to the LMC. Ves nodded. If I spend my time on talking to Kelsey and the other executives of the company, I'd be at it for several hours. As a mech designer, my time is too valuable to waste on routine meetings and reports. Letting my assistant attend all of the meetings and provide a summary of the most important developments to me in our daily briefings is a much more convenient arrangement. Of course, it was only better if Ves delegated this responsibility to a trustworthy person. Ves always knew that Gavin held an immense amount of power in his organizational structure. His extensive reach and his role as a gatekeeper placed him very close to the center of the web of the LMC's power structure. Subsequently, this meant that Gavin not only had access to a mountain of information, he frequently communicated with dozens of people a day. All of those transmissions and communication sessions made it easy to pass along clandestine messages to secret recipients. Ever since I became a part of your staff, Mr. Newman hasn't shown any suspicious activity, Crinden calmly continued. I've monitored his active communications in secret, and I've never noticed anything that stands out. He has behaved impeccably proper and has never shown any sloppiness towards his handling of sensitive data. Then, what is the problem? Though Gavin has behaved completely honestly since my addition to your ranks, that is not necessarily the case in the past. During the Barracuda's overhaul, I've replaced her old databanks with different and hopefully more secure ones. I haven't thrown out the old databanks, though. Instead, I've been diverting most of my time combing over all of the logs. Ves looked impressed at Crinden. That sounds incredibly tedious. How can you even cope with such mind-numbing work? Oh, I haven't read through all of the logs in person. I just input them into my security software, which subsequently marks out all of the suspicious and questionable activity it has detected. That still leaves me with a lot of logs that contain false positives. I've spent weeks going over thousands of logs, but my hard work hasn't been in vain. I've detected some suspicious data packages embedded inside routine transmissions that are heavily encrypted. How strong is this encryption? Incredibly strong. It's beyond my means to break. That caught his attention. So it's not a mass-market encryption method, is that what you're trying to say? Crinden nodded. Only government entities or extremely well-funded organizations use these kinds of encryption. It's very costly to encrypt a message and even costlier to decrypt them. This is because they are very hard to detect. The data packages are most often embedded in real-time projection calls. Imagine if a certain coordinate fluctuates slightly in color or brightness. This is in itself a very covert means of transmitting information. If I didn't watch out for these kinds of patterns, I would have never been able to ascertain that Gavin is transmitting covert information in this fashion. VS possessed enough of a foundation in software engineering to know that there were countless ways to pass on secret messages through innocent transmissions. Comm calls exchanged an incredible amount of visual and auditory data between two parties. Any data points could easily be hijacked into a hidden vessel that surreptitiously transmitted messages to someone who tapped into the feeds. There was no question that Flashlight had the capability to monitor all of the transmissions between the LMC and the Barracuda. In any case, all of the routine business meetings conducted over the galactic net were hardly important enough to sink the LMC if the details fell into the wrong hands. What VS found more egregious was the possibility that Gavin transmitted more sensitive information to Flashlight. In the following minutes, Crinden elaborated on why he believed that Gavin was sending secret messages to an unknown recipient. Some of the more technical details related to cryptography escaped VS, but he understood enough that Crinden's evidence painted a solid picture. There was a huge issue with Gavin's past communication sessions. That they ended as soon as VS bought out Crinden and added him to the staff made it clear that the secret transmissions were deliberate and not something accidental.
Benny might not necessarily be responsible, VS suggested. I'm very certain he is responsible. He has shown suspicious activities.
Crinden projected some archival footage which looked as if Gavin was finicking with something in his pocket while he sat on the toilet. It only lasted for a few seconds before Gavin was about to use the toilet normally. VS immediately adopted a strange expression. It turned out that he wasn't the only one up to something suspicious while sitting on the toilet.
Okay, you've convinced me. He quickly waved his hand. You don't need to show me any more footage of this nature.
Crinden turned off the projection.
At first, your assistant acted very clumsily. That clip I've just showed you happened at the start of your ship's departure to Centerpoint. I believe that Flashlight only recently managed to turn Gavin over to their side. Having studied the subsequent footage, he has refined his methods over time. It's almost impossible to detect that he is acting suspiciously by the time your ship has reached the Kinner tribe. How have you determined that Benny is reporting to Flashlight as opposed to another organization? Through logical deduction and through recent proof. You recently called one of Flashlight intelligence operatives, correct? Yes.
VS had already briefed Nita and Crinden on some of his relations back home. It wouldn't do for them to be oblivious to Leland's true nature once they returned to the Bright Republic.
Well, shortly after you completed the call, one of Gavin's ongoing transmissions suddenly tripped the alarms I have set in the Barracuda's communication systems. Given the timing of this incident, I believe that Flashlight has requested information from your assistant.
VS bought the story. The request he posed to Leland a couple of hours ago must have confused the Flashlight agent to no end. Since Leland himself couldn't really figure out why VS was interested in Venerable Fontaine, then asking Gavin for clarification made a lot of sense. There was still something questionable about the timing.
Benny stopped transmitting information since you joined my staff, right? Why did Flashlight act so carelessly in using the same suspicious transmission method?
The security expert pursed his lips.
I reckon that they don't know or think the chances of getting caught is too low. If I did not comb through all of the past records, I would have never set the alarms that were on the lookout for suspicious patterns in Gavin's communication sessions. In addition, Gavin may be aware of what presence signifies, but Flashlight may not have been brought up to speed yet. Your assistant did halt in transmitting any covert messages immediately after I came aboard.
In other words, due to the information asymmetry between the informer and the recipient organization, the latter hadn't been on guard.
Do you have any idea at all what intel Benny passed on to Flashlight? That would require me to crack the code. I'll be honest with you. Even if I have access to all of the processors and advanced computing equipment of Rawlings University, it will still take me a decade to decipher the secret messages.
Government-funded intelligence agencies did not make use of simple commercial encryption methods. What they valued the most was making it as difficult as possible to crack their encryption through brute force methods.
Okay, I guess deciphering the messages isn't possible. The most expedient way to find out the truth is to confront and interrogate the subject in question.
Ves looked calmly at Crinden.
We are not going to do that to Benny. What he has done isn't necessarily illegal in the eyes of the Bright Republic. At the very least, I find it hard to imagine that he can say no to Flashlight if they secretly approached him and requested him to act as their informer in my staff.
Though Gavin's behavior still constituted a betrayal in his eyes, Ves really didn't blame him for doing so. Ves learned firsthand that Flashlight was incredibly ruthless. They were also effective in what they did. A normal Brighter like Gavin stood no chance against the most cunning spies of the Bright Republic. Considering Flashlight's objectives and areas of interest, there was no doubt that they wanted to keep a closer eye on Ves. Sending Leland to the LMC was one means to keep tabs on their erstwhile external partner. Ves had constantly put up his guard against Leland since the latter joined his staff as Flashlight's liaison. Now, he realized that Leland essentially acted as a decoy. Ves could stare at Leland all he wanted, but the true informer in his inner circle turned out to come from an entirely different direction. He smacked his palm against his face.
God damn it! I underestimated Flashlight. Just because they have remained low-key lately doesn't mean they've gone on a holiday. They're still up to no good. Mr. Larkinson, any state is wary of their prominent citizens. A journeyman such as you who is on the rise merits careful watching. If not Gavin, then someone else. In fact, it's very much possible that Flashlight has converted several members of your staff into informers. I will have to devote a lot of time to monitoring their activities in order to identify them. Even if you remove them from your company, there will always be someone else who has agreed to spy on you on behalf of your state.
In other words, this was an inescapable reality. The Bright Republic possessed too much interest in its prominent citizens to let them go about their lives without keeping an eye on them. Who knew if they would abuse their power over society one day? Even if Ves forged a friendship with Flashlight, that didn't mean the latter would let down their guard towards him. In fact, it was a given that they would keep an even closer eye to their external partner. That was just how spies operated.
If Benny is tasked with passing on information to Flashlight, then the transmissions probably concern my personal life,
Ves guessed. He took a page from Crinden and resorted to logical deduction to determine the nature of the clandestine messages.
That is what I think as well. If Flashlight wants to gather intelligence on the state of the LMC, then they can simply hack its databases or convert one of the managers or executives of your company.
Ves ruefully chuckled and began to stroke Lucky's back.
I don't care if they have access to the entire database of the LMC. My company is merely a vehicle to earn money and spread my works to the galaxy. The true value of a mech company resides in the heads of their lead designers.
Flashlight knew this as well. This was why they approached and turned his assistant into an informer in the first place. Gavin's close and frequent proximity to Ves meant that hardly anyone else knew more about the boss of the LMC. Throughout this meeting, Crinden had remained remarkably calm. Unlike Ves, he didn't share any close friendship with Gavin.
What do you wish to do now that I've informed you of your assistant's second loyalties? Nothing. Nothing? Nothing,
Ves repeated and let out a heavy sigh.
While I'm not pleased that Benny is serving two masters, it's not entirely wrong. I do value his input and my friendship with him. I don't want to spoil the chemistry we have just because he feels obligated to serve the Bright Republic in this capacity.
This solution did not entirely sit well with Crinden.
Sir, I highly suggest you reconsider. If you don't want to confront Mr. Newman, then you can resort to more discreet methods of phasing him out of your life. You won't have to spoil anyone's feelings or clue flashlight in that you are on to their actions. For example, you can promote him to a seemingly important management function within your company. Though this suggestion sounded viable, Ves really didn't feel like getting rid of Gavin at this time. I'll think about it, Ves said non-committedly. For now, let's act like we don't know that Benny is in touch with Flashlight. I don't think anything he's doing right now poses an acute threat to my interests. If that is what you wish, I will make sure to observe him closely. Without cluing him in, of course. Of course. Chapter 1499 Ownership Structure. Ves lost the good mood he gained after making several important realizations related to his design philosophy. Just as he was getting pumped up on working on his design project, Crinden came and revealed his bombshell. After Ves dismissed his security expert from his stateroom, he fell into a moment of silence. Aside from stroking Lucky's back, he hardly did anything else. Nita, who had been standing guard all this time, witnessed the entire meeting. She was no longer able to hold herself back. Sir? From what it sounds like, you are in a difficult position with regards to the man you trust to manage your affairs. While I'm not entirely familiar with the organization known as Flashlight, you consider them to be a legitimate arm of the government, correct? They're bastards, not to the detriment of our state. I've never gotten the idea that they have forgotten their original purpose and gone rogue. They are the hidden guardians of the Bright Republic. By extension, Gavin is also contributing to the state, correct? Ves shrugged. Perhaps. If Crinden is correct in his allegations, then I agree that Gavin isn't doing anything wrong in the eyes of the Bright Republic. Then the problem is not as severe as it initially sounds. While it is true that it is problematic that a trusted person on your staff is holding double loyalties, his second loyalty is at least to an entity which isn't diametrically opposed to you. Is the Bright Republic corrupt? He had to think for a moment to formulate his answer. It's not perfect. There are factions in play that are occasionally fishing for advantages, but compared to some of the states I've visited, it's pretty orderly. If the Bright Republic was corrupt, then it would have never lasted against the Vigia Kingdom. Spy agencies like Flashlight exist to root out officials who are willing to sell out their home state to the Vigians. One of the reasons why the Bright Republic remained on par against the slightly larger and more powerful Vigians was due to the disparity in intelligence and covert operations. Due to the fractured nature of the kingdom, the Vigians never unified their intelligence operations across their entire state. This constantly put them on the back foot against the brighter intelligence agencies. Seeing how effective agencies such as Searchlight and Flashlight fared against the Vigians, the government granted them more autonomy and power. They were elevated into one of the most vital pillars of the state in the event of an inevitable outbreak of war. Though Ves discovered that the intelligence agencies weren't entirely devoid of bias, he did not consider them corrupt. Then what Gavin is doing is acceptable, Nita concluded. It's not easy to stomach, but it is not something that you can prevent. Not with your current standing in society. If Ves immediately waved his hand. You know my stance on the matter. I'm not about to throw my weight around as a holy son. My situation is too precarious for me to expose this secret to a greater number of people. You're not going to tell your girlfriend, sir? Hell no! Nita blinked. Okay, sir. Ahem. I apologize for raising my tone. Ves rubbed his eyes. His emotions fluctuated a lot today. He hadn't even processed Gavin's double loyalties yet. How could he possibly think with a straight mind right now? I think the decision that you're currently inclined to take is the best. Nita continued. A competent intelligence agency will just attempt to co-opt Gavin's replacement if you decide to sideline him. If they are aware that you are suspicious towards your assistant, then they will simply turn someone else on your staff into their informer. The only way you can ensure absolute loyalty from your staff is if you replace them with kinners.
VS let out a deep sigh.
That's not really realistic. Replacing my entire staff with kinners is not only expensive, but also a very clear sign that I am paranoid and have something to hide. Knowing Flashlight, those sneaky bastards will just take that as a challenge to spy on me harder.
Neither of them believed that they could ever get rid of this problem without overhauling the entire organizational structure of the LMC. That was a bad idea for many reasons. As much as VS considered the LMC to be his company, he only owned 49% of its shares. Flashlight effectively controlled 21% of the company's shares through a holding company called Sibilant Asset Management. In fact, if the agency wanted to, they could have simply decided to insert more of their people in the company openly. That was what they had already done with Leland, after all. What rankled VS the most about this awful situation was the duplicity and lack of trust. VS had slowly started to warm up to Gavin. Though he still withheld his most sensitive secrets from his assistant, he already started toying with the idea of bringing Gavin into his true inner circle. Now, VS was forced to discard this plan. Knowing that Gavin answered to someone else besides him meant that VS could never reveal any of his sensitive secrets to him. Just the possibility that some of it might be passed on to Flashlight was too great.
I can't take the risk.
At this moment, VS felt more alone than ever. One of the closest people he got along with turned out to be an informant who could never be fully trusted to carry his secrets. Ordinary mech designers didn't have to worry too much about this problem. Their most valuable secrets mostly consisted of complex, abstruse theories and techniques related to their design philosophies. Without adopting the same mindset as the mech designer in question, their trade secrets weren't very valuable in other people's hands. Only the MTA could really make use of the information, but even then they much preferred to exchange the secrets for merits in an open and above-board fashion. With their wealth, power and influence, they had no need to resort to force or trickery to get what they wanted. VS did not have this luxury. His secrets were immensely greater than that of anyone else. While they granted him immense advantages in his career, they also weighed him down. He needed to be a lot more careful about who he trusted from now on. At the very least, VS became more determined than ever to diversify the LMC. Since most of its employees consisted of Brighters, organizations like Flashlight were spoiled for choice on who they wanted to turn into their informers. He felt as if he lost a part of his innocence today. His distrust towards his own company and his own workers had increased. Even if the ones responsible turned out to be a government-sanctioned intelligence agency, what if he wasn't so fortunate next time? What if the Vesians managed to infiltrate his ranks? What if the Five Scrolls Compact managed to turn his trusted men?
Knowing is better than not knowing, VS whispered to himself. Have you decided how to go forward, sir?
VS closed his eyes.
Yes. I'll stick to my earlier decision and act like there is nothing wrong. There's no benefit in kicking up a fuss. If I was in his place, I wouldn't have refused the request either. Gavin isn't the culprit here. The real problem is Flashlight.
Frankly, VS didn't know how he should handle Flashlight. Despite earning their trust, they remained very suspicious about anyone due to their very nature. He knew that they must have heard about his sudden decision to go on a grand expedition. Even if Gavin didn't pass on a message, Calcy or any of the other executives at the headquarters of the LMC would have been able to leak the details to the spooks. Perhaps Flashlight even learned of it as soon as VS mentioned it over a calm call. What VS needed to do was sound out Flashlight's thoughts on his grand expedition. After all, for one of the Bright Republic's promising mech designers to go on a random, multi-decade tour to an entirely different star cluster was very concerning. Who knew if VS remained committed to his home state? What would happen if he decided to neglect the LMC in favor of another mech company? Would Ves even want to return to the Bright Republic after he ended his grand expedition? While Ves was technically free to do what he wanted as long as he didn't violate the Bright Republic's laws, Flashlight never really paid attention to the rules in the first place. No, if Ves wanted to avoid any problems on their end, he needed to resolve the gulf between them in a different way. He discussed his thoughts with Nita, who suggested a logical-sounding suggestion. You need to hitch them onto your wagon, sir. So far, this grand expedition is mostly centered around your interests. I can understand why Flashlight feels left out. What if you remedy this situation by obtaining their buy-in? How would I be able to do that? Ownership of an expeditionary fleet can be divided in shares, Nita said. Rather than owning shares in the expeditionary fleet in your personal capacity, instead you should put it in the name of the LMC. Since Flashlight is a major shareholder of the LMC, that will in effect give them a small but substantial stake in the success of your grand expedition. Ves grimaced upon hearing this suggestion. He originally planned to keep the LMC out of it and purely contribute to the expeditionary fleet with his own fortune. Involving the LMC meant that he would give a greater voice of how the expeditionary fleet was run to the other shareholders of the company. That included not only Flashlight, but also the Larkinson estate. However, what mollified Ves a bit was that Flashlight and the Larkinson estate would never be able to overrule Ves no matter what kind of votes they made. This was because the LMC would never be able to become the majority shareholder of the upcoming expeditionary fleet. Gloriana will call the shots of the expeditionary fleet, Ves revealed. Ownership of an expeditionary fleet is decided by how much money and assets people commit to the expedition. No matter how much ships, wealth, and other assets I can contribute, I can never match Gloriana's financial might. Just the factory ship she promised is enough to buy out the LMC at least 100 times. Of course, Ves hadn't actually fixed the ownership structure of the expeditionary fleet with Gloriana as of yet. As long as it wasn't set in stone, he could always use his devil tongue to good use in order to convince Gloriana to adopt a 50-50 ownership structure between the both of them. That meant that Ves owned half of the expeditionary fleet despite not contributing as much to its formation. Of course, even if Gloriana was gullible enough to fall for his manipulation, the Woden dynasty and the people backing her probably wouldn't agree. A factory ship built according to the standards of the Hexadric hegemony was immensely expensive. So much so that Gloriana already told him that it was impossible for her to finance the procurement of such a mighty vessel out of her own pocket. This essentially meant that neither Ves nor Gloriana would be the ultimate owners of their expeditionary fleet. Instead, that honor was reserved to the investors that Gloriana managed to beg for money. While this sounded as if Ves and Gloriana would both be at the mercy of the whims to faceless bankers, in truth it probably wouldn't come to that. If Gloriana managed to convince her Woden dynasty to invest in the expeditionary fleet, then she wouldn't have to answer to a stranger. It all depended on how well Gloriana sucked up to the moneybags in their state. Ves was about to meet her in a month, so he would find out soon how much progress she made. Chapter 1500 Refugee Horde. After he processed the unpleasantness surrounding his Gavin, Ves did his best to move on from what he learned. His daily interactions with Gavin hadn't changed at all. While he guarded his words a little more carefully around him, he still leaned heavily on his gatekeeper's advice and suggestions. The reason why Ves trusted Gavin to do his job faithfully was because Crinden constantly kept an eye on communications. If Gavin ever twisted his orders, acted on his own accord, or performed anything detrimental, Ves would know. As for trying to screw around with Flashlight, Ves instantly threw away this childish notion. Just because they riddled the LMC with spies and informers didn't mean that they held any hostile intentions towards him. For now, The intelligence agency probably just wanted to keep an eye on his activities. Ves smirked. Let them look. Everything I really care about is beyond their reach. With Nita and Crinden by his side, Ves could rely on at least 2 absolutely loyal pillars. Even so, he knew better than to rely on Kinners for everything. Every time he felt tempted to return to the Kinner tribe to buy out hundreds of absolutely loyal staffers, he thought back on the other leaders he encountered over the course of his career. People such as Senator Tovar, Major Verl, and Commander Lydia all exuded authority in such a fashion that their subordinates unquestionably obeyed their commands. Ves looked upon them as role models, as their force of leadership constantly inspired loyalty and obedience. What they each have in common is their emphasis on shared values and common identity. He envied their leadership style and had tried to model himself after them, though he didn't have many opportunities to exercise his authority these days. Ves heavily preferred to delegate his non-mech design responsibilities to others, so he rarely issued orders directly to the thousands of people on the LMC's payroll. It doesn't matter, though. The true secret behind authority is that it works best if people don't question it. They just need to be conditioned to obey. This was the most important lesson he drew from observing the flagrant vandals and Lydia's sword maidens over a lengthy period of time. While they were probably not the best role models around, Ves truly admired how strongly they aligned with each other. He tried to instill the same kind of camaraderie and brotherhood within the LMC and the avatars of myth as best as possible. Ever since he instituted reforms within the LMC to build up a strong corporate culture, he believed he could indoctrinate his employees into becoming unflinchingly loyal to him and his company. Of course, building up a common identity could not be done in a single day. Ves looked forward to returning to the Bright Republic in order to see how the LMC had progressed on this end. Enough time had passed for his initial efforts to sink into the mentalities of every worker of the LMC. This was why Ves didn't care too much about spies and troublemakers within his company. Not only were they unable to do any serious damage to his core interests, but there were enough people around who would guard against any mischief. He wanted to make sure that the LMC did not make the same mistakes as the former Caternatus group. Due to the actions of a couple of saboteurs aligned with the Bentheim liberation movement within that company, the hard work of 2 successful journeymen had gone up in smoke. Shenanigans like that won't fly in my company. This was why Ves also prioritized rigorous control, though he didn't go overboard on this end. He knew very well that every monitoring and security system was fallible and could be circumvented in many different ways. To Ves, the best security system was to ensure that there were plenty of loyal people in place. As long as they identified themselves with the LMC, they wouldn't allow anything bad to happen to the company. It's like a tribe. That was the best way for him to describe his aspiration. He wanted his workers to be so loyal to his company that they valued it more than the Bright Republic. Perhaps secretly within his heart, Ves hoped that he could make Gavin care more about him than his other master. While Flashlight still needed to be appeased, Gavin could still choose to withhold more damaging information. In any case, life went on and Gavin kept in touch with the company. The LMC has already licensed a ballistic rifleman mech design and started fabricating it en masse, he reported. The quality of our copies is higher than most of the competition, so we aren't having trouble in selling them. It's just our margins are low, Ves guessed. Right. The mech design we've licensed is a budget mech, so the money we can make is already limited. Add the licensing fees on top of all of our expenses, the profit we make is not as impressive as before. We're still above water, right? Yes, but that's not necessarily good news. While we're earning just enough money to pay the bills, we don't have much left over to spend on upgrades, expansions, and other activities that foster growth. We've had to stall a lot of plans, including the construction of a second manufacturing complex in the outskirts of Haston on Bentheim. Ves paid a lot of attention to the latter. Despite his reluctance towards expanding the LMC's footprint, they couldn't avoid the biggest nexus of mech production in the local area, especially if they wanted to start producing cheaper mechs. It simply made too much sense from a logistical and distribution standpoint. How much money does the LMC need to finish the manufacturing complex, Benny? Even if we cut back on the planned production lines of the second complex, we still need at least 12 billion bright credits to cover the basics. Ves winced. Though he could still cover this amount with his personal fortune, he wasn't stupid enough to reinvest his own money back into the company. For now, let's pause the construction, he ordered. Since our sales of the Black Beak, Crystal Lord, and Aurora Titan models have cratered, we aren't short of production lines. Adding a dozen more production lines on top of what we have at the Mech Nursery is too excessive at the moment. Gavin mentioned a recent development. About that, the LMC recently received some orders from the government. We're about to utilize some of our available production lines on military commissions. That was new. What do they want? The LMC and a lot of other mech companies with underutilized production capacity are being tasked with producing military hardware. I've already got in touch with a couple of other mech companies and they've all been ordered to produce the same kinds of war material. Specifically, we are being forced to produce lots of parts for turrets, tanks, aircraft, and spacecraft. Ves widened his eyes. That means the Bright Republic is planning to mobilize civilians. All of those turrets and vehicles aren't related to mechs, so the military won't be restricted in how many people they can hire. One of the biggest bottlenecks to expanding a mech military was that they could only field as many mechs as they had mech pilots. That wasn't the case with auxiliary regiments. From the hardware that Gavin listed out, Ves immediately understood the government's intention. The Bright Republic wasn't intending to stake its existence on the mech core alone. They wanted to bring as much firepower they could bear in the span of a couple of months. While the newly raised auxiliary regiments would probably be badly trained and completely inadequate when deployed against mechs, these detriments didn't apply to the Sandmen. Most Sandmen fleets merely charged at their targets in a straight line without resorting to any clever maneuvering or stratagems. They mainly relied on brute force and overwhelming numbers to overrun a state. The most convenient answer against such a strong but stupid threat was to put more bodies in the front lines. It didn't have to be mechs, as most of the advantages they brought to the table were not very relevant against an opponent like the Sandmen. The main reason why auxiliary regiments fell out of favor in much of human space was that they weren't very effective against mechs. Static defenses would simply get bombarded from a distance while other vehicles crewed by norms couldn't match the responsiveness and flexibility of mechs. In most cases, money spent on raising auxiliary regiments was better spent on raising mech regiments. The circumstances were different now. The former turned out to be effective against their current alien threat, while the previous war already exhausted the mech core. The new generation of mech pilots still needed to grow for the mech core to expand their ranks. Ves suddenly realized something important. If the Bright Republic wanted to mobilize its civilian population, then a draft was inevitable. Has the drafting already begun? Gavin nodded. A lot of notices have been sent. Not a lot of Brighters are pleased, but most of them will grudgingly report to the nearest military base. Hardly anyone wants to run. Because we're Brighters. Because we're Brighters, Gavin echoed with determination. We don't buckle from a threat. We endure. We defend. Standing up for the Bright Republic is baked into our blood. The Vesians haven't broken us, and we won't let a bunch of sound-like aliens break us like they did to the border states. Both of them never thought about running. No one grew up in the Bright Republic wanting to abandon it when times got rough. Doubtlessly, A small number of Brighters would probably pack their bags and flee to the inner regions of the Komodo Star sector. However, they would likely have to leave a good amount of their assets behind or sell them at a heavy discount. They might not be able to rebuild their lives in a foreign state, especially considering that they would be no different from the flood of refugees who mindlessly fled as far as their ships could reach.
I heard that the Bright Republic is also settling a lot of refugees on Cloudy Curtain.
Ves raised.
Yeah.
Gavin nodded.
A lot of refugee ships end up in port systems like the Bentham system before breaking down or running out of energy. The government can't afford to relocate the refugees too far away or help send them on their way, because that would take too much valuable transportation capacity. So the bureaucrats just dump them at the nearest available mud balls, is that right?
Hey!
If there's one thing Cloudy Curtain doesn't lack, it's space!
Gavin sarcastically responded.
Seriously though, the government wants to settle the refugees with as little hassle as possible. Rather than stuff them onto the overcrowded surface of Bentham, a rural planet like Cloudy Curtain is perfect. There's lots of empty space for prefab settlements, and the demand for agriculture has ballooned. All of those farms need workers, and it doesn't matter if they don't have any skills. Millions of refugees are pouring into Cloudy Curtain as we speak.
Cloudy Curtain only boasted around 15 million inhabitants to begin with. When Gavin mentioned the amount of refugees that the government planned to settle on their home planet, Ves practically jumped out of his seat.
Is the government crazy? The foreigners will outnumber the locals. Dumping so many desperate people onto our quiet little planet will lead to chaos.
Gavin shrugged.
Tell that to the bureaucrats, boss. All they see is a planet that is cheap to settle and with enough fertile land to feed countless people. As for the unrest that might ensue, they're already on top of it. Most of the refugees are going to be housed in isolated settlements erected overnight in very distant areas. Entry and exit to these settlements will be restricted by the fact that most vehicle traffic will be restricted to essential supply runs. If the refugees want to reach a city like Freslin, they'd have to walk hundreds or thousands of kilometers on land.
Sounds like a prison. A cheap prison. Ves curled his lips in distance.
That's essentially the case. The Bright Republic can't afford to spare the manpower and resources to process the refugees properly. They just plan to set them aside in newly founded farming settlements and deal with the imminent crisis first. After all, everything they do might be moot if they haven't sufficiently prepared against the Sandman threat.
All in all, the Star's sector-wide threat had forced not only the Bright Republic, but every other state in the firing line to adapt. Ves knew that if the Bright Republic ever survived the coming chaos, then Cloudy Curtain would never be the same.
A lot of those refugees probably lost everything, he whispered. They don't have any homes to go back to. Cloudy Curtain will become their new home.